everybody. Peace, 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 peace. Welcome to the midweek live stream. How's it going, everybody? Hello, Corey K. Hello, Brenda. Hello, Pumpkin Ziggy, Divana Budget, Deborah, Steph, Johnny, Teresa McGuire, Pau ASMR, Lori, Deborah, Eva Trace, Johnny, Debbie, Kari, Gigi, Vib, Naked Eyes. Oh my gosh, yeah. What a library student reads. Hello, sweetie. Hi, Stacy. How's it going? Welcome to your first live stream. Evian, Naked Eyes, Robbie, Aperol Spritz, Jolie's Simple Opinion, Yab, Oshidi. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the midweek live stream.
Hello.
So, thumb up the live stream if you haven't already. Thank you so much for supporting the Fashion Bunker and this ratchet old YouTube algorithm that never works in our favor. And for whoever is watching later on, for the rewatch crew, please help out the Fashion Bunker by typing in the comment section down below the timestamp for whenever a new topic begins with the title of the topic. That helps us generate chapters for you later on. Thank you so much. Hey, Andrea Schumacher. How's it going, sweetie? Evian says, hello, sweetheart. What an intro. Thank you, my love. Thank you. Love your sweater. Such a beautiful knit. Thank you. This is a tweed shirt. It's a shirt. Not a knit and not a sweater. Just FYI. But if you want to call it a sweater, by all means. No worries at all. Chris too, how's it going? Blue Egyptian Lotus, Cinnamon Roll. Hi, everybody. So, Yana Klar doing my makeup during a live. What a great start of the day. Oh, man. I hope it's going to be relaxing. We have a heck of a show. Yes, we're going to throw shade at the fashion world. We're going to analyze a lot of situations that went down this week. Boy, what a mess it has been. And the week isn't even over. It's only half the week. And already we have so much to talk about. Eva Tree says, oh, Dacob, the final review was fire. Are you talking about this final review, Evatrice? I am coincidentally wearing Comete today. Thank you. I'm glad you liked the review. We went into Greek mythology while reviewing this little beauty here. Go check out my perfume review on my perfume YouTube channel called Essentially Dacob. While you're at it, go subscribe to me over there as well. For all things perfume love related. ESSENCE minus TIALLY. It's a word game. Essence and essentially combined together. Essentially Dacob. That's my perfume channel. While you're at it, you can also subscribe to my pop culture channel, Totally Dacob, where you get to see TV show reviews, film reviews, toy reviews, toy unboxings, vlogs. We did the bucket hunt, the McDonald's Boo Bucket Hunt last year as well. And I've just posted a Ghoulies plushie toy review. Remember the Ghoulies horror movie from the 80s? Yes, I love it. And yes, I reviewed the toys. But also, we play video games as well, interactive live streams on Totally Dacob. So subscribe to Essentially Dacob, Totally Dacob. Thumb up this live stream here. While you're at it, subscribe also to my channel here, because once you've subscribed to my channel here, you get to partake in the live chats, which we're reading on the sidebar. And just a little note to you guys, we are only 2 subscribers away. 2 subscribers away from reaching 68,000 subscribers on my main Super Dacob YouTube channel. So, let's see if we can manage to reach 68,000 subscribers by the end of this live stream. Who knows? But 2 subscribers away. We'll go. Hi, Erica with a K. How's it going, sweetie? Hi, Stanley. Hi, Lori. Hi, David Anderson. Long time no chat. Happy to catch you live. Hi, David. Glad you're with us. Hi, Pau. Deborah. Yes, too. So 2 things have happened. Okay, so we have all the really interesting topics to talk about. A lot has happened this week, even though we're only like half week in. Oh my God, we did it! Okay, RF Buffy. First of all, RF Buffy, thank you so much for becoming a tier 1 member. Thank you, sweetie. Bubbles. Oh my God, Bubbles got triggered because we reached 68,000 subscribers. We did it. We did it, you guys. We did it. Hi, Kev. Oh my gosh. Listen, I have a wine in the fridge, but I've been craving beer lately, so maybe I'm going to drink a beer later on. I'm not going to drink it now, because if I drink a beer now to celebrate, I'm going to be like completely trashed. I never drink, you guys, so if I do like one beer now, I'm going to, I can't, I got to stay focused and sober. Yay, we did it! So 68K! Hi, Dianava. How's it going, sweetie? Hi, Cecilia Brown. Congratulations. Thank you. Hi, Gigi. Hey, Patricia B. Zeitgeist. Happy life. Thank you, guys. Cheers. So let's celebrate with tea. Oh my God, we did it, Joe. We did 68,000 subbies on the main channel. Woo woo! Hi, Corey. Corey Emerson in the house. Castanya 11, good afternoon. From Taiwan, good afternoon, sweetie. Hi, Val. Hello, Queens. Val, we're just celebrating. We just reached 68,000 subbies. Oh, you saw it. Congrats on 68K. Thank you guys so much. Steph. Yay, Steph. We got... Woo. We'll go. Pumpkin Ziggy. Thank you. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We did it, Joe. Stacy, well, you had to subscribe earlier because you were already in the chats. So I don't know. This is a little bit... it's playing a little bit late, right? But wait, can people chat withoot being subscribed? No, you need to be subscribed for at least 5 minutes, I think, before you can start chatting. I don't know if that option has not been turned off. I don't know. We can check. Hi, James Stansfield. Oh, you deserve this and more, says David. Thank you so much. And you know, we're almost at 10,000 subscribers on the perfume channel on Essentially Dacob. So, you know, it's a round number. We are at 9,400. Something like that. So we are approaching really steadily 10,000 subbies on Essentially Dacob. Super excited about that. On the road to 70K, says Val. I know, I'm on the road to 100K. I want that plaque from YouTube, but it's like really slow. Oh, thanks, Debbie. Subscriber mode is on. Thank you, Debbie. Debbie is our boss mod. So be very, very kind and careful with Debbie.
$10. Congrats, Dacob, on 68K. Sorry, this is all I can afford, lol. College student things.
No, sweetie, you didn't have to. I mean, I totally know when you're a college student and you got all those expenses, you did not need to send anything. But since you have, thank you so much. From the bottom of my heart, very kind of you, very generous of you. And we do have a new journey towards the tip moment today, because I thought we might be celebrating 68K. So we do have the frisbee of shame, right? Bush, do you want to hear me play it? How do we do this? Bubbles? So it's the harp, baby. This is the harp tip of shame. Thank you so much. Yeah, Yab, you got a new tip, baby. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Thank you, Zeitgeist says. The Comete perfume update video was spellbinding. Thank you so much. Oh, Terry, my love, thank you.
Teresa McGuire donated $75. Been having a bad multiple sclerosis flare, so in a lot of pain, so I may fall asleep, but wanted to say congratulations on your subscribers on your perfume Chanel.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Terry. Very, very kind of you. And I'm really sorry you're in so much pain. If you fall asleep, no stress, just chill and sleep. I will be here, and then you can always rewatch it later. And I mean, I've been kind of, I'll tell you, let me first play your tip harp for you, Terry. And then you guys, I'm going to tell you what happened to me. Thank goodness I don't have a flare up and I don't have the pain that Terry is in. but something did happen, and I'm going to share it with you right away. But first, Terry, are you ready for the harp tip? Hit it, Bubbles. Thank you, Terry. So, you guys, one of the reasons why I'm late today, I just came out of a fire situation. Okay, my neighbor's house burned. Apparently nobody was hurt, but there was several firefighters. We're talking almost 100 of them. It's such a mess. And the smell, now obviously you don't know what's burning. You don't know what the building is made up of, what sort of chemicals. What are you going to do? And then you're inhaling that crap. Like, I don't want to know what I inhaled. Okay. So, it's been a doozy. I know, Deborah, hopefully no asbestos. But you know what, Deborah? Asbestos, that building was old. It was old enough. That building was old enough to have potentially asbestos. Yeah. So it's such a mess. And on top of all of that, yours truly bit his own tongue in the back on the side here. So my tongue is all swollen. So bear with me if I'm a little bit today, because my tongue is all swollen in the back. Tongue swollen in the back. The house next door burned down. I mean, you guys, and it's not like, it's only midweek. And as if that were not enough, we also have like a lot of fashion news. Save the bunker, says Kev. Yes, hashtag save the bunker. I know, you guys, really, seriously, hashtag save the bunker, because it was a close call. It was a close call. The fire almost made it across to me. But thankfully, they managed to shut the fire down in time. But yeah, I'm still a little bit shocked from it. So also bear in mind, at any given time, the fire alarm might start ringing. So you guys don't get scared if that happens. But it's been triggered over and over and over again. So the fire alarm, like, it's a very, very loud siren. If that thing goes off, it's the after effect of what went down, because it's like super sensitive now. So don't get scared, just letting you know in case it happens. I know I'm having a day, Pao. It really. Steph says, hopefully your archive protection methods did its duty and no odors penetrated. No, the odors did not penetrate the archives. No. Yeah. No. Those are safe. Well, I mean, as safe as they can be, what are you going to do? If the whole shit burns down, it burned. Oh, heck no, right? Says Debbie. Hi, Sylvia, tuning in from Japan. How's it going, sweetie? Cecilia Brown says, oh my God, that must be painful. I've done it yesterday and couldn't eat. Yeah, it's painful. It's right back here. Steph says, hopefully your archive protection. Oh, sorry, I read that one already. D, wash your mouth with salty water. It helps the swelling to go down, says Evian. Thank you, Evian. I have actually gurgled with salty water prior to the live stream, just to get my mouth to function a bit better. No, it did not burn all the way down, Cinnamon Roll, but I mean, the interior is burned to a crisp. It's all black. It's unlivable. I mean, it's black. It's done. Like you that house is done. It's just the external shell. Inside, it's gone. So yeah, Debbie, you're cooking? Yap says, any hot firefighters? Yeah, of course, all firefighters are hot. A bunch of them. a bunch of hot firefighters, but nobody to save us. Nobody, I'm like, hi firefighters. And again, listen, I want to say thank you to everybody who watched my latest video that was about the HIFIs, a high income, high income, but financially unstable. That's the HIFI. And during the live stream, so that segment was recorded relatively short. It's like a 10-minute video, but we were also talking about Sex and the City during that segment in the live stream, not in the posted video. And I said that I also blame Sex and the City from the 90s and 2000s a little bit for the attitude that we have of like overconsumption, because we were raised to believe, oh yeah, sure, of course, we can. Oh, Viard, such a great topic. Thank you, my love. Thank you so much. Johnny says 1 liter of water, boil 1 minute, and half a teaspoon of salt, no more. Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you for giving me the recipe. Thank you. And then I should gurgle with that, right, Johnny? Hi, Elisa in Wonderland. So you guys, let me tell you really quickly. I know Oshidi, firefighters, zaddies. So what? To gurgle? All right. Thank you, Johnny. So I blame them for making us believe that like on a columnist's salary, you can buy all the luxury shoes, bags, clothes you want, even couture. You can live off of drinking cosmopolitan cocktails on a daily basis and eating only the most expensive and chic restaurants. Like they really brainwashed us. Like they made us believe that that's the lifestyle we all can afford. Now, it's one thing to make you believe it's the lifestyle you deserve. That's okay, because we all deserve it. We all deserve the best lifestyle, but we can't all afford it. So Sex and the City has been one of those shows that I feel has been the reason why many people went into debt back in the day. And one of the reasons that triggered before the advent of social media, overconsumption, and then add on Sex and the City, on top of that, add the social media aspect where people started behaving like Carrie Bradshaw and the influencers era. And then you get to the point where you understand we're in a big pickle, right? Big debt and what have you. Many people just, fell for it, for the dream. Okay, so why was I saying all of this? Because I wanted to connect Sex and the City with another thing. Yeah, you see, it's because like my intro takes way too long, and I don't know what I was talking about. Well, I did want to connect the Samantha Jones scenario with the firefighters, so that's something that I also wanted to connect. But there was also a third thing that I wanted to connect to Sex and the City, but that scene when Samantha, yes, because. So Kim Cattrall in that one episode of Sex and the City, she goes into she starts dating a firefighter, and she's like in her negligee, and she takes off all her clothes, and she's alone with him, and she's, she has the hots for this hunky, muscly guy. Hey, Kate Moore, how's it going, sweetie? Thank you so much for doing all the chapters last week. Thank you. And I was saying, Sex and the City did not only brainwash us to think that we can spend way above our means, but also Sex and the City made us believe that we are all Samantha Jones. So it made us all believe, yeah, all you got to do while the firefighters are trying to turn the fire off is like you go there in your negligee. You're like, hey boys, I've heard there's a fire. You might have turned off that fire, but who's going to quench my desire? That's a fire. You know what I mean? And so immediately Samantha Jones comes to mind, and immediately here we are again in Sex and the City. That show has caused so much damage to us, to our minds, and to our culture. Think about it. I mean, I love that show to bits, and I'm still the one who's going to turn on season 1 and start from episode 1, and then like over the weekend, I will end up on Monday morning with eyes like this because I watched all 6 seasons from beginning to end. I'm that person that once I start rewatching Sex and the City, I will barricade myself. And then for 2 or 3 days, that's it. I'm not going to shower. I'm not going to brush my teeth. just going to pig out on the sofa. And like 3 days later, I'm going to come out of it on the other end of the tunnel, completely zombified. Completely zombified. So there you go. Kev says, there is a fire starting in my heart. Oh, Kev. Kidmore says, that's the least I can do for this awesome channel. Thank you, Katie. Very kind of you. Thank you. Evian says, yes, Debbie. Samantha went to the station. Adrian of Sydney, how's it going, sweetie? Hi. Paul says, I'm rewatching it currently, LOL. You see what I'm talking about? I mean, Sex and the City, that's our guilty pleasure, and it always messes with me. Every time I watch Sex and the City, I go shopping. So those 3 days I spend on a weekend barricaded at home, pigging out, just stuck to my sofa watching the entire show from season 1 to season 6, ends with a Monday morning shower and shopping spree. Overspending. So Sex and the City is so dangerous. So dangerous. Jolie says you're not alone. Oh, thank you, Katie. Katie, love your jacket. Thank you. Firefighters have shortened lifespans for what they do for work. We must spoil them. Oh, OCD. I love how you make it about them. Like, we must spoil them. When in reality, I know you want them to spoil you. But we'll go. But you make it sound like you're spoiling them. I see what you did there. Carrie had a secret bank account for Mr. Big, says Debbie. Well, later. Maybe later. When she got married and she was a widow, yeah. I loved Samantha because she was the best friend ever, says Afke Art. Yeah, Samantha is amazing. Cinnamon Roll says the only two that could afford that lifestyle were Samantha and Charlotte. Well, Miranda as well. I mean, a lawyer earns a lot of money. A lot of money. So Carrie was the only one who couldn't really afford it. Every time I watch Dacob, I go shopping at Chanel. No, Kev, you don't. What did you buy this week? Diane Ferret. I binge watched it on Netflix just the other day. Oh, Evian, you see, I mean, Sex and the City, baby. You know, Carrie was the only one broke. Yeah, she was, but then she was the only one spending a lot. Yeah, I mean, Miranda has money. Yeah. So, Miranda spent the least, I think. Well, she bought the house. She bought the apartment in New York. Then she bought the house in Brooklyn. You know, she basically paid everything for Steve. I mean, she was spending money. Black tea. Paul says, Carrie wasn't only broke, but in debt from maxing out her cards. Yes. Oh, the life. Hi, Dee Bean. How's it going? Oh, you fell asleep, sweetie? Oh, hi. Miranda was mindful with her money. Yeah, like every good lawyer is, right? I guess. I don't know. It's not like a lawyer is like specialized in budgeting. A lawyer is specialized in charging a lot for their clients. But I know some lawyers that are not very mindful with their money. Wait, who said, did Oshidi say you prefer cops to firefighters? I mean, I've had affairs with cops. Several. I gotta say, when they are with you, they are very giving. They take good care of your needs as a fellow citizen. But also, every cop I've had the pleasure of getting to know a little bit better. Well, it's because you don't really know me, guys. This is getting very TMI. I go through a lot of different transformations and looks and this and that. Don't get fooled by the hair and the makeup for a second. Some of these guys, muscly, ginormous, mask for mask types. Oh, honey. They are putty in my hands because they just go completely passive. And that's when that's when you get to experience the full-blown Dacob. So let's just leave it at that. Oh, sounds like we know them on a different level. Okay, we'll go. Hey, Tyler. How's it going? How's it going, Ty? I just skipped your chat. Sorry, because they're going so fast. Debbie says, then the drop comes out. Wait, full blown. Yeah, wait, what are we talking about? Kim Moore says, I need to go to my English class and then working. We'll rewatch later. I have a beautiful stream in morning, day, night. Have a wonderful English class, Katie. Dacob can work a tip. Oh, Kev, can he ever? He can work. He can work a lot of stuff. So, so yeah. I also considered it my duty to let these fellow members of society, cops, I was like, yeah, you've been protecting us, fellow citizens, so now I'm going to protect your pleasure a little bit. Yes, you can max your cars like Carrie, and then all you have to do is marry a millionaire afterwards. Super easy cinema roll, or declare bankruptcy. I would not recommend doing it. So anyway, Adrian says, serve man and country. Right, Adrian? You best believe. Oshidi says, I've dated a firefighter. He was Irish, a drunk and a cokehead. He was in a calendar in his younger years. Meh. I may have been with a cop. They didn't all tell me what they did. Okay. But interesting that you say that about the firefighter, because the cops that I've had, yeah, they definitely enjoyed the powder. Yeah. So just because they're cops and they're wonderful cops and great at their job doesn't mean that behind closed doors they are abiding by certain rules, Ow. Ow. Sorry, I burned myself. So there you go. There you go. Tyler says, going good, trying to stay awake. Miss watching your lives every time, but we're in opposite time zones right now, so it's hard to make it, but glad I'm here for this one. Wait, which time zone are you in right now, Tyler? But also, I live stream at different times every time. So like last week, I live streamed like super early. Today, I'm live streaming super late for me. But it kind of changes every week according to also what happens. I mean, today there was a lot of issues. So anyway, I'm glad we're managing to live stream at all. Finally caught alive. Hi, Nico S. Lots of love to everyone in the bunk. I missed you guys. Hi, Nico. Welcome back, sweetie. RF Buffy says, not surprised about cops being passive. If you live being in control most of your life, letting go of that control is so freeing. Yeah. But they are like, they start off being very dominant, active, but then they just melt. Then I'm just like, nah, you don't fool me for a second. So we're going to turn this around and we're just going to take control of the situation. And once they feel like you're in control, they're like, oh yeah, finally somebody in control. Oh yes, we have almost 200 people watching. We only have 85 likes. Thumb up the live stream. What am I hearing? Somebody's doing something. I'm just like, I think the firefighters, I don't know, I'm hearing weird noises, like a siren or something in the background. But no, it was something else. So anyway, fine for me, but not for thee, David. Okay, I missed some chats. I don't know what we're talking about. Finally caught alive. Okay, read that one. Zaka says, I just want a blue collar man, LOL. Zeitgeist. Often people in alpha positions want the opposite in private. Yes, I know. Don't I know it? Oh, Robbie, you're from a family full of cops. Do tell. Do tell. Tyler says, not going to lie. Only guy I ever was with that did the power worked in D.C. for a certain president. But that's a long story. Of course, the powder goes hand in hand with D.C. Why are we not surprised? Everything I say in this live stream is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. So we'll go. In the movie Foul Play, Chevy Chase tells Goldie Hawn that cops always have the best weed. Well, and then some. Jolie says, wow, seems like old times, Cookie. What Cookie say in the movie Foul Play? Oh, sorry, I read that one. Why am I repeating myself? Take the wheel, honey. Don't be shy, haters and bunker rats. Right, Kev? Haters and bunker rats, thumb up the live stream. I know you're watching. Such a gift to control freaks you must be. Wait, RF Buffy, what does that mean? Such a gift to control freaks you must be. That sentence doesn't make much sense. Maybe there's a word missing. Because I'm really bad with abbreviations. You know, guys, I'm really bad with abbreviations. Tansy says, my brother is a police officer, and let me tell you, he has told me of some crooked cops. Oh, yeah, baby. Hey, that's life, you know. It is what it is. Cinnamon Roll says, I am surprised, so naive as always. Cha. Eva Trees, we'll go, live in ferret, we'll go, live in ferret, we'll go, live in ferret, we'll go. Robbie's like, maybe that was Baby Yoda's, maybe that was Yoda talk, like, you follow me, R. Happy Life. I might be falling asleep soon, but I will be dreaming of cops and firemen. Well, good for you, Happy Life. Oh, that's going to be one heck of a dream. So, yeah. Oh, those youthful days. Oh, the cops. Ah. The only ones that I did not really enjoy were dancers. Now, hold your horses before any dancers in the chat, because we have a lot of gay dancers in the chats. Or straight dancers as well.
Yes.
Love me a dancer. Love me a dancer, but not in bed. No. 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 Stanley, is it your birthday? How do we know? Where does it say? Elisa says, as soon as I enter your live stream, my thumbs up to attention. Oh, here's to 400 likes, guys. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you so much for thumbing up the live stream. Yeah, let me tell you, the dancers. And I know now I'm going to wake up tomorrow and there's going to be a couple of comments later in the live stream telling me, how dare you call out the dance? You're so mean. You're so judgmental. Listen, Tyler says, not really into anyone in entertainment, to be honest. Now a software real estate guy. Okay, well, Tyler, you might be wrong about the entertainment side, because I've been that artist that always everybody just used and abused, but then they just drop you at the curb because they're like, yeah, but you're not, like, you're too freaky for me, you know? Like, they want the guy next door. They want a preppy guy. They don't want, anyway, that's so stupid because they all missed out. The best are nerds. Love me a nerd. Me too, Steph. Nerds are the best. But, okay. Here's the problem with the dancers. They are way too conscious of their body. So some of my best friends are dancers. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing against the humanity of a dancer. Just the physicality is what my problem is, because they are so trained with their body. They are so aware of their body. I find that so unattractive. So basically what they do is they are constantly the core. They're always like, pulling, they're always in this, the physicality is always so perfect, so aligned, so symmetrical. And then they're in such control of their body that also in bed, things are loose, open, they're just like they can trigger stuff to happen just like that because they are so trained. And it is so mechanical to me that it's not attractive. Not attractive at all. I like imperfections. I like when things are not so easy, when things are more like a discovery, you know, when there's a tension there, you know, anyway, that's just my personal experience, okay? But I repeat again, nothing against the human friendly aspect of dancers. It's just the bedside of it doesn't work for me. There you go. Oh, Debbie said, he said just as you hit 68, 68,000, 69. Stanley says, yeah, Dacob, 200 years old today. Oh, Stanley, happy birthday, sweet. You're another fellow vampire. Happy birthday, Stanley.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, I'm living ferret. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, sweetie. Here's to another 200. Tyler says, I've been there too as a creative, but I feel like I need someone to balance my craziness out, to be honest. From what you're telling me, I think you still have not found the right person. But when you do, you'll know. And they might just be an artist. Trust you me. Oshidi says, yes, I have crushes on nerds. Yeah, nerds are the best, you guys. Kev says, maybe there's something with them cowboys. No, cowboys to me also don't really do it. And of course, we've also all seen Brokeback Mountain, so you think, oh, the romanticism of it all, please. That stuff only happens in the movies. Let's be very clear, you know. That makes sense, says RF Buffy, right? Tyler says, a little struggle is always fun. It's the fantasy. Exactly. It's that fantasy. The physicality not being quite... A lot of people are not fully aware of their physicality, and there's a naivete to all of that, you know. There's some wholesomeness about all that, and you get to discover it together. That's what I find attractive. But with dancers, it's like they already know. They've already discovered. They are already 5,000 steps ahead of you, you know. It's not a mystery to them. And that's where, for me, I feel like, yeah, there's no mystery. And I need a mystery. I need a challenge, something challenging. The older I get, the more I dislike men in general. Way to go, Vel. You tell him, girl. Evian says, models are the same. I used to model when I was much younger, and the hype around body image is just beyond comprehension. Good point, Evian. Yeah. And Oshidi says, cowboys make me sad. Well, the cows, the male cows, you mean make you sad? Tyler's like, Val, I feel ya. Stanley says, I asked one of my friends, how do you know if the person is the one? You know. You feel it. And you won't know until you know. And nobody can explain it to you because each one of us feels it in a different way. Because each one of us has the different soulmate. And when your soulmate is there with you and it just clicks, you know. You just know. You just know. Cookie says, my best friend is a competitive dancer and she is a perfectionist. Yeah. Good luck to her. RF Buffy says, smart is sexiest. That's why nerds are hot. That's why nerds are hard. Hot. Well. Freud would have something to say about this, would he now? Now, would he? Would he? I misread that one. I have a thing for men who play sax or trumpet. Must be the instruments, says Cecilia. Oh boy, girl. Man. I'm struggling to stay awake. Bedtime for me. Have a great night, day. Everyone says, Pow. Good night, sweetie. David says, I'll take a retired professor, please, and thank you. Oh, David. I have the whole fantasy playing in my head already. I found my nerd 21 years ago, says Corey. Life is good. Good for you, sweetie. Grace says, so much baggage to unpack with the physicality. Yeah. And that baggage is interesting to me. And when there's no baggage to unpack, I'm like, then we haven't traveled anywhere. There's no suitcase. No, that's not how I travel. I need a suit. Julie says, I love my nerd too. Oh, you guys. Debbie's like, never happened. Tyler says, that's why nerds are. Yeah, amazing, right? Usually the one is not the one you assumed was your type. Then that wasn't your type. It's not about assuming. It's about knowing. Two very different things. Cinnamon Roll says, well, with nerds, you can have a conversation without pretending they are saying something interesting, which happens with most guys. But you can just be in the moment with a nerd, you know? You can just be in the moment. 178 people and only half are thumbing up the stream. Come on, guys. Thank you, Evian. Yeah, but... Okay. Let's shoot an improvised video. Thank you, Cecilia. Enjoy your lives, guys. Your live, guys. Oh, God, the tongue is driving me insane. It would be nice to have a nice background. Well, this could be a good background for that video, no? Okay, you guys, let's do this. Mm-hmm. Hi, everybody. Dacob here. Welcome back to Totally Dacob, your pop culture news broadcast. Well, you know, we try. At least we try. I got some fabulous pop news, you guys. Fabulous. I don't know how many of you have been already consuming movies and television in the 90s. Some of you might have, you know, come a little bit later, so you might have missed out on certain movements, on certain movies that have marked a decade. One of those movies that are really important to me are Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, or The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. It was such a life changer to watch Priscilla for me. And, you know, that this movie came out in a time when being gay was still not easy in many countries. Today, it's still not easy in many countries, even illegal in some. But in many first world countries, gay life has become simpler. Laws have changed. Marriage is allowed. Thank goodness for that. And so on and so forth. But I've noticed that rewatching Priscilla today brings a sadness to my heart, because I remember watching it when I was younger and I felt so liberated and free. You watch Priscilla and you go, this is the life. I dreamt of going on a bus with my best friends in drag, or not even in drag, just however you wish to be, and traveling through America or through Europe a whole summer, performing in some weird joints, doing comedy skits, whatever. And so I grew up like thinking, wow, it'd be such a dream with your best friends to live on the road. Also, road movies are my favorite movies for the most part. Love me an on-the-road movie. Road movies are just... And another one that I really, really adore is Transamerica. Oh, man, how much I love that movie. But so, anyway, having said that, watching Priscilla today brings a sadness to my heart, because you realize that Priscilla was filmed in a time where being gay and transgender or just, you know, living in drag, earning a money off of performing in drag was dangerous. And so there's a lot of scenes in that movie that really show very brutal hate towards homosexuals. But watching that movie back then, it didn't feel so brutal. There was still so much hope in that movie, you know? Watching it today, it feels much more brutal. You might ask yourself, what do you mean, Dacob? It's the same movie from the 90s. It's just... Well, I'm telling you, like, in the 90s, we didn't have a TV show like Schitt's Creek, where nobody in that show for 6 seasons questions whether or not it's okay to be gay or not. You know, it's like we've come a long way, at least in the first world countries, we've come a long way in terms of feeling that it's totally okay to be gay. You know, there's depending where you come from, obviously, you know, I don't want to speak for everyone, but coming out is maybe less scary today in many instances. We got RuPaul's Drag Race. It's on national television. Everybody can access it. Like, it's much more in pop culture. It's much more open and free. Robbie's asking me in the live chats, oh, Dacob, did you watch Pose on FX? Of course I watched Pose. And subscribe to my channel here while you're at it. You know, thank you guys. I'm filming this video live on my main Super Dacob channel, so go follow me there if you want to join the chats. And everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. Now, so when Priscilla came out in the 90s, and it was a huge success at the Cannes Film Festival. I mean, this movie was all over the world. It was just amazing. It was a trailblazer for gay rights, really. So, but still, to see it today, it brings a sadness to my heart because I remember how difficult it was back then and how much easier it is today in certain first world countries to be gay or to come out as gay. So there's that duality. The memory of having watched it earlier and watching it today. Having said all that, I always wondered when I watched the first Priscilla, like, how are their lives going to be? How does Priscilla... I always wanted a part 2. I always envisioned these characters. I loved all of the characters. All of them. Terrence Stamp, I mean, he was also in Star Wars, by the way. He's just, I mean, he's incredible. Okay. Bernadette. Okay. I always fantasized, like, what would be part 2? That was in the 90s. We got the 90s. We got the 2000s. We got the 10s. We are now in the 20s. Priscilla has come out 30 years ago. Let that sink in. Okay? And now, finally, the director of Priscilla is going to wants to bring out part 2. This is the news. I know it took us a minute to get to the point, but I am so excited. So Yahoo News are reporting Priscilla, Queen of the Desert sequel happening with original stars 30 years after the groundbreaking film. That's the news, and I could not be more excited. So Yahoo News says the original Oscar-winning 1994 film follows 3 drag performers as they travel across the Australian desert. Priscilla is hitting the road once more. In a recent interview with The Guardian Australia, Stephen Elliott, who's the maker and the director of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, confirmed that the 1994 cult classic would be getting a sequel with Elliott and the original cast signing on. I am beyond happy for this news. This is so exciting. Really exciting. I would love to be in the movie. By the way, even just to make the coffee for the actors, like, you know what I mean? I don't have to be on camera. I just want to be a part of it. And also, in an interview, Stephen Elliott said several years ago, he said that Priscilla is such a feel-good movie for the whole world. In this interview, he says, and I quote, paraphrase, he said that when 9/11 happened and the entire world was devastated, we didn't know what was going to happen. I mean, it was just like the end of the world, really. He said that the most played movie right after 9/11 on all television stations across the world where being gay is allowed was Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. That's what he said in an interview. I was very pleasantly surprised to hear that. And I thought it's an interesting tidbit of trivia to know. So I do hope that part 2 of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, also becomes for the new generation a feel-good movie. Evatrice said, "This is a miracle, Dacob," in the chats. So the movie, which follows drag queens Tic, aka Mitzi Del Bra, which is Hugo Weaving, Hugo who's also in The Matrix, Adam, aka Felicia Jolly Goodfellow, acted by Guy Pearce, and trans woman Bernadette Bessinger, Terence Stamp, as they road trip through the Australian desert on the titillating bus Priscilla. We'll see Elliot return as director, writer, and producer. According to Elliot, the script is finalized, and the creatives are now in search of financiers or financiers. Originally, the writer-director thought that the trio's journey across Australia was over after the first film, but he later changed his mind, telling the outlet, "I had something that needed to be said." The script took him over 5 years to write, he added, telling the outlet that the death of his parents in 2020 and 2023 pushed him to finish the script. "This is not a dire story. It is pretty extravagant. I'm going to give RuPaul a run for her money, let me tell you that," he said. "But I don't want to repeat myself, so it's taking me a long while to come up with something to realize that there's something that needs to be said about tolerance." Elliot also told the outlet he was inspired by the recent political changes of the last 30 years, especially former President Donald Trump's turn in office to continue the film's story. "People have been screaming for me to do this for 30 years, and suddenly I had the realization that we're all getting old. We're losing people," Elliot added to The Guardian. "And with Trump coming in now, it's all about to erupt again. Somebody said to me, 'Is this the right time to make this film?' And I said, 'It is the perfect time to make this film.' People think of the original film as a lot of costumes and music and great fun, but it's also a dagger in the heart," he added. Guys, this is what I meant earlier. It is a dagger to your heart to watch Priscilla, especially today. There is a pain in that movie that really hits different when you watch it today as opposed to who has seen it in the 90s or even in the 2000s for that matter. "I'm not going to do just tits and feathers," he says. Elsewhere in the interview, Elliot discussed some of the plans for world building in this next film. He teased that although it will take place in part in Australia, the queens might also be traveling the world. Additionally, the age of the original actors, Stamp is now 85 years old, will play a part in how they expand the world of Priscilla. "You have to remember that Tic had a kid. Now that kid has grown up, and now he's got his own family," he noted. "We have our 3 principles, but we have to build in the new world. Although the iconic titular bus in the film was lost for many years after the film's production ended, it recently resurfaced in a rural area of New South Wales, as The Guardian previously reported, and Elliot confirms it will make an appearance in the next film. When the bus surfaced, it felt like, is this some kind of celestial lineup? There's lots of work to be done, but we're off." I mean, I can't wait. And Elliot, please write me. I want anything you need, any help you need. Man, it would be an honor to take part in this movie in any capacity. So seriously, it's just amazing. And Elliot, I've worked in the movies as well, so I'm not a complete novice, okay? Go check out my Art Lovers Unite with Vivienne Westwood, if you don't believe me. Or the documentary about Pierre Cardin, I was in that one as well. So come on. Come on, baby. Let's do something together. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know your thoughts and prayers down below. Subscribe to my channel, thumb up this video. And until next time, Where's my little Vivian Westwood fly? There it is. Never forget to never give up on love. Bye. Apollo Spritz says, I don't know how to feel about it. I'm excited, but at the same time, I wish there weren't a sequel to Mean Girl. There were. But Mean Girls has nothing to do with Priscilla. This is amazing news, you guys. Sorry, you guys, I just have to write this topic down for me so that I know. Yap says, heartwarming topic. Yeah, this was really, really cool, right? Thumb up the live stream as we jump into Bethenny Frankel. So Bethenny's at it again, you guys. So I guess we're going to film this one too, no? Well, let's try. Bethenny Frankel is at it again, you guys. Hi, Dacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. Bethenny Frankel went to New York. So she posted on her TikTok, she was appalled that she went to visit Chanel. And there was a problem. Big problem. Big mistake, major mistake. Now, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Push the join button next to the... Sorry, guys, it collapsed on my end. Yeah, thinking doesn't help. I need to know. Hold on, you guys. Debbie, you watched it. It's in Chicago? Okay, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Debbie. Let's redo this, you guys. Bethenny Frankel is at it again. She posted to her TikTok account that she had issues with Chanel. Okay. In Chicago, as RuPaul's Drag Race contestants once said, bitch, I'm from Chicago. So anyway, what happened to Bethenny? Well, first subscribe to my channel before we find out and before we give our opinion on the situation. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Gain access to extra. Sorry, you guys. What is wrong? Oh my God. This is like bubbles. I'm not having it. We're not going to film this. Not filming it. I'm not feeling the vibe at all. So anyway, so she went to Chicago. They did not let her in to Chanel. She's complaining about it because she's entitled. Done. That's the topic. Moving on to the next one. So now we're going to talk about another tidbit of information that was sent to me by one of my followers on Instagram. And they told me, like, Dacob, did you see this Instagram post about influencers being banned in China? Now, banned, what does it actually mean? Not that they're being kicked out of China, because these are very famous influencers that are Chinese, but instead their social media accounts are being deleted. And their social media accounts are like non-existent. We're talking about people who have had millions of followers. Millions of followers. And what is so fascinating about this topic is this. WWD reported on Instagram. They said 3 of the most talked about Birkin bag collecting influencers. I've never heard of them, but maybe you have. One of them is Wang Hongquangxin. I don't know how to pronounce the name. Bayou Jiajie and Bo Gongongji disappeared from Chinese social media on Tuesday. as China looks to crack down on social inequality due to challenged economic growth and the pursuit of social stability. These gala-attending, high jewelry-buying, Birkin bag-collecting personalities saw their social media presence wiped out on Douyin, Zhangzhou, and Weibo. Their social media handles became unsearchable on these platforms. So, article goes on, but what is interesting is the comments underneath that article, which are shocking to me. Because, well, what does this mean? It means that the government is basically deciding for you, you're not going to be allowed to have a presence in the public eye. We don't want to promote overconsumption of luxury goods in our country. The inequality is too, separate. But they're not blocking these people from being rich. They're just hiding the riches from the rest of the population so that the rest of the population can live in kind of that ignorance, not knowing what is really going on in the country. So, but what is shocking to me underneath this article is that a lot of the people commenting, mostly from America, that cannot afford all the Birkins and all the bags and the luxury trips, they're commenting like, yeah, great, that's great. America should do the same. I'm shocked to read these comments because I'm like, really? You want to live in a country where the government controls you and doesn't let you have free speech? Think twice before you say something like this. Careful what you wish for, because it might just come true, honey boo boo. Somebody said, and I think this was the good comment, said, I find it hypocritical that they are only targeting influencers and not celebrities, fashion publications, fashion houses, who is selling that wealth. So it's okay for fashion houses and fashion publications and celebrities to sell it, but you get punished for buying and wearing it? This is a really good point. Really good point. Somebody else says, yikes, censorship is unfair and scary as hell. Somebody else says, this is censorship. Instead of the government fixing its issues, it's doing this. Somebody else said, it's so sad that people can't see other people doing well and just be happy for them. Somebody else says, Americans can have the option to filter their own content by blocking people. You don't want government censorship. Somebody else says, look, I hate billionaires and I hate the mega wealthy flaunting their money, but this is censorship and it is just hiding their wealth, not redistributing or taxing it higher. It won't make a difference for the majority. It will just annoy the wealthy. Somebody else says censorship is truly unconscionable and awful, but also, wealth criminals deplatformed. That's also an interesting point. I mean, isn't this what America is kind of doing to TikTok? Because TikTok is a Chinese-owned company in America. And Biden is saying, well, if you don't sell the company, if you don't make it go public and you sell stock to America, we're going to ban TikTok. I'm like, isn't that the same thing? Just packaged differently? Aren't we doing the same thing? We are. If we're not going to allow TikTok to continue in America, how is that any better from what China did to their major influencers that are flaunting wealth? They just deplatformed them. So because America can't control TikTok, can't control the spyware on TikTok, how they love to spy themselves, well, no, then we're going to ban it. You understand. It's for your own good. You, the consumer, because you're dumb as bread, we're going to take TikTok away from you because you can't handle it. I'm like, let me be the judge of that. How about you let me be the judge of what is good for me or not good for me? How about you let me decide that? Mr./Mrs. Government, okay? How about you let me decide if TikTok is good for me or not? You know what I'm saying? I find like there's so many double standards at the moment, and I'm not liking it at all, really. David says banning TikTok is a scapegoat. So anyway, that's happening this week in China. That's also a little news for you guys. Very bizarre. Let's do another topic. Chanel, baby. Chanel is at it again. Boy, oh boy. This is a huge thing that happened this week. Moonstruck says, my power went off. I'm watching on my phone now. Thumb up the live stream while you're at it. Let me just retouch my makeup for a second. I have to, do the powder. I have air conditioning on full blast because of the burned smell and stuff. I mean, the chaos. Like, you can't make this shit up, you guys. This is like insane. It's one of those days. Hey, Mahora, good morning. Oh, Mahora, my neighbor's house burned. It's been a day. Let me tell you, it's been a day. It's been a day. Good morning, Giovanna Ferrari. How are you, sweetie? Buona mattina. Chinchillin. How's it going? Chinchillin in the house. Hola, everybody. Hi, Chinchillin. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What good, Chinchillin? What good? Alyssa says, Cocoa Crush Cuff is coughing today. Such a sophisticated, cool piece. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it keeps hiding behind my ear. Thank you so much. I love this little baby a lot. So much so that I wear it like every live stream. I just love it to bits. Thank you for noticing, Alyssa. Very kind of you. Thank you. So, yeah, let's do this video. Why is this thing? The fly is just doing whatever it wants to do. The fly lives its life, you guys. Like every fly does. You missed your train, waiting for the next one and watching my homegirl. Yes, Quinn. Okay, so watch your homework. Why would you be beefing at someone else's club? Ain't nobody got time for that. And Pumpkin Ziggy, you gotta go. Great time. Thank you, sweetie. Have a great day. Hey, Quantital. Good morning from France. Good morning. Welcome to the live stream. Beefing at someone else's train. Station, baby. Yes. All right, let's film this one. We're gonna talk Chanel and Leena Nair. Yes, she's back at it again, you guys. Hi, everybody. Dacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. Leena Nair, the president or CEO of Chanel, is at it again, y'all. Chanel has released its earnings from 2023, and a lot of news outlets have been reporting about this. Now, Chanel is a privately owned company, not a publicly owned company, so they do not have shareholders that they have to answer to, meaning Chanel doesn't have to deliver quarterly earning reports. So bear that in mind for later, because all of the public companies have reported their first quarter earnings for 2024. Not the best numbers, but Chanel doesn't have to do that. Chanel just reported 2023. Okay. As far as 2023 is concerned, we got Business of Fashion, a WWD reporting, and you guys have been amazing. Go follow me on Super Dacob Backup, my Instagram account, because everybody's been tagging me underneath those posts saying, Dacob, what's your opinion on this? What's your opinion on this? And I have answered to you guys underneath those particular Business of Fashion, WWD posts. So Business of Fashion posted, Chanel sales rise 16% to $20 billion. Let's talk about this and what my opinions are. But first, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon, Super Dacob, all spelled together there as well for extra perks. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week. Come join the fun. Come join the chats. Hello to my co-chatters in the sidebar. Also, everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. Business of Fashion writes, Chanel's revenues rose 16%, excluding currency shifts, to $19.7 billion in 2023. The French luxury house said on Tuesday, price increases, we're going to get back to the price increases, drove up sales by around 9%, while greater volumes accounted for the rest. Greater volumes. They're producing more and more. Gee, Chanel, you're becoming more and more like H&M, fast fashion, huh? Demand for Chanel's quilted leather handbags, Swiss-made watches, and Bleu de Chanel fragrances held strong across categories throughout the year, even as demand slowed sharply for many luxury rivals. Double-digit growth across all categories continued into the final quarter of 2023, where we delivered a top-line growth of 14%, Blondieu said, he's one of the directors of Chanel. Operating profits rose 11% to $6.4 billion. The record sales and profits represent a testament to the desirability of Chanel's creations and the sustained investment we've made in our brand in creating the ultimate luxury experience for our clients and in supporting our people to grow and develop. Chief Executive Leena Nair told Business of Fashion. Even when they quote her, it sounds so BS. Like, I can't take one word this person says as truthful. I cannot, allegedly. Now, the comments underneath Business of Fashion's Instagram post and WWD's Instagram post, oh, the comments are delicious. People are writing like, yeah, you still suck. I still don't like you. Your quality has been terrible lately, since a while now. People have been like speculating like, oh, you double-digit growth in 2023, it's because you increased your prices. You're covering up. Like, the numbers are cooked, allegedly. The numbers are cooked. It's a privately owned company, so you don't, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, people have been adding me, tagging me underneath these posts, and I replied. And one of the replies I wrote was this. Congratulations to Leena Nair and her team for making more money. In my opinion, turning and twisting numbers is an art form that they excel at, allegedly. Quality is not something they excel at, also allegedly. And 2023 revenue-wise was still okay for most brands in the luxury sector. The public brands already reported their first quarter earnings of 2024, while Chanel, being private, has not. Indeed, it is 2024 where the game gets interesting. We shall just have to wait and see. Exciting times up ahead. Vogue did an interview with Leena about this current reporting by Chanel of their earnings of 2023. Vogue calls it Unstoppable Chanel. CEO Leena Nair on doubling revenue in a decade. Let's see what Leena has to say this time. And actually, this article is more about all of the game players at Chanel kind of giving their sauce, giving their little 2 cents about the situation. Chanel plans to expand its retail footprint in 2024, following a positive year in which it buked the wider luxury slowdown to report double-digit growth. The French luxury house's revenues grew by 16% year-on-year to $19.7 billion in 2023 on a comparable basis at constant currency. Chanel is the second largest luxury brand globally behind Louis Vuitton, whose sales surpassed $22 billion euro in 2023. It's a testament to the desire for Chanel creation and the sustained investment we have made in our clients in creating the ultimate luxury experience for our clients and in supporting our people to grow and develop, said Chanel's global CEO, Leena Nair, on a call with Vogue Business on Tuesday. It's like she says these these things that are just, you just go, oh my God, what did she say again? Oh, that's so mechanical, so lifeless. Oh, oh my God, it's so heavy. It's such a burden every time. Anyway, she goes on, says, the performance in 2023 follows a period of unprecedented growth. In the last decade, we have more than doubled our revenue and more than doubled our headcount. In the last 5 years, we doubled the size of our distribution network. It's like listening to an AI. And I can't help but every time I read quotes by her, I kind of always hear her saying it in her voice. It's so funny. I can't get her voice out of my head, like, the voice and everything. Angie says in the chat, ChatGPT prepared the script, right? Oh my God, it's so annoying. Nothing about quality, none of that. It's just money. We did double money. We did double growth. We did money. We employed more people. We're expanding the business. I'm like, yeah, I get it, H&ML. The Chanel, H&ML. I get it, allegedly. Okay. Nair, who joined Chanel from Unilever in January 2022, said highlights last year included the Métier d'Art fashion show in Manchester, the launch of 31 Le Rouge, a refillable lipstick in a glass case priced at €165, and the Tweed de Chanel high jewelry collection presented at the British Museum in London. Huh? Sorry, I fell asleep there, Leena. Sorry, I missed that whole last part. Anyway. Chanel's growth places it among top performers, including Hermes, whose sales grew 21% in 2023, and blah, blah, blah. Where's the other? I need more quotes here. By region, Chanel's growth in 2023 was led by Asia Pacific, up 21.6%, followed by Europe, up 16.4%, and the Americas, 2.4%. So America is really slowing down. Sales increased in all markets with double-digit growth across all categories. And momentum carried into the final quarter, said Philippe Blondiau, global CFO, who was also on the call. On trading in China, which has proved a challenging market for luxury to navigate over the past year, Blondiau said, there's a kind of redistribution of the Chinese luxury consumption. The Chinese consumers went back to their pre-COVID traveling patterns, which means that while we're still successful with our Chinese clientele, growth is happening outside of China to a very large extent, more in Europe and in Japan than in mainland China. Okay. Blondiau also noted that the role of Chanel's price rises. They call them price rises, not increases. Oh, rises in price rise. No, did they write this wrong? It's not about the price rise. It's about the earning. Well, anyway, quote, the breakdown of the 16% top line growth we had in 2023 was 9% pricing and 7% volume, more or less, he explained. Now, this is an interesting point because this is not something we talk about a lot. The breakdown of their earning, right? They said of the rise, like the big numbers that they made, the breakdown of the 16% growth was 9% pricing and 7% volume. So 9 plus 7 is 16. You see how they're cooking the numbers here? What does this even mean? Are you telling us that of the 16% growth that you had in 2023, 9% of that growth was due to your price increases? And 7% growth was the volume that you sold? I don't have a business major, so I don't know if I'm analyzing this correctly. So please correct me if I'm wrong in the chats or in the comment section later on underneath this video. But if you tell me, Blondiau noted that the role of Chanel's price rises was, quote, the breakdown of the 16% price rise, that growth in 2023, top line growth we had in 2023 was 9% pricing and 7% volume. This to me means your price increases allowed 9% of growth, and the 7 remaining percent of growth was due to the amount of products you sold. And in fact, right after that, they say Chanel typically increases prices every March and September. It's simply reflecting 2 points. And here we go again. They're drilling us from Chanel, telling us that the only reason that they are increasing their prices is to keep up with inflation. Chanel, how come your price increases are higher than the inflation rate then, if you are keeping up with inflation? Why are your price increases higher than the inflation rate? A. And B, he goes on to say that we increased prices in March in a range of 0 to 6%. I'm like, so 0% on certain items, up to 6% for the classics. Make it make sense, Chanel. If you're increasing your prices according to the inflation, why are certain products not increased in price at all? If you're telling me that you need to increase your prices because of inflation, then why are you only increasing the prices on your classics and not on your seasonal pieces? Well, he doesn't say seasonal pieces. He says, we've done it in March of this year. We may do it in the second part of this year, depending on how these two factors, inflation and currencies, fluctuate. Harmonization of prices is their second reason for price increases. They say they want to keep the price harmonized across all countries. It's still not harmonized. There's still a price discrepancy, but they're never going to adjust the prices to go down. They're always going to adjust them higher and higher and higher. To be fair, they did adjust downwards in China back in 2015, but since then, I haven't seen them do that again. But that's just because in 2015, they upped like 15 to 20% their prices in Europe to come closer to the Chinese prices back then. Some of us have been around for a minute and have been analyzing this for decades, so bear with me. So he says, we've done it in March, we might do it again. The two factors, we might increase the prices again in September. Are we going to increase the prices in September? I don't know. He says it depends on the two factors, inflation and currencies. On handbags, we increased prices in March of 2024 in a range of 0 to 6% depending on the types of handbags. 6% was more for the iconic range and 0% in some other types of novelty. So first you're telling me you have to increase the prices according to inflation and currencies, but now you're telling me your price increase depends on the types of handbags. So your price increase doesn't depend on the inflation, it depends on the type of handbag you're selling. In other words, what you're telling me here, Mr. Thing, is that you increase the prices for those products that sell better. Not because of inflation. It's just because you can. You're greedy. In other words, allegedly. You're greedy. Okay, call a spade, Chanel. Please, I'm sick and tired of this. I can't believe they keep selling this crap to us over and over and over again in every single interview. How dumb do you think we are? Amid rumors of a change in creative direction, the executives praised creative director Virginie Viard's collections. Virginie is a very inspiring woman. It's absolutely fabulous to see the creation magic of creators like Virginie. The creation magic? Crickets? Anybody? Crickets? I get feedback from clients all the time about this. Okay, no, you guys, this is Leena Nair. Where, Leena? Where do you get feedback from clients all the time? Okay, so Leena, Virginie is a very inspiring woman. It's absolutely fabulous to see the creation magic of creators like Virginie. I get feedback from clients all the time about the silhouette, the fit, and how beautiful the clothes are landing for our clients, Nair said. Blondieu added, since Virginie took over as a designer of Chanel fashion, more or less in 5 years, And last year alone, the Chanel ready-to-wear business grew by 23%. Ugh. Angie in the chat says, would they start saying the profits of the classic pieces are used to offset the aspirational pieces so everyone can have a piece of the magic of Chanel? They just keep repeating the same stuff. It's like robots talking. Oh my God, this is really... Chanel said it plans to increase its capital expenditure by 50% in 2024 with more real estate and retail investments following a second capital expenditure at over $1.2 billion in 2023 relating to the distribution network, notably the opening of the twin boutique in Milan and the reopening of the flagship boutique in Beverly Hills. The brand's operating profit rose by 10.9% to $6.4 billion in 2023. Nair said, we are a $20 billion business today, and it's because we've always stayed faithful to our fundamentals. You're making it sound like your fundamentals were greed. Why is nobody talking about quality or lack thereof? Why am I not? What's your fundamental, Leena? What? Making money? Girl, the audacity. Building the design of a legitimate brand which means exciting creation, exciting collections, new campaigns, like the latest Bleu de Chanel with Timothée Chalamet film directed by Martin Scorsese, creating the ultimate luxury experience for our clients. Honey, watching Timothée Chalamet in one of the most boring ads of the last 20 years is not an exciting luxury experience for me. Could not be further from it, actually. Seriously. Building the design of a legitimate brand, she says, which means exciting creation, exciting collections. Exciting collections, Leena? Did we or did we not just watch the most depressing Chanel fashion show to ever have hit the runway, which was at the top of a building in Marseille for the cruise Marseille collection, under the rain, gray clouds, sadness galore. The clothes looked terrible. Humble opinion only, my humble opinion only. And you're talking about exciting shows? I mean, I guess if you've worked for Unilever your whole life, everything after that is exciting to you. But again, Leena, all you're showing me through these comments is that you have no clue about Chanel. You're doing numbers, you're doing money, you're doing earnings, you're doing profits, you're doing numbers, you're doing money, you're doing earnings, you're doing profits. But you have no clue about creativity. You have no clue about style. You have no clue about what the heritage of the brand is. So please, zip it. Talk about money, but don't embarrass yourself talking about, oh, this and that. Come on, Leena, please. Thank God, okay, we don't work for you. And there's freedom of speech in this world, in some countries. And so we get to speak our mind. I wonder if people who have been working for Chanel, the brand, for years and decades before Leena came, while Carl was at the helm as artistic director, I wonder if those people are scared to say anything. If they just keep it zipped and smile, very corporate. Corporate doesn't want to know your opinion. If your opinion is constructive criticism, they don't want it. You zip it if you want to progress in the company. Otherwise, they're going to just label you as complicated. Well, we are complicated here in the bunker because we're honest and we speak our mind. We might be uncomfortable for the corporations, but we speak from the heart. And what I'm saying is, I want Chanel to do well. I want Chanel to have the exciting fashion shows, the creativity, the pizzazz, the flair. I want that magic that Chanel used to have. I want it back for Chanel, and I want it back also for me as a customer. But at the moment, Chanel has none of that. So, to me, for me, in my opinion only, So quit the crap, Leena. Come on. Please. Maybe it works for your minions who work for you, or they're used to always saying yes to you so you can use your AI talk with them. Doesn't work with the rest of the world who's not scared to voice their opinion. Chanel, which is owned by Alain and Gérard Wertheimer and started publishing its earnings in 2018, has been subject to several IPO rumors, like to selling the brand, over the years. But Nair, who sought to put the rumors to rest in an interview with the Financial Times last year, reiterated, "There's no IPO on the table. We are privileged to be independent." The more she says it, the less I believe her. Like, really. Tomate Papaya says, "Shut up. Do as we say and look grateful while you do it," is what corporate expects from employees. Completely. Completely. Mahora says, "I think they write stuff for her to say, and she just memorizes it and repeats it like a parrot." I mean, it sounds like that, really. Like, I don't know what else to tell you guys. It's debilitating to say the least. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's debilitating to say the least. And just to touch base, and people are not stupid, you guys. You know, let's go to the Business of Fashion Instagram post and let's, 182 comments. One of them is mine. Somebody says, "Well, when you hike up the prices of the bags at such an alarming rate, of course it's going to show a growth in profit. Notice it said bags, watches, perfume, nothing about ready-to-wear." Somebody else says, "Did they do a 16% increase on prices?" That was the joke, because they did a 16% growth in 2023. So this lady says, "Oh, 16% growth? Is it because you increased your bag prices 16%? Haha." Somebody else says, "They're private, so they self-report, right? If they're self-reporting, I can't imagine they would reveal a loss in profits." Well, I don't know how much it's legal to trick the numbers if you're a privately owned company. Somebody else says, "Yeah, because their bag prices are out of control. I doubt they are selling a lot more units in their established categories, like handbags, clothing, and shoes. Most of the growth has come in the form of price increase." Somebody else is seeing through the BS. Somebody else says, "This is not about being a hater or not a hater. I think deep down we all love the brand, but I think the blatant price increases is truly a slap in the face and taking advantage of customers. The quality and design innovation is just not there. If you own past season Chanel, you know this is true. Disappointing that Leena Nair refuses to acknowledge the dip in quality. I, for one, see more ROI on buying vintage Chanel rather than brand new." There you go. Somebody commented in French. Let me translate. "Yes, it's all about bags, accessories, and perfumes, even some watches, but never ready to wear, right? We understand DC needs to stay because they understand the largest ready-to-wear market is in the US for these very, very mature women. Sorry, I almost forgot the nearly 100% increase in prices on major bag models since 2019. Somebody else says, "Oh, look, people paying a lot more for lower quality bags is giving them good results. Woohoo!" Somebody else says, 16% growth with none of my help because I'm Po. That's a good one. Somebody else is asking I Deserve Couture to pitch in, and I Deserve Couture pitched in and said, "Good for them. If it works, that's great. It still doesn't change my opinion about the brand," and an opinion he does have, and he does not like what he's seeing at the moment. Oh, look, Jerusha Couture in the chats as well. Jerusha, how's it going, sweetie? She brings into the conversation Maddie shops And she says, all because of you, babes. And Maddie also has a YouTube channel. And because Maddie buys a lot of, well, not a lot, but she buys Chanel pret-a-porter clothing, you know. And so Jerusha, I guess, is making a joke about that. Anyway. Strangely, only some of the increased profit is as a result of price hikes. Other elements include higher volume from what the summary states. How can this be? Despite what the influencers say about the quality, they are not the demographic Chanel is targeting. If the ultra-wealthy don't mind the decline in quality and are able to stomach the price rises, then the boom for Chanel continues. Weird. Maybe the unraveling will play out in the 2024 numbers. I think so, unless they decide not to disclose them again. You know, that very curious, since many representatives have told me their sales are down, says somebody else, and are offering incentives to fashion advisors to sell more bags. Somebody else says they rose up prices for almost 200% and the sales increased 16%. Either try to fool people or fool themselves. Somebody else says Chanel is fashion. It's not just a brand created for business. Chanel represents a soul, a style that can be recognized by a crowd of 1,500 people. That's its strength. No other brand has managed to have such a strong visual identity as Chanel. I think Chanel is still living off of its golden era of Karl Lagerfeld, you know. And the memory of his fashion at Chanel is still very active and present in the world. But as the memory of him starts fading, oh, trust you me, so will this magic of Chanel. They better step it up, because they're not going to live off of old glories forever. Forget about it. You know. Oh, somebody else comments something very interesting. Somebody else says, relax. I'll give you another piece of news. The success isn't due to Virginie Viard, but to the quiet luxury that continues to appeal. Soon, though, Chanel will wake up from the dream, and for the brand, it will be only nightmares. The shade. This is a really good comment. Random thought. Just like hot dogs, just because it sells doesn't mean it's pretty or good for you. You know what? This is the one. This is the comment that takes the cake for me. This comment deserves to be pinned at the top of everything. That's period. I mean, I could not have said it better myself. Just because a hot dog sells so much doesn't mean it's pretty and don't mean it good for you. So let me know your thoughts and prayers down below. Thumb up this video, subscribe, and until next time, I reiterate, everything I said in this video was alleged and just my opinion, not rooted in truths or facts. Until next time, never forget to never give up on love. Love you loads. Bye. Comments down below. Angel Chang said, hi Angel, by the way. I think it's harder to see the decline in quality if you have a very big handbag collection. It will take some years to notice when you use the bags more often. Also a good point. Tomate Papaya says, oh, comparing Chanel products to hot dogs, that's brutal, but great simile, right? Chinchillin says, Dacob takes screenshots, LOL, before they shut off comments. Business of fashion is not going to shut off comments. But I'm going to photograph the hot dog comment. I'm going to put that on a t-shirt. Oh, toot. Thank you, my love.
Tut donated $6.
Thank you, sweetie. The harp of shame. Thank you, sweetie. Very generous of you. Lynn says, good chat, Dacob. Thank you, Lynn. Hi, 5 foot nothing. How's it going, sweetie? Chinchillin says, Dacob takes screenshots. I read that one already. Didi Bean says, Dacob, I finally understand what the hype about Chanel was after seeing 5 foot nothing Chanel's vintage mermaid and other special bags. Oh, OMG. I mean, 'twas the time. I mean, they still do amazing stuff if you know, perfumes and some costume jewelry, you know, it's not all bad, but a lot of it is not good. You know what I'm saying? It's not all good. No, 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 no. Whew, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this one out for the next topic. And actually, here it is. Okay. Oh, I got to touch up the makeup, getting oily. My top is not Chanel. No. Somebody asked. Chinchillin is asking. No. It's not. What's a Barbie coffee? Amo. What do you mean Barbie coffee? What? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean Barbie coffee? Oh, this Barbie cup. I'm drinking tea. Amo, the MIG. Amo, we're going through an aneurysm. So anyway, let's do the $2 million. Okay, let's film this. Hey, Coco Convert, your first live. Welcome, Dacob, looking fab as always. Welcome, sweetie. Glad you're with us. Oh, 5 foot nothing. Thank you so much, my love.
5FD Nothing donated $50. Thank you for keeping it real.
Oh, thank you, my love. They're always so generous to me. Thank you. Look, we got the harp of shade towards the tip. 5 foot nothing. Are you ready? Let's play it. Bubbles, hit it. Thank you so much. Yes, Hermes is playing the music, honey. Hermes is playing the music while we're throwing shade at Chanel. Oh, living. It's like an episode of Dynasty, or as the Brits would say, Dynasty. Hi, JJW. Obsessed with the MIG. Yes, I love it too. Chinchillin says, yeah, cool. Amo says, no shade, only Barbie coffee mug. I like the MIG though. But anyway, $2 million worth of Hermes bags stolen. Let's film this. $2 million worth of Hermes bags stolen. Where could it happen? Let's get to it. First, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Get access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon. Super Dacob all spelled together there as well for extra perks. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week. Come join the fun. Come join the chats. Hello to my co-chattors. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. Where could such a heist happen? $2 million worth of Hermes bags stolen. What do you guys think? Florida, darling. Where else? Of course in Florida. Miami Beach luxury heist. One suspect confesses to stealing $2 million worth of Hermes bags from the Setai Hotel. Now, I do believe that the Setai Hotel was like selling them pre-loved or something, because from the images that I have, it looks like it's not an Hermes boutique at all. It seems like it's, you know, I don't know, consignment store of sorts. Which leads me to believe, like, wait, did they have authentic bags or not? Was this an internal job for insurance purposes? Of course, everything allegedly. And of course, think about it this way. I mean, in Florida, all the criminals end up in Florida because they're kind of, it's easier to do stuff. So if your security allows somebody to steal $2 million worth of bags, I'm suspicious that you're in on it to claim money, insurance money, because maybe the bags are not authentic. I mean, allegedly. I'm just like devil's advocate here, playing devil's advocate. A heist akin, so the article is from Hoodline. The article is from the Hood, of course. Hoodline.com states that a heist akin to a movie plot unfolded at a Lux Miami Beach hotel where two men made off with a haul of Hermes handbags worth nearly $2 million, authorities said. The grand theft occurred in the plush confines of the Wrist Aficionado store inside the City Hotel on South Beach. Miami Beach police said on a quiet early morn in March, the thieves looted the luxury goods and fled, setting off an intense investigation that has led to one arrest thus far. We have images to share. So let's share the images. According to, we'll go. So this is the dude with a bucket. And that's the other dude, okay? There they are. Here they are with their buckets, and they're they're filling up the buckets. They're putting all the bags in the buckets, and they're leaving. It's the buckets for me. I mean, it's the buckets for me. You could have taken trash bags. It would have been a little bit more comfortable for the thief. Not here to give thieves any ideas. But the bucket it's big. You gotta schlep this thing through the whole hotel anyway. So according to NBC Miami, the surveillance footage captured two masked marauders muscling their way into the store with oversized green garbage bins. Only in Florida, baby. The suspects, with methodical frenzy, swept dozens of high-priced Hermes Birkin bags into their makeshift loot bins. Next picture. So here's Super Mario. Luigi is on the other side. Super Mario and Luigi. They're probably it's Princess Peach, baby. Princess Peach said to Mario, honey, you ain't getting my muffin no mo, unless you don't bring me all the Birkins from the stove. And Super Mario is like, bum 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 bum, dun 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 dun. And this is level 10 of Super Mario Brothers. He broke into the Bowser Castle, and Princess Peach was like, you ain't getting my muffin, honey, without the Birkins. The suspects with methodical frenzy. The pricey accessories, which can fetch between $20K and $35K a pop, were then hauled off in a stolen van. Even the van, oh man. And an orange Hyundai Santa Fe. The breakthrough in the case came when detectives found the Santa Fe and confronted its owner, 45-year-old Super Mario. I'm not saying the name of the guy, let's just call him Super Mario. He looks like Super Mario. According to the arrest report, Super Mario yielded to the evidence against him and gave a full confession. It's me, Mario. I stole the bags. Okay, for Princess Peach. According to the arrest report, Mario yielded to the evidence against him and gave a full confession. Mario was booked into jail, Local 10 News reported, on charges including grand theft, masked burglary, and unlawful use of a communication device. Okay. Can we talk about this part of the story? What is an unlawful use of a communication device? Ring, 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 ring. Hello? Hi. Is this Super Mario? Am I gonna get in trouble because I'm using a communication device unlawfully because it's not a real telephone? Like, am I now starting to understand that I'm not allowed to use my phone anymore, like for my live streams? Is this unlawful? You can't answer the question, Mario? Oh, because you're in the slammer? Oh, they don't let you do phone call? All right, sweetie. Well, I'll send Bowser to bail you out because I know you're in cahoots. All right, bye. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Ciao, Super Mario, eh? Buona giornata. Ciao. Next picture. This is Luigi. Okay. So Luigi, he's in his haunted mansion mode, and there you go. So officials underscored the sheer audacity and value of the... By the way, the phone call never happened. It's a Moschino phone cover from 2015 from the Barbie collection. Jeremy Scott did a good job that year. Officials underscored the sheer audacity and value of the theft. Over 60 luxury handbags stolen from under the nose of hotel security. In Florida, stolen under the nose of hotel security. Like, the hotel security is like, well, we'll go, we'll go. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly. So while Super Mario is facing the music for his part in the elaborate theft, Luigi remains a ghost. Literally. Haunted mansion. With police keeping the dragnet wide and the investigation active, authorities are piecing together this brazen act of larceny, one that has seen swanky South Beach's veneer of serenity momentarily pierced by the urgency of crime. Okay, can I just say, this particular paragraph, this was ChatGPT. No human being would write a paragraph like this. This is not written by a human. Let me read it again. Listen, and you tell me, guys, if you think this is ChatGPT, AI, or if a human wrote this. Authorities are piecing together this brazen act of larceny, one that has seen swanky South Beach's veneer of serenity momentarily pierced by the urgency of crime. Bitch, no. No human wrote this. This is ChatGPT. Thank you. This is ChatGPT. The case has taken another twist as the orange Hyundai was also recognized as a suspect vehicle in another burglary at a jewelry store in Hillsborough County. The operation 10 days earlier bore similarities to the South Beach handbag heist, suggesting a serial element to the crimes. As of now, Miami Beach police have not released any new details about the second suspect, but confirmed the investigation is ongoing. So Super Mario basically is a serial thief. So the orange Hyundai, yeah. 5 Foot Nothing is like, yeah, definitely AI. Brenda Romero is like, yeah, AI, baby. This article reeks of AI. So anyway, you guys, I hope they apprehend Luigi and Mario, and I hope that all the bags are returned back to Bowser's castle unscathed. And I do hope that Princess Peach finds a different outlet to binge and indulge in her luxury desires. Princess Peach, this is no way to ascertain luxury products. You do not convince Super Mario and Luigi to steal handbags for you. Seriously, we got a problem. I think Princess Peach needs an intervention. Thank you, guys. Let me know in the comments down below. And until next time, thumb up the video, subscribe, and never give up on love. Bye. It's insane. It's so funny, right? Olga says, creative writing taken to extreme. It is like the writer was trying to use up all of the vocabulary of the article. Olga! It does sound like that, doesn't it? Like Moira Rose. It's like Moira Rose wrote the article. You know, when they made her say like the weirdest stuff. Anyway. Well, we'll go. Let me just check that. Next article. These new status symbols are redefining luxury. These new status symbols are redefining luxury. Hi, Heaven. How's it going? Grace Chen says, it's like they copied and pasted from AI and put submit into the article. I think that's what you wanted to say, right? Heaven says, this makes me realize now all the AI crap I do read but miss, I'll just read thinking, gosh, this writer sucks. Huh? Right? Amo says, you go. We'll go, Amo. Heaven says, hello, guys. Hi, Heaven. Still to this day, my favorite AI article was the first one we ever read here in the Fashion Bunker several years ago at this point about the lady the eulogy that was written by the AI. You guys remember. We reread it just a week ago. Super funny. Oh, Grace Chen says students at university just blatantly cut and pasted AI answers into their assignment. Wow. Yes, JJW, poor woman. She didn't even have a horse. No. And she owes us more poems. She owes us more poems. In lieu of current circumstances, send her more life. The funeral will be held at 1977. So anyway. Just a second, you guys. These new status symbols are defining luxury. These new status symbols are redefining luxury. Okay, hit it, Bubbles. These new status symbols are redefining luxury. For our ongoing series about the end of luxury, we also have to see the other side of the token, which is redefinition of luxury, because, well, when something comes to an end, something new begins. How does luxury manage to thrive and survive or rise from its own ashes like the phoenix? Well, according to certain reports and articles, there are ways that this is happening. Let's touch base on 11 factors or elements that are currently, in 2024, redefining luxury. Let's get to it. But first, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon, Super Dacob, all spelled together there as well for extra perks. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week. Come join me. Come join the fun. Come join the chats. Listen, Linda, everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. Period. As they say, period. So, this is an article about how currently rich millennials are creating a new status symbol or new status symbols. And here are 11 ways they are redefining luxury. Business Insider reports. Now, there's a lot of different categories here in a lot of different countries, of course, because in the last years, most spending for luxury has come from China. This is why a lot of this report is connected to the behavioral pattern of customers that are spending billions in China. But Europe and America is also taken into account. Very fascinating. So they state basically that millennials, and for the most part Chinese millennials, are redefining luxury status symbols by refocusing on quiet luxury and personal style. Okay, so let's begin. The first point, they've moved past allegiance with specific brands. So apparently, people are less into falling victim to wearing head-to-toe logos, branded, like being a total Oompa Loompa of the brand. And so people are now, the millennials that have the money, are going into the quiet luxury terrain still, less is more. You got to know what you're spending your money on, and not everybody's going to see immediately from a mile away that you are wearing luxury brands. And so many of the millennials are looking for, not millennials, of the Gen somethings are looking for, even within the brands that have the big logos, they're still trying to, and if they love said brands, they're still within those brands looking for stuff that doesn't have the blatantly visible over-the-top logos. So they say garish Gucci prints and flashy Louis Vuitton logos are no longer a top priority for luxury customers looking to display their style as a status symbol. These millennials are less loyal to specific brands than their parents' generation. The shade that this article throws. Next point, point 2, less loud luxury, more quiet luxury, which to me is like point 1, really. Less logos, quiet luxury. They say those who buy from designer brands are doing so more subtly. Lao Kia Feng, sorry for butchering the name, a concept similar to the Western old money aesthetic, has become a favorite of rich millennials in China. It refers to looking put together in an effortless way. This younger cohort is inclined to convey their elevated societal standing in understated ways, Elisa Harka, CEO of consultancy firm Red Ant Asia, told Business Insider. Harka points to brands like The Row, which exemplify this style. The brand, founded by former child stars Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen, prioritizes an anti-trendiness, focusing instead on simplicity, style, and comfort. Even though the clothes may look understated, the key is in the details. Wealthy customers will want a high standard of customer service through talking one-on-one to sales associates or being in contact with brands over WeChat to hear about exclusive products, Harka said. Weird. Point 3, group travel is out, solo travel is in. Isn't that interesting? So apparently, rich millennials, compared to their parents, the article says, travel alone, not in group. In the past, 2 families would join together, 2 kids each, mother, father, plus 2 kids plus 2 kids. That's 8 people would travel together or even more. Group trips, no, not anymore. Now it's like, no, solo trips, solo travel. So they say younger people, especially those already well-traveled or that have studied abroad, are opting for solo travel or traveling with small groups of friends. Adventurous and immersive experiences to one-of-a-kind destinations are top of the travel list for this cohort. Think glamping safaris and trips to the Antarctica or Iceland. And then you can see Bjork in her natural habitat walking around Iceland. It's Bjork. Welcome to Iceland. Number 4, pre-loved luxury fashion. Pre-loved luxury fashion has taken off in the West as a more sustainable way to shop for designer brands, and many rich millennials are following suit, especially in China. For one, it's more sustainable, reflecting your values in your purchases, and it's becoming more important for customers. And as such, the environmental impact of the textile industry is a great concern for those buying clothes, said Olivia Plotnick, founder of Y Social, a Shanghai-based social media agency. So, luxury consumers are turning to second-hand clothing using platforms like Vestiaire Collective, The Real, and Mercari. Well, good luck to you if you're using said platforms. We made quite a few videos on Vestiaire Collective and The Real. Doesn't paint a pretty picture. But for some Chinese people, secondhand clothing items are associated with superstitions. Did you guys know that? I didn't. This is something new I've just learned recently. That for some Chinese people, secondhand clothing items are associated with superstitions of bad luck and negative energy. But these beliefs hold less weight for younger generations, Harka told Business Insider. An added bonus of vintage and secondhand clothes is that they can be more individual than clothes found on the rack. Finding unique, pre-loved clothes is a way to express individuality through fashion choices, Harka said. These items can have a more personal story behind them. Not gonna lie, when I am forced to buy something pre-loved because it's not available new anymore, I kind of feel the bad zhuzh, like the energy of the other person that wore the stuff, whether it's positive or negative energy. I feel somebody else's energy, whether it be positive or negative. And it takes me some time to clean and rid that pre-loved item from that other person's energy or energies, if it was owned by several people before it got into my hands. And it always takes me some time before I feel comfortable in those clothes, like before those clothes really become mine. It takes me some time. Does that make any sense? So in a way, what they're saying here about Chinese people, secondhand clothing associated with superstitions of bad luck, subconsciously I've been feeling that way too. Like I always want to air the pieces I get. I want whatever energy is there to leave. I'm not saying I do rituals like a witch or something, but mentally I definitely kind of like think in my mind, energy be gone, energy be gone. And then I put like, if it's a pre-loved bag, I'm going to put one of those clothing sheets, the ones that you put in the dryer sheets. I'm going to put that in a bag so that it cleanses, I'll clean it extra. I do these like things just to kind of zhuzh it up and get all the bad potential zhuzh out of the pre-loved item. So I'm feeling this. Number 5, buying products that come with an experience. Social media and the internet have made it easier to identify highly coveted items. So for luxury consumers, these brands are becoming too conspicuous. This is kind of harder to understand. An exec at drinks conglomerate Diageo told Business Insider about how the company is trying to appeal to this type of consumer. As in Asia, for example, the whiskey market is growing. So it's doing so by investing in reopening distilleries like Port Ellen off the coast of Scotland to offer premium whiskey tours. It's not enough to just say, this is 45 years old Port Ellen cask. They want to say they journeyed to Scotland, tested all these different whiskeys, and to tell you about the experiences they had, said Ewan Andrew, Diageo president of Global Supply Chain and Procurement. There are 2 main reasons customers are drawn to these experiential goods, according to Langer. First, some people are attracted to brands that make them feel like part of an exclusive club and find their egos satisfied by VIP experiences. Another group finds more satisfaction in the authenticity and individuality of these experiences over overt displays of wealth. I don't fall in that category. I couldn't care less. Bikini Burger says, all pre-loved stuff in the chats, all pre-loved stuff makes me feel itchy. I know it's psychological, but I can't shake it, so I don't buy pre-loved. I know what you're saying. But my mom said something really intelligent to me, because my mom also loves pre-loved. She said, you know what, Dacob? It's used, it's dirty, but wear it 2-3 times, and that dirt becomes your dirt. Very, very clever, my mom. Point 6, fine dining in Michelin-starred and Black Pearl-rated restaurants. Okay, this is an old one. Another emerging hobby among this affluent group is enjoying the burgeoning fine dining industry. The Michelin Guide, which entered China in 2016, attracted some criticism for being too Western-centric, according to the South China Morning Post. That's where the Black Pearl Guide comes in. It was set up in 2018 by Meituan, a Chinese food delivery giant, to appeal to Chinese consumers from a Chinese perspective. But both guides are still popular with luxury consumers, according to Banta. These customers like to tick off highly rated restaurants in their own city and wherever they travel. Same applies really everywhere. Point 7, in America and Europe as well. You're always going to have the snobs that are going to want to go only to the most expensive, chic restaurants of their city, to be seen in them, to be able to say that they've eaten there, la-di-da. Point 7, choosing not to have kids. Now, this is an interesting one because the governments and the states are dying out because babies aren't being born. Now, China had a law years ago. You remember, every family, because they had surplus of natality, so they did not allow families to have more than one child. And you had to pay a huge penalty if you had more than one child. And if you still kept going and making more kids, you could have ended up in jail. I'm not so sure if in all of China this law is still enforced. Doesn't really matter because the people with money are choosing not to have kids anyway. So I guess now what is China going to do? Are they going to now enforce a law that you have to have at least one kid, otherwise you're going to end up in jail, or they're going to inseminate you artificially? Wouldn't pass it by them to do so, allegedly. Choosing not to have kids. There's also been a cultural shift in societal attitudes towards marriage and parenthood, changing how wealthy millennials approach life milestones. Some see having kids as a bad investment. Instead, this generation is more inclined to prioritize personal freedom, career development, and individual pursuits over starting a family, according to Harka. Interesting. Point 8. Those who want kids are keen to maintain a level of luxury after giving birth. And to this point, many companies started opening up luxury postnatal retreats. They have become apparently popular with wealthy millennials, and some can cost over $28,000 a month. Some new mothers in China have been flocking to these luxury postnatal retreats in Singapore, Bloomberg reported. The centers offer around-the-clock care for new parents, including lactation consultants, nannies, and chefs. The custom of staying inside your home for a month to recuperate after childbirth has been documented as early as 960 in China. Point 9. Splashing out on luxury home decor. Interesting. Chinese millennials are investing their money in luxury home decor to elevate their living spaces and enhance their quality of life. Brands like Tom Dixon and Muto are popular choices for furniture, lighting, and home accessories in China. They are designing every room with painstaking detail, according to Banta. Them and Gwyneth Paltrow, who hires somebody to curate her library. Yeah. The books are color coordinated to match the furniture. The covers of the books and the titles of the books inspire you. Mind you, the books don't necessarily have to be red. Not color red. Red as in reading. You don't have to read those books. Those books just have to look cutesy in your living room. The books have to match the furniture. Okay? Nobody reads anymore. Splurging on wellness is point 10. We're almost there, guys. Point 11 is the last point. Luxury wellness and self-care products such as skincare, beauty, and wellness supplements are all gaining popularity among healthy, conscious Chinese millennials. Post-lockdown, so the pandemic spurred the wellness trend, particularly for Gen Z and millennials. Post-lockdown, people became more interested in wellness supplements to aid diet and improve health. McKinsey 2024 wellness report showed that 85% of its survey participants from China had purchased more in the longevity and healthy aging category in the past year than in prior years, with Gen Z and millennials leading the charge over older generations. Point 11, brands that stand for something. In other words, greenwashing, in my humble opinion. This cohort of wealthy millennials in China is more concerned about shopping from sustainable brands. Eco-friendly materials and sustainable production are an increasingly important consideration for luxury purchases. Independent luxury brands that offer more authentic products and those that draw on cultural heritage are also highly in demand, Plotnick said. What do you guys think about this list? I think it doesn't just apply to China. I think this applies kind of worldwide. Don't you agree? But it sounds very green wishy-washy. Wishy-washy. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, let me know your thoughts down below. Eesh. As far as I'm concerned, underneath wellness, I would add perfumes because that makes me feel good about myself. So I'm always going to keep purchasing my perfumes because they're the love of my life and they make me feel some type of way. Everything else, I mean, you know, we can live without. Food, air, roof above my head, books that I actually read that are not just color coordinated to my living room, and fragrances. We'll go. You understand. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know your thoughts and prayers down below. Until next time, never forget to never give up on love. Bye. Hi, Hot Pink Ray. How, Ryan? Fegntech. I wish I had a Chinese lactation consultant. Yes, Ryan. I think we all need a Chinese lactation consultant. Hi, Holy Grace. We should start up a book club, but a book club where we do not read the books. We just sit together, sipping our tea and showing off the cover of the book and saying, look, darling, the cover of this book matches my makeup today. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it isn't it marvelous? And then you sit in front of me and say, oh, yes, darling, and I have a book with a red cover to match my eye makeup. Oh, marvelous. Robbie Lorraine, good night to you, sweetie. JLB, good morning to you. Somebody goes to sleep, somebody wakes up. Jacqueline McKinney, hi, how's it going, Jacqueline? JLB says, bonjour tout le monde. Sorry, let me scroll down quickly. The chat left me. Juste un petit coucou avant d'aller travailler en français. Son accent. Oh, thank you. You're going to go to work, just a quick hello to say hi before you go to work. I love the fact that I can understand your accent. A thumb up before leaving. Have a great live. Can't wait to watch the replay. Thank you, JLB. Have a wonderful day. So good morning. Okay, now let me update the chats. And Holly Grace says, it is dinner time in Australia. Thursday, darling. Well, happy dinner, Australia. 5 Foot Nothing is laughing about the book club. Angie says books should match the Dior book tote. Yes, of course, darling. Now, since we have quite a few Australian lovely people in the chats, I know a lot of you have a really healthy sense of humor, so you understand me when I make jokes. But just to be very clear, very lovely subscriber of mine and also supporter of the Fashion Bunker, Patrice, who is also from Australia, also loves Chanel. You know, I say something in my live streams often, and I call Australia the penal colony. And she got a little bit offended. And I just want to apologize, and I mean it in the best of ways. So for all my Australian viewers and friends out there, and I explained it to Patrice as well, no harm intended. It's a roast. It's something very typical for America. You just throw shade. It's gay culture as well, but also, you know, there's a whole culture of like roasting somebody. And by saying that, I am the first to roast myself. in the last live stream where we were talking about Australia in terms of penal colony, in that same live stream, I showed the most ridiculous portrait of myself made by Bubbles made me look like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. And I showed it, and we laughed about me. And I'm totally fine of making jokes about myself, laughing about myself. That is a healthy sense of humor. You roast yourself. You don't take yourself too seriously. But for the people that might take it too seriously and be offended, my apologies. It really... See, I have makeup here. Damn it, I had this stain under my eye this whole time. I knew I did something wrong. Let me just touch up my makeup quickly. So I just want to say sorry, you guys. It's all meant in good, healthy fun. Like, please don't get angry for that. Seriously. You know what I'm saying? Just going to touch up my makeup quickly. So, but I wanted to say this. Holy Grace says, I have no limits and I'm never offended, so go for it. No, but that's all. I mean, and also, to be perfectly honest and fair, part of the joke about the penal colony is because of certain individuals in Australia that have been very shady towards me. So I'm just like, okay, careful what you wish for. If you're coming for me, don't expect me to stay silent. I don't take well to bullies, and bullies want to silence you, but it doesn't work with me. So if you want to silence me, you're in for a treat. Exactly, 5'0". It's a two-way street. It's definitely a two-way street. Angie says, so not offended, but then I am a migrant myself. We all are, Angie. That's the whole point. We're all migrants. It's all funny. Kari says, oh, come on. The names I've been called since a child because of my race. Super D is a good one. Thank you, Kari. Yes, I've been also made fun of my whole life, you guys. That's our society. It's a bully. You know, we just don't take it seriously. Dacob is from Canada, says Amo, but he speaks French. Dacob is from... How do you know, Amo? How do you know I'm from Canada? How do you know? Grace Chen says, oh, by the way, speaking of roasting oneself and others, I felt that Mr. Seinfeld's speech during the commencement 2024 of Duke University about humor is worth noting. I don't know that one. I don't know that one. Kari says, and he's Italian. Amos says, like, I know you're Canadian. Grace Chen says, I can't appreciate that price tag either, Ice Storm. What was the price tag? Oh, 5'0". Bullies need to learn that. Yeah, they can't just silence you. You see, now I touched up the makeup. Now it looks good. Damn it. I filmed all my videos with like black spots under my eyes. I'm going to look like a monster. Oh, it's the accent, Amo. The accent gave me away. Now you know I'm Canadian. Darn, you got me. Naked Eye says, it's cool that Dacob speaks French. It's a language of love. Oh, baby. Lerv, baby. The language of lerv. Holy Grace says, yeah, my ancestry is Irish-German, but born in Australia. You see, we're all over the place, Holly. We're all over the place. Thank you, Grace Chen. Love your jacket. Thank you so much, sweetie. Thank you, thank you. You guys. I might have a surprise for you. I'm working on the surprise. Ciao. Lips are so difficult to deal with, like when you're streaming and on camera a lot. You got to fix the lips, fix the makeup. Oh my God. Tom, thank you so much.
Tom donated $6. Inspiring as always, Dacob. If you don't mind, is there something you can tell us about the distribution of Art Lovers doc? EU or US wise? In any case, can't wait to see it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me do the harp first. Hit it, Bubbles. Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much. Very generous and kind of you. And also thank you for asking about Art Lovers Unite. There will be a premiere in the US, but there are no news yet. Oh, Amo, you're leaving? Au revoir, Dacob. À tout à l'heure, Amo. À tout à l'heure. So as soon as I know more, I will be publicly posting about it. But for now, I still cannot say. But there will be a physical premiere of Art Lovers Unite, my movie with Patrick J. Thomas and Vivienne Westwood in America. That's all I can say for now. And I have a surprise for you. Hold on a second.
Chanel!
Okay, I have a surprise for you guys. I have a special guest. I have a special guest. And hold on, let me just fix my makeup. So, before we get to the guest, I really wanted to have this guest on for Mother's Day. You know, we had a special live stream for Mother's Day where all the lovely ladies that are friends or inspiration to me or people I just love to support called in, and we had several, calls supporting our, mother energy, right? And unfortunately, I could not get one guest to come on because of the time difference. We are in different time zones. And so since then, we've been kind of talking and trying to coordinate. My God, my hair's a mess. We've been trying to coordinate to get to actually do a call together on my channel. And this is somebody who has never been on my channel before with me in the bunker talking, but it is somebody who does follow the Fashion Bunker and has commented quite a few times underneath my videos. And it is also someone that I know thanks to the YouTube algorithm, because the YouTube algorithm sucks, okay? But let's just put those keywords in. Birkin, Mr. Beast, Bitcoin, Birkin, Mr. Beast, okay?
Butter.
Let's trigger the algorithm. So no thanks to the algorithm, I got to know this wonderful lady because usually I vet people when they ask to follow me on Dacob CC. That's a private Instagram account of mine. So, go follow me there. It's my kind of like Chanel fan account. And when people kind of request to follow me on Dacob CC, I always kind of vet them because I don't want bots or resellers or consignments or whatever. No, this is just for us who are passionate about the history of Chanel and stuff like that. So anyway, so this lady requested to follow me, and I vet her. I check her Instagram account, and I'm like, oh, there's a YouTube link. Well, let me check the YouTube link. And I go to her YouTube channel. I'm like, aha. She talks about fashion. She talks about fashion history. She's a fashion historian. She made some videos on Chanel. I'm like, oh boy. She made videos about Chanel. Is this going to be one of those people that's going to make videos about how Chanel was a collaborator, blah, blah, blah. All debunked rumors, by the way. Go check out my video on the 5 books to read on Coco Chanel's life. I digress. Before you knew it, I am like 3 hours in, watched a ton of her videos, one after the other, couldn't stop myself. They were really good. And the videos she made about Chanel were not just good, they were delicious. And trust you me, it's really hard to teach me anything new about cocoa. This lady managed. She knows her shit. So, it is my honor to call in this lovely lady now. And then I'm going to tell you her name, and I'm going to tell you her YouTube channel, and I'm going to tell you to subscribe to her, because the YouTube algorithm has been shitty to her as well. Because she deserves really a ton of subscribers. So I want to highlight her on my channel, and I'm going to call her right now. We're just going to do the phone. We're not going to do the camera. So Tam says, oh, I'm excited. No, really, she's amazing, you guys. Okay, here goes. I'm calling you, Missy. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, dear. You're live on YouTube. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think so. Let me quickly try.
Okay, perfect, because I can hear you.
Great.
Now, you guys, let me blend in Liz. Here's a photo of lovely Liz. There she is, you guys, from the Pink Lookbook. That's the YouTube channel, right, Liz? Did I say it correctly?
Yeah.
The Pink Lookbook. Okay, guys. So this is Liz. I know on your channel you state, and on your Instagram account you state very clearly the country you're in. Am I allowed to say the country?
Of course. It's also advertisement for the country.
Okay, so Liz is from Austria, you guys. Liz is from Austria. She speaks, of course, German, but she also speaks wonderfully English. Her videos are in English, so guys, don't get scared just because she's from Austria. Don't think that her videos are in German. They are in English, so go check her out. The Pink Lookbook. Now, Liz, thank you so much for coming to the show, first of all. I know you're busy.
No, first of all, thank you. I can't believe, like, when you just said those things, my heart started beating because I was so excited. You can't imagine when you started subscribing to my channel, because I was following you already for some time. And then I suddenly see like, oh, Super Dacob subscribed to your channel. And then I was like, oh my God, I made a screenshot.
Oh, sweetie, I was, okay, Liz, I cannot tell you how freaking excited I was when I discovered your channel. Your videos, so refreshing. You know what you're talking about. You know your design history. Like, and also, your videos, they're not highly edited. Like, you're one of those people that actually manages to say full sentences without having to edit in between. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really don't know what to say. Like, for me, you saying these things and also subscribing to my channel was, as I said, an honor. And also it showed me, okay, I'm doing something right.
You're doing something right.
Your insights.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you so much.
What you are doing. And then if somebody like you follows me, it's like, wow.
No, I mean, amazing. So first of all, so you have studied fashion history, right?
Yes. So it's a bit more complicated than that. I actually
tell us about you.
Business.
Mm-hmm.
And I did something very, very different before. I was actually working in finance. But I was always very much interested in fashion and always had this dream of like doing something in fashion, maybe joining the fashion industry. But then I realized I'm not really a corporate type of person. I wanted to work for myself, basically. And then over the years, I was just doing my own business. I also have a fashion brand, a small one for bespoke items. But I always wanted to share the knowledge that I have. And then after some time, I decided to study art history next to my job with a focus on design and fashion. And then I was like, okay, now I'm finished with art history. I want to share all of this. I'm so excited to talk about these topics. I want more people to know that fashion is not only about, I don't know, going into a shop and dropping €1,000 or something like this. It's more than this. And then I was like, okay, I'm trying to venture out, put myself in front of the camera and talk to strangers.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just started, and the feedback, even though it's still small, it's been amazing. Like, obviously, there are people who want to learn more about fashion. And this was also for me to connect with people like you and your community, where we can have deep conversations, geeky conversations sometimes about fashion.
Yeah, definitely geeky conversations. But, and we also don't take ourselves too seriously. But I just want to add one more thing. I don't know your personal brand, so I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not, until I don't know the person behind the brand personally, sure. I don't know if I should endorse or not. But since people are asking me in the chats, they're saying, oh my gosh, Liz's jacket is so pretty. You guys, Liz has her own company. She actually makes clothes.
Oh, thank you. I didn't expect that now.
Well, no, because people in the chats are saying, I love her jacket. Hello, Liz. Oh, 5 Foot Nothing says, me too. I love the jacket. It's gorgeous. So while we're at it, Liz, plug in your business if you want to.
Okay, thanks. I will just briefly explain the jacket, because there's also a story to this. Because for me, it's very important. I work with artisans in India to make these jackets and also shawls, to also keep the traditional crafts alive, to give them an opportunity, because we all know fashion has become a mass business. A lot of things are now machine made. It's not about the people and the craft behind it. And I started the business to actually put them into the spotlight, and their craft. And this jacket is actually 100% handmade, hand embroidered in Kashmir. So this is something very special also to me when I do these collaborations with the artisans in India, because for me, luxury should be about the craftsmanship. But as we know from all your videos, unfortunately, a lot of brands have lost this approach. They may still advertise the craftsmanship, but sometimes we're disappointed with the quality, we're disappointed with the ethical standards, the sustainability, and we actually would love to see more than this. So that's basically the idea behind it.
Yeah, I'm just always a little bit cautious when it comes to these things, or when somebody from a first world country, opens a business and goes, and works with people from, Bangladesh or Indonesia or whatever. And because, and also I have friends who are working in the fashion industry. One of my acquaintances worked for a while at Balmain, and all of their embroidery, it's all done in India and in Bangladesh. Yep. But it says made in France when it arrives back to France, and they just put the last button on.
And this is exactly the issue that I also had, and what I wanted to tell you also about your reservations that you have. I had the same ones, and I have to also kind of explain something here. Mm-hmm. I have family also in India. Mm-hmm. My husband is also Indian, and we actually go to these places. I really go and see the artisans.
Yes, I've checked your website. I've seen all the photos. I've vetted you. I've seen the photos. I've seen photos of you with the artisans. Yeah, no, go for it. Sorry.
And I just wanted to make this clear, because for me, it's also sometimes a bit annoying when I see that people claim certain things. And I know sustainability is a big topic. It's a big marketing thing, but people don't see the work and effort that we still have ahead, that it's not one definition of sustainability, or we can't just waltz in and say, we want this done, and then it's basically cheating also on the customer. So it is a very difficult topic, hence I understand your reservations. Mm-hmm. And that's also why I think in terms of sustainability, the fashion industry still has a long way to go.
So what is the name of your brand? Let us know. Where can we find you online?
The brand is called Pelagona.
PELAGONA.com.
Yes.
Okay, guys, so you can check out Liz's brand, www.pelagona.com. For all the intel and information. She has it all listed very clearly. I've been on the website, I've checked it out, and this jacket is also made. Did you design the jacket?
Yes. So I always say I'm not a designer. I co-design with the artisans. So they tell me what's possible in terms of embroidery work, in terms of colors and styling, because these are very old techniques. I can't just come and say, okay, let's do this how I want it done. And then I said, look, it also needs to work for a certain aesthetic. So basically the style in front that you see and the cut was basically my input, and then the embroidery work, how it is done, is the artisans.
Fascinating. Only for women, or do you also do men?
Well, at the moment, only women. In the long term, I would dream, of course, of a label that also does men, because I think, especially for menswear, it's an underserved market, and there would be so many cool designs. When you think about Indian clothing, they also have really cool things for men. So I think this is also lacking in Europe and the US. But I'm a very small label still. I do most of the stuff still myself, in addition to the YouTube channel. So that's the long-term dream. Let's put it like this.
No, amazing. No, really. But how did the switch happen from business to fashion history, and then deciding to go on the path of let me study now fashion history? Did you get a degree in fashion history as well?
Yes. Yeah. So it was an art history degree, to be precise. But the thing was, for me, I always wanted to study art history. And when it was about going to university at the age of 18, I chose business for a very practical reason. I knew with a business degree, you can make money. So that was the reason why I did this. And at first I thought, okay, that's great. I will make a lot of money. I also had a high-flying job, a great career ahead, but it didn't make me happy. There was something missing. And then this is already a while ago, then I decided to leave, and I actually went into tech first and was also for some time in Hong Kong where I did this. And then all the time when I did this, I started my blog, The Pink Lookbook. I was writing about some fashion topics, but not too much. It was more travel advice and all that stuff. And then I was like, you have this passion. Why don't you do it? Just try it. Be a bit more brave. And then it took me quite a while, and also COVID actually, because then courses became available online. I could do it from the distance, and I was like, okay, I use the time. We can't do anything anyways. I have my job, but I want to do something. I just do this art history degree in Vienna. And that's how it happened. And then I just had to get the courage to speak to strangers also on YouTube, not only hide behind writing. And that's what I also always now say, it's never too late to try something new. I think sometimes we all have this view, I'm too old, I can't do this anymore, I have this passion, I would like to do it, but in the end I'm like, just try it. There will always be people who criticize you, always people who bully you, who have something to say, but in the end I'm like, if it makes you happy, just try it.
Wonderful.
And this is how
no, definitely.
I ended up doing it.
Yeah. Sometimes I wake up in the morning, look at myself in the mirror. I'm like, I'm too old to even comb myself. But then I comb myself anyway. It's like a constant struggle. I totally get it. It's never too late. Never too late. So
Yeah.
this is amazing. But also, when I started watching your videos, I just mesmerized because you got the rhythm. You're just standing there and you're talking and you got your shit together. Like you
Thank you.
have,
Thank you so much.
you
Like,
have
that really means a lot.
the lingo, the cut, the trim of a jacket, the name of it, the history of what comes from. Like way more than me. And so you're one of the first channels on YouTube that I watched, and I'm like, finally, I get to watch somebody I can learn from. And then here, I'm going to get to the point that I want to make is, then I look at your subscriber count, and then I look at the views under each one of your videos, and I'm like, God, I hate YouTube and then I look at the videos that are suggested underneath your videos.
Yes. Yeah.
What the WTF? Because I'm like, wow, this woman, Liz, so literate, profound, knowledgeable, and gets like 300 views a video or 1,000 views a video, and the video is gold. This is a woman who's giving you a freaking university education for free on YouTube. And underneath her, YouTube is pushing some bimbo with 1 million subscribers who is so superficial, who is talking. So basically, of course, first I jumped on your Chanel videos because I have to first check out, like, okay, what does she have to say about Coco? Because, And then I noticed underneath every one of your Chanel videos, and yes, guys, Liz has several videos on Coco, all beautiful. I see, okay, YouTube is pushing that other content creator that clickbaiting us to say Coco was a collaborator. She was all about Nazi. All these words you're not allowed to say on YouTube. Okay, and I'm like, oh my God, please, why do we have to live in this world where the fakery, the misinformation sells? And then like right above this like viral going disgusting video, there is a gold mine of information that Liz is offering you guys or us, and nobody watches. I mean, of course people are watching, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally understand.
And I'm only telling you this, I'm not belittling you. I think you deserve millions of subscribers. People keep telling me the same, also to me, like, yeah, Dacob, why do you have so little views? I'm like, yeah, that's just YouTube. We live in a very superficial world where people really want easy entertainment, drama,
yes.
And
I 100% agree. It was funny when you mentioned that whole collaborator thing with Chanel, because I actually went to London to see that exhibition for that reason, because you mentioned it before. I'm from Austria, so you will all probably know our very sad part of history.
Yes.
And my mom is also a historian, so of course this is a big topic also for me. And I read a lot about that topic, especially Coco Chanel, her potential involvement. I also watched this new show.
New Look.
If I'm allowed to mention it.
Yeah, terrible.
So, and what I find sad is it sometimes feel that people pick up something that looks easy, that looks legit, but they don't double check the sources. And then the information is out there online and everybody jumps on it because it's the outrage factor. Oh my God, she really did this. She really did it. She's a bad person. We don't know. And I'm always very careful. I prepared a video for the channel about this very topic, but I still haven't posted it because I'm not sure if we are all ready for that discussion, because it's a very difficult topic, a very delicate topic. But I always find it necessary that we do the fact-checking, that we read or watch as much as we can, and also compare the sources, who really did their research, because sometimes it's like somebody says something. If I don't do the fact-checking, I just repeat it, but it might be wrong information. And I'm not saying that everything about Coco Chanel out there is wrong at the moment, but for me it's always maybe that's the research background, then I want to get a view where I know I checked every piece of information and I validated everything, and then I make up my mind. And also it's very difficult for us. We live in 2024. What really happened at that time, we will probably never know. But it's easy. I could make a video and shout, yes, she was a collaborator, watch this. Probably the algorithm would give me views for this, but this is also not my goal. I want to give you a view where we can have a conversation and then say, okay, I might disagree with you. I see it differently. But then we can still say, okay, but I found these facts or that. So that's the geeky part.
So I made 2 1-hour-long videos, so 2 hours altogether, documenting all of this. But it's on my Patreon and a Tier 2 members side of my channel, because a lot of the material that I read from and showcase is copywritten. So you can't just publicly show it. They would shut down the channel. So in order to make this analysis, I did it privately. And what is really interesting, wait, am I too low now? Hold on. No. What is really interesting is that the book that ignited the whole spark about her being a collaborator and all the bullshit, it's Hal Vaughn's Sleeping with the Enemy.
I read it.
So did I. And it's on my list of the 5 books to read as one of the books to not take seriously. Hal Vaughn, and it's really easy to debunk. Hal Vaughan, in my opinion, knew that certain historical documents within the government, both French and British, were still sealed and were not to be made public until 2014 and 2016. I believe Hal Vaughan knew this and decided not to wait to publish their book. Instead, Hal Vaughan publishes the book in 2011. In 2011, not all documents have been unsealed yet. So the book comes out, shitstorm happens, just a couple years later, all the documents are declassified and we see the truth. But it's too late. The damage has been done. And this is what I try to tell people, like, hold on a minute. Why did Hal Vaughan not wait until all the documents were declassified? Why did Hal Vaughan have to publish the book in 2011? You see? So I'm like, okay, here's somebody who's clickbaiting with a book, trying to make as much money as possible, milking it for whatever it's worth. On another note, once all the documents, the left documents were declassified, we saw the full picture and we saw that she was in fact innocent. But the saddest part of all of this is when you go to YouTube or anywhere else on the internet, you see the sad truth, and that is that 99% of the content creators that throw shit at Coco Chanel are women.
Yeah.
And this is the long story, never-ending story of women putting other women down. And
Unfortunately,
and
yes.
there you have it. She's a woman who has made it on her own, orphan, struggled a lot. And I say the morals of yesterday are not the morals of today. Do not judge a historical figure with the morals of today. They lived in a life, they lived in a time in history where everything was different. And for them to struggle to survive under the circumstances they were living in, you cannot even fathom the hell she had to go through. First of all, that.
And also, if I may add something about that book, I actually went into his sources because I wanted to know, okay, he must have a thesis, and to basically dispute or prove the thesis, he must have done his research. So actually, the sources were all there. For me, it was more the way it was written, because there are other books, for example, by Justine Picardie about Chanel, who was also involved.
She's on my list as well.
In that most recent exhibition. And she basically uses the same sources, but what I appreciated, it was more balanced. She said, okay, we don't know. Maybe there was something, but there's also this perspective. And then also in the exhibition, they showed that there are actually records of the French government that she was also part of the French resistance.
Yes.
Which was not mentioned at all in the Hal Vaughan book, because I think back then these data might have not been, as you say, published or accessible.
Yeah.
For me, it was more the way, and I read it actually, maybe that was even worse, I read it in German, the book. And it was very, how can I say, it was like crying out loud. It was so, the drama and all of this, the way it was written, it just really put me off.
Yeah, very pathetic.
And this is something that I did not appreciate about it. And as you say, unfortunately, then the information is out, and only that one side is taken as correct. And this is something that's very dangerous also today, that we have a certain point of view, we enforce that view with social media, but it might not be the whole picture.
And in one of the editions, and I have quite a few editions of the Justine Picardie book, also the updated versions that she made, Karl Lagerfeld did the sketches for the book. And there's one wonderful sketch at the end where it's such a beautiful, it's my favorite Karl Lagerfeld sketch. He sketched himself next to Coco. You could now say he envisioned himself in heaven next to her, you know, and he's having a tea with her, like they're having a little chit chat. She's smoking a cigarette, they're talking, and she's kind of looking at him, you know, talking to him and saying, she says, I'm paraphrasing here, oh, how funny. I wonder what lies they're going to invent about me today. And they're having a nice little laugh together about this. So Karl was very shrewd. He knew that this was all a game, that this was all clickbait, that a lot of the information that was out there about her was false. But he decided to give her a voice in that sketch and to show the world that she's above it. You know, she's been used to being dragged through the mud over and over and over again, but she always comes out at the top. And the new look you mentioned earlier, talking about the new look just briefly, it is one of the most vile things I've seen. But they do state at the beginning of every episode that it is not based it is inspired by true facts. And legally, that lingo for film means we have invented everything we wanted to invent.
And there are quite obvious things that they invented. Like one detail that I realized is a relationship to Dinklage, to that German person who had these associations to the Nazis. I think if I remember correctly, I don't want to say something wrong here, but I think I remember that in the show they made it look as if he just met him when the Nazis were already in Paris, but they already...
We don't say the N-word on YouTube, be careful.
Books, they already knew each other before.
Liz, we got to backpedal. Yes. No N-word on YouTube. They're going to...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, sometimes when I get... Sorry, I
just say German.
Your video now.
Just say German.
Sorry.
just say German. Okay, so you were saying, sorry, now let's repeat. So the thing with Dinklage, what were you saying?
Yeah, I just said that in the new look, if I remember the show correctly, it's been some time that I've watched it, they made it look as if she met him by accident in Paris when the Germans were already occupying the city. But if I remember correctly from the Picardie books, they already knew each other before that. So this was one of these very obvious details where I was like, And also this whole relationship also between Christian Dior and his sister. There are also some things that they clearly made up. And if you read the books, there's another Picardie book about Catherine Dior, his sister, which is very, very interesting to read also. It gives a very different picture. So what I liked about the show is like, okay, they want to go back in time. They want to show you more about fashion. But in the end, it was a bit too much fiction, I have to say.
Oh, terrible. Yeah. I mean, and also they confused Ernest Beau with Henri Robert, the two perfumers that Chanel had. But this is something you do in documentaries that are inspired by true facts, but not based on true facts. They would kind of combine more than one character into one character. So Ernest Beau and Henri Robert were the same person in that movie. Misia was non-existent. They actually put Misia into the character of Coco's cousin, or what did they call her, cousin there? Which she was part of her life, that other character, women, but they also put Misia into her. I'm like, well, hold on a minute. the whole morphine addiction, that's all Misia. Coco was addicted to morphine till her dying day. And really sad, she would roam the corridors of the Ritz in her last years. She was a sleepwalker. And in one of those sleepwalking incidents, she broke her rib, which is also why she couldn't go to the premiere of the musical about her life with Katharine Hepburn at Radio City Music Hall in New York, because she was ill. But anyway, what I want to say is this, close the chapter on Chanel. When I started watching your channel, I was like, I was so refreshed, because you say things in a very clear way, in a very precise way. It's engaging. When your video is over, I've always learned something new. And even the whole story that you told us about the Trinity ring, the Cartier Trinity ring, was so fascinating to me. So you guys in the chats, I don't know, the chat is mesmerized now. Nobody's chatting at the moment. They're all like shook. Do you guys know the Cartier Trinity ring? Does anybody, I'm sure somebody in the chats has it. It's a very popular ring. Liz, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still there.
Oh, okay. And you made a video about the history of the Trinity ring. And I was just really, really, really amazed to hear everything you had to say about it, and how you went into depth about the whole, what did you call it? The German word for the intertwined ring? Was it from the Middle Ages?
Dreifaltigkeitsring.
Oh my God, yes, that word.
It's a very long, typical German word, very complicated to pronounce.
Oh my gosh. And that's so fascinating, because all of this kind of German lore, and then again, to rein it back into the Paris occupation, Cartier was the one who kept his business open, and Cartier was selling extremely expensive jewelry to certain officers and their mistresses. And while Chanel closed down, she's like, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to dress you idiots. You know, she was like, done. But Cartier then has a connection. There you go. But is the Trinity ring like the first luxury, like trifecta ring to have been made? Or do you think there's some other luxury brand did it? I mean luxury. I don't mean just jewelry.
That's a good question, actually. I would need to look into that more, but from the research that I've done for that particular video, I think before Cartier, it was only used in a very strict art history sense. So I gave these examples of these Trinity rings that were more decor or status symbols that were kept in these special cabinets of very affluent, very rich people at the time in the 17th to 19th century. I think, I don't want to say they were the first ones, but probably some of the first ones to use the word Trinity ring or Trinity bracelet. I found it quite funny because it has this deep religious meaning also.
Very Christian,
which
yeah.
When we think of Cartier, I'm not really thinking about religion at first. And then I did the research and was like, yeah, there's actually a point in this. I don't think these are coincidences. I think they carefully planned that. It was also for me an unexpected thing because I knew the design. You see it everywhere. It's as typical, or not the typical, but one of the typical entry products that you would buy if you are interested in Cartier, because it comes in different versions, also quote unquote a bit more affordable. And then there's this story behind it, also with famous artists that were involved. So this is always this like this really interesting detail that I'm always looking for, because I'm thinking there must be more than just marketing. Because if I may be a bit cynical or critical here, I have the feeling more recently a lot of brands, they focus more on focus groups and marketing strategy than on the creativity of the creative directors or the designers. And when we think of Christian Dior, when we think of the House of Cartier, Coco Chanel, all these big names, why do we still admire them today? Because they had a vision. They worked on something very special. Whether we liked them personally or not, there was something behind it, and there's a reason why these brands have such a long heritage, more than just pumping millions or billions into the marketing. And I think, or I would appreciate it if the brands also realize this, because they have something that's very, very hard to build. Like I see this with myself, or you also know this, if you start your own brand or your own channel or whatever, building a brand takes ages. Building a heritage, there's a reason why it's called heritage. And sometimes I feel it's a bit lost.
It's very much lost. This is why I keep saying since,
I'm always looking for that detail.
Yes, I've been saying this since years, that fashion is dead, and it's because of this exact reason. And all of the CEOs and the directors and all of those leeches and parasites that have been hired to run these companies and these maisons and fashion houses, they are parasites. These are parasitic entities living off of the heritage of another person. So in the case of Chanel, that's exactly what's happening. She had a vision. She left something behind that changed the world. Whether you like her or not, she did. And now we're just repeating the same codes. We're repeating. Nothing new is being added. Nothing new is being invented.
Yes.
Nothing new is being built on top to be able to say, look, today we have really evolved. No, you haven't. You've just invested a ton of money into brand marketing, and brand marketing has found new ways to milk the customers out of their money. That's the only evolution I see in fashion. The only evolution that I see in fashion with these heritage houses today is the manipulative planning of brand marketing to make you spend more money. But they are not delivering to you innovation in technique, innovation in style, innovation in design. Actually, in many cases, they are reducing the quality to maximize profits. But they're not going to admit that they are reducing quality to maximize profits. And moving it even further, many of these brands are going to profit off of the heritage of their founders by increasing prices because they know they can. And they're going to try to disguise these crazy price increases with, oh, it's the inflation. Oh, we're harmonizing prices. please, we were not born yesterday. These explanations might work if you're just a beginner, but after these explanations have been repeated to you 50, 60, 70, 80 times, you start realizing you're being bamboozled. And it breaks my heart. And people don't understand sometimes, the purse forum? The person. So they sometimes, in the past more so used to come for me because I dared criticize these brands, and they don't understand. They're like, Dacob, why do you buy this stuff if you hate it? I'm like, I don't hate the brand. I actually love the brand. I wish the brand was doing better. I want them to do better. That doesn't mean that not everything is black and white, people. Not everything is black and white. And this is just, why do we have to simplify everything to the point of nausea? Everything is a bowl of cereal and there's nothing more to this world. I'm like, no, stuff is more complicated than that. And, I think you're far away from the microphone or something. From your...
Yeah, sorry, maybe
now it's better.
Is it now?
Yeah, now it's
working better because I have the same issue actually with you. I just didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, go say something.
Can you? Yeah, now I can hear you again. What I wanted to say when you mentioned this, the price increases and the quality and all this, what I sometimes don't understand. You mentioned it before. A lot of these fashion houses, they also collaborate with ateliers, as you mentioned before, in India, for example, which I saw also. What I don't understand is they still try to cover it up.
Yes.
And then say, oh, it's entirely made in France. Some, we had, I don't want to name any names here, but somebody recently went to India and made a big show out of it. But still, what I find a shame is these ateliers are worth mentioning also. They have amazing craftsmanship, and I don't think it would actually harm the brands if they said, yes, we are a French brand, but our embroidery comes from, let's say, this and that studio in India. They have this very special focus. They are the experts in doing this. And this is why we work with each other. I don't understand why they still try to cover it up and try to sell that story, because customers are not stupid. Everybody can get informed. There's so much information also online, even if you can't go physically there. I really struggle with that whole thing because we know globalization is there. We know many products can't be produced in many countries anymore. I know it, for example, in Austria, there's a lack of seamstresses, for example, or tailors, because a lot of people just don't do the craft anymore. So, of course, then you need to go somewhere else, find people. But I think if you were transparent about it, it would also add to your credibility of the brand. I personally would appreciate that more than being sold a lie,
Yes, but I think the problem there is a lot of these brands have already done shady stuff. So it's too late, to be honest. So the only brand in the high-end luxury field that is very honest about this is Hermes. They are very proud to say that some of their horn jewelry is made in Vietnam. They talk about the ateliers that make it. It's proudly printed and etched into the pieces, made in Vietnam, made in India, wherever it's made. Other brands don't do this. So I've had sales associates at Chanel tell me, one of my favorite Lagerfeld collections was the Paris, New York, Métier d'Art, Egypt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that too.
His last one. And I'm looking at these jackets. I'm at the Chanel boutique trying them on. I'm like, these tweeds, this is India. And my sales associate is like, yeah, it is, but, we can't say it. I'm like, and I think the reason for this, let me just quickly say this. The reason for this is because they would have to prove several things. If they told us the tweed is made in India, the assemblage was made in India, we just put the last button in France, then they would have to admit that they did all that to save money. Because to do that tweed, you don't have to go to India. You can do that tweed. It's a European technique. You can do it in France. But you decided, so, it's a different conversation if we're going to talk about specificity of textiles, where the type of textile and the type of weaving is typical to India, Bangladesh. Then you can say cultural appropriation or not, and we're going to do it there. But this is old school French technique. So, but you do it in India. But why do you do it in India? You're doing it to save money, but you're a luxury house. That's embarrassing to say. So, and also if you say we're doing it in India to save money, well, what would the customers think? Oh, so you're doing it to save money. So are you telling us you're not paying the artisans in India properly?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's also a big problem. They don't want to have to answer to that question. But then if they were to say we're making it in India because the best people to do it are in India, then people might tell them, but hold on, aren't you opening all of these, métier d'art ateliers to preserve? You're buying all of these little tiny ateliers to preserve them. Why aren't they making your tweed? Oh, because you now are pushing your collections to 10 to 12 collections a year instead of just 4. So you want to maximize profits and production. In other words, you're turning into a fast fashion house that has a new collection every month introduced into your boutique. That's not luxury anymore. But they want to give the illusion of it being luxury. But they can't keep up. These small ateliers, these métier d'art ateliers, they can't make the tweed jackets for 12 collections a year. They don't have enough people to do it. Of course, you have to ship the manufacturing of certain textiles, let's say, somewhere to India. But then, if you do that, what are you going to do? How are you going to tell this publicly? Chanel is now producing in India. Okay, is Chanel opening their own factory in India? Is Chanel hiring the workers themselves? Or is Chanel employing a third company?
Mm-hmm.
And then they say, well, we're paying this company a lot of money, but that company then pays peanuts to the workers working for them. And Chanel can wash its hands and say, we're not guilty.
Yes.
We're not guilty. So this is the whole problematic that is behind this, why a brand like Chanel is not telling us that they are producing certain products or materials in India, because it would tarnish their reputation. Now, it's a double-edged sword. If you keep it secret, a few intelligent nerds like you and I, we figure out the truth, allegedly, and they're like, well, whatever. If a couple of people who don't have a big platform figure out the truth, it's not going to hurt us. It's going to hurt us more if we say the truth on our platforms, because then it's going to make us look like, like we're kind of scamming our customers to spend a ton of money on these. You know what I mean? A Chanel jacket is now $10,000, but you made it in India. And you made it in India. Why? Because you want to maximize profits, Miss Leena Nair? Okay, now we hear you. So they don't want to say that. And this is why I think they're not disclosing.
And also to come back to your point about this whole the third parties and all this, it's always easier to blame somebody else. And it's not only the cost factor, it's also a lot of things that can be done outside of France or outside of the EU, labor law wise, or also in terms of what is done ethics. There are often no comparable laws in these countries. So it's also easier to just say then, okay, we do this openly or secretly, whatever, and then don't do the checks. I see it myself when I sometimes go to sites and ask certain questions. You can see that it's not normal that big brands ask these questions. Sometimes I have the feeling maybe they don't even want to know. Like I know this from the previous corporate company where I worked. We had very high standards. We always asked the tough questions, but sometimes you also cannot ask a tough question because then you don't get an answer, and then theoretically you don't know. And then you leave it basically to somebody to interpret. You technically don't know what's going on. And this is a problem. But I do think, or I do hope, that consumers, at least some, become more educated and ask the questions. And I always say, for me, it's not similar to you. You said you don't hate the brands. You talk about them, you love them, and you want them to do better. That's also something that's very important. We also need to point these things out. We also have a voice. If we say we are not happy with this and that brand at the moment because of what they do, they will feel it in their pocket. And I do think that this strategy of focusing on marketing, focus group, just pumping the millions into, for example, influencer marketing where there's nothing behind, a lot of people will be alienated. And these would be a lot of people who also would have money to spend and then maybe move away and say like, okay, I love this brand in the past. Maybe now I move on. I support a young label, a young designer or something. And then I think they will be forced to rethink that strategy. I also do hope that lawmakers will have an impact, but law is always a bit slower than the consumer, in my opinion. Our voice is much faster.
Oh,
Let's
of
put it like
course.
this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I think for us, it's really, really important to also make these points. I actually find it good that you also voice your criticism. Why not? You pay money for the product, and you can say if you are not happy with it afterwards, if this is just your honest opinion.
It's a long process. Like I said, when I first started doing these analytical videos, the consumer very much so was indoctrinated and brainwashed into being passive and submissive to brand marketing. So people were shocked. They're like, okay, no, it's like a slap in the face, because I told people, wake up. Waking up is hard. Yeah, it's painful. It hurts a little. You know, the mouth is dry. You got to drink the water. You got to go poop and pee. You got to start the organism. You got to start. Everything has to start again. And once it starts functioning, it's a little bit scary in the beginning, but then it's much more liberating long term. Like I said about the Purse Forum, in the beginning, they were very much anti-me when I started doing the analytical videos. But now, you see, it took me 3 or 4 years to get to the people. Now they're also like, you know what, actually, he's right. We vote with our money. And why should we be scared to voice our concerns about design issues, quality control issues with the brands out of fear that if you voice your concern to your sales associate or to the brand, then they will no longer allow you, you know, to reserve a unicorn item, a special piece. They're not going to let you get access to these pieces. In other words, they're using the FOMO as a weapon against you to bring you to be submissive and to accept whatever happens. You know, I've gotten to know some people throughout the years that were terrified of the judgment of their sales associates. And how
Really?
this, oh yes, and they were like, Dacob, they would send me photos of some piece that is like new, but already broken, bags with stitches popping, you know, paint peeling. And they're like, Dacob, what am I supposed to do? I'm terrified to take it back to the boutique, because if I ask for my money back or a voucher for an exchange, then my sales associate is going to put me on a blacklist. And then next time when the new collection comes out, they're not going to offer me the special piece anymore. This was the fear that people had. Now
But isn't that also kind of crazy how these brands manage to, it's like a psychological selling trick. It's this,
Of
like
course.
I always call it the pretty woman phenomenon, when
yes.
she walks into the store and then wants to prove them wrong.
Yeah.
Why do we want to do that?
It's not that we want to do that. It's everything boils down to brand marketing. Those are the monsters in this economy and for these brands, because they, on one end, very simple, they find your weakness and they exploit it for monetary gain, for the good of the company. Now, but also, it's not that we are so desperate, because you asked, like, why do we want to do this? We are manipulated to think that way. Because for brand marketing, to identify human behavior, it's easy to study history and to go into the past and realize we are social animals. Human beings are social creatures. We move in packs and herds, and we want to belong. It is in our DNA. Whether to belong, it means to belong to a family, to belong to a tribe, to live together in a community. And we influence each other. Oh, I like how your hair looks today. Let me try to do that too. And then we start uniforming ourselves. Then we start looking similar. You know, the clan is going to have a similar color pattern, and so on and so forth. Now, brand marketing exploits that in the way that they mutate this behavioral pattern that is intrinsical to us, and they evolve it for monetary gain. And how do they do that? Well, first they make you feel like, let's say, shopping at a luxury brand is like being part of a club. You belong to something. Once they establish with you that, once they manage to manipulate you into believing that, you going to that particular luxury boutique makes you feel like you're at home. You feel valued. You want to belong. Ah, interesting. Good. You do? Good. Now we're going to, guess what? We changed our policy. So sorry, Liz. Starting from this month, if you want to come into this club, you're going to have to spend a little bit more. Or if you want to receive the special VIP gift, you're going to have to spend a little bit more. And then you're like, oh my God, I want to be in the VIP. I want to be that customer. Yes, I want to belong. They hooked you. Now they're going to make you doubt yourself. Now, and Chanel is a master at this, because LVMH, for example, they have these customer rewards programs, but they're very transparent. At least in the UK, when you go on the Dior website to buy cosmetics and stuff, they have a very clear, precise, you spend from here to here, you're in this tier. You spend from here to here, you're in this tier. And then you can get this reward if you spend this much. You can get this reward. What does Chanel do? They don't tell you how they classify the tiers, but they tell you that there are tiers. So you imagine, you, customer with money, not knowing, always living in the dark. Okay, am I now in the higher tier or in the lower tier? Why did this other person, this other customer, why did they get the snow globe and I only got the tote bag for Christmas? What is it? How much do I have to spend? They're not going to tell you. It's at their discretion. And that's brand marketing. That is brand marketing making the decision to not tell the customers what the rules are of the game. They keep you in the dark. You go crazy. This has been Chanel's strength, in my opinion, when it comes to them creating a frenzy around their products. What's going to be the next unicorn bag? Oh my God, do I have the right connection to the sales associate to offer them? Yeah, but I heard from that other person that they're only going to get 5 of these and they're only going to give them to the best clients. Okay, what makes me a best client? Well, first, you're not supposed to return anything. Zip it. If you get a product that's faulty, do not return it, because then they're going to see you as a complicated customer. So they're not going to want to offer you the special pieces. They're going to offer the special pieces to the customers. And I'm like, well, hold on a minute. Doesn't this look like something we've seen somewhere else already? Yes, it does. This is corporate behavior. When a corporation hires you, and when a corporation and HR tells you, as an employee, we value your input. That lies. Lies. They don't want you to give back constructive criticism feedback, because the second you do, they will label you as complicated. But now brand marketing has managed to make you as a customer, as a paying customer, they start to make you feel as if you are employed by the brand, and you're not allowed to give constructive criticism, because if you do, they won't offer you the bag. And it's not about offering you a pay raise or to grow in the company. No, they have managed to manipulate you to believe that you have to be thankful to them for them allowing you to give them your money for the products that they're selling you. The mind manipulations that brand marketing does are diabolical, and they're genius, but also very simple, because human nature is quite simple and predictable. So if you hire a good person for brand marketing, you're going to get a lot of money into your company. But at what cost? You're going to make some of your customers go crazy. This, coincidentally, Liz, is also why we've seen situations like with Purse on Fleek making a video crying about how Hermes treated her poorly and blocked her from the... And this is why I fought for Purse on Fleek, and I said, well, I feel sorry for her. I don't think she's wrong. Like, I get it. Like, she was a victim to this. She was a victim to this manipulation of brand marketing, where it got to the point where it made her very emotional, and it made her really suffer. I mean, she was really in pain for this. And just why? Because the brand decided we're going to play these mental games with our customers to make them spend more money, allegedly. Mm-hmm. So this is why I say, when you ask the question earlier, like, why are we like this? You said no. And I said, well, I'm going to bounce it right back to the companies and say it's actually more their fault. It's also our fault, because we should educate ourselves more. But you know what? Not everybody can. Not everybody has the education. Not everybody has the emotional intelligence. And that's okay too. We're not judging people for having more or less education here, but people, basic guidelines of capitalism. Money makes the world go round in capitalism. Your money out of your wallet dictates the music. But brand marketing wants to make you believe, no. You should be thankful if you get an opportunity to spend your money with the brand. That has to change. We have to take the power back into our hands as consumers and say, I will give you my money only if I see the proper quality, the proper customer service, and also, very important, the proper after-sales care.
Yes.
There you go. Okay, take it over, Liz. Sorry, I blabbered on too long.
No, I find this very interesting how you broke that down, and also your point that you made about the genius marketing. It just reminded me of something before e-commerce got the big start, and especially also in the case of Chanel, we know their stance on e-commerce and all these things. I remember when I was a teenager in my early 20s, the allure that they now have, they managed to kind of turn it also around a bit, because back then you didn't even know sometimes, if you were not a client of Chanel, how much you would pay. So it was already scary to go into a store and even look at these things and then dare to ask the question like, oh my God, how much is this? Like, because a lot of people were scared to do that. Like I remember when the old Chanel store in Vienna, when people passed by, like people peeked in and they didn't even dare. It was like going into a religious site or something sometimes when you looked at the people. And then I wondered, okay, how are they going to do it now when everybody knows the prices? We can talk about it online or we can do videos about it. And I think they just managed to take this, even though not everybody knows what it costs, they just added a different aspect of this, as you know, like this, it's still this club, you're still in the know. Yeah, you might know the prices, but the people who are really there, they know more. That's why they get the snow globe. And that's why the other one only gets the bag. So it's, from that perspective, I agree with you. It's genius marketing. I always say these things should be taught at business school, not only for fashion, but for any person who needs marketing. Study all the luxury fashion brands, the big ones at the moment, because we may criticize whatever we want now in terms of quality, after sales service, whatever. But in terms of branding, they are examples where a lot of people put a lot of work in there, and you can see that it actually works. So from that perspective, even though I don't agree with a lot of these things that they do, from the capitalist or business perspective, they are doing something right.
Well, they're earning money. They're making money.
Yeah.
And this is interesting. Deborah C in the chat says the brands are capitalizing on people's alienation and loneliness, which is at epidemic proportions. It's exploiting people's need for acceptance and belonging. This is at the core. This is at the core. And this is, oftentimes we confuse the term individuality. It's been coined by governments and brand marketing, really, because coined to make you think it's a positive. But in reality, what it does is it isolates you. And this has always been the strategy of any enemy. Divide and then conquer. When they isolate you and they get you alone in a corner, the bully wins. And this is exactly what the true meaning of individuality means today within a capitalist structure. Not saying that being an individual is a negative per se, but it can be exploited and turned into exactly what Deborah C. is saying. Isolation, alienation, loneliness. And once you have a person in that very fragile mental state, you can manipulate them and you can exploit that loneliness and that acceptance. And they're going to start giving you money to feel less alone and to feel like they belong. You guys, just to be very clear, if somebody asks you for money to belong, that's a cult or it's somebody who does not wish you anything well in your life. Cashing in on vulnerability, says 5 Foot Nothing. Exactly. And Naked Eyes.
Jacob, let me ask you.
No, sorry.
Also,
Yes.
Sorry, just one question. Do you see that there will be a turnaround with these brands, that they might change that approach, or that they have to change?
So we have to take the power in our hands. When we stop giving them money, they're going to have to change the tone of the music. But also, I've been reading up on something very fascinating, which maybe you know more about than I do, given, history studies. So apparently, there's a thing in history that repeats itself as a cycle. I forgot the name now. What is it called? Not the crash. So basically, it's when the economic system collapses. And in the past, not even kings were capable of stopping it. And everything kind of goes tabula rasa and resets. And we are apparently in that point in history where all of these brands are collapsing. The big ones, they're all collapsing one after the other. And we're seeing it already. Many major brands are now reducing their prices, The biggest ones have not been affected yet, but give it a couple of years. Things are changing. So this is apparently a cycle that repeats, and we are at the point where now the collapse is beginning, and it will happen. And then from the ashes, a new phoenix will rise, and new brands will start, and we're going to start the cycle all over again. So I do believe we are at an end point of something, because let's be perfectly clear here. When I say fashion is dead and it's the end of luxury, it's because, well, like I said, creativity is gone. The big major brands that we're all brainwashed to love so much, they're all just repeating the same stuff, and there's no innovation. And the new people, the young generation that is trying to create something new, well, they don't have a voice. They don't have a platform, because the big brands, they are monopolizing the business. I mean, look, I'll tell you an example. A friend of mine started a condom company, like sustainable vegan condoms. It's a very fascinating, topic because, condoms use a particular type of materials, and some use palm oil, and palm oil is really terrible for the environment, and so on and so forth. So anyway, they started a sustainable vegan condom company called Einhorn. It's a German company.
Oh, German again.
They're German, yeah. And wonderful. They also worked with Vivienne Westwood, and I had something to do with them as well. I love them to bits. They got sued by every single condom company out there, the big ones. Because even though by laws of economy, healthy capitalism, right? Competition is healthy. There are government associations, like we've seen now, the government association, whatever it's called, blocked the merger of Michael Kors, holdings, this and that, Versace, Coach. They blocked them from merging because they said, well, you would become too powerful. You would monopolize the market, and we need to have healthy competition of prices. So capitalism itself knows, hold on a minute. It's not like the Lord of the Rings, one ruler to rule them all. No, there has to be healthy competition. But, and here's the problem, right? In substance, in appearance, it seems like there's healthy competition. But here is a small family-owned business starting their vegan condom business. No other brand out there does vegan condoms, but all the big bullies, the big brands, Durex and all those, the big ones, they don't want competition. So the second you invest some money to start your own little business, they're going to suffocate you because they have the millions. They have the lawyers they can afford. And you as a small business, well, you can't do anything. A couple of years ago, I made a video about that one artist, and this happened many times, but I made one specific video about one particular artist whose designs were allegedly stolen by Zara. And they tried to sue them, and Zara was just like, you're nobody. You're so small. We don't even care. Go sue us. We don't care. That's peanuts for us. Like, they literally were just like, I don't care. I'll steal your design, sue me. It's going to still cost me less to get sued by you than it is for me to keep doing this.
And it will ruin the small brand because they don't have that money, or if they even can afford to sue them, it's going to ruin them because that money can't be put into collections marketing.
Exactly. And this is why this is why we don't see young, small brands making it today. First, the big colossuses or the colossi, they have to fall first. And then we can have the new little mushrooms growing. Otherwise, it's impossible unless you don't have really luck. And Rihanna, Taylor Swift, her stylist decides for them to wear your brand. And then you get millions of people seeing your t-shirt. And because Rihanna wore it, they're going to want to buy it too. There are instances, there have been many examples of brands that have made it but that's usually then streetwear. But to make it to a level, like my channel, we talk about fashion, but we are more focused on luxury fashion. To make it in the luxury field,
very tough.
I mean, you need hundreds of years of building up the heritage, but also, especially when you're starting off, you are not allowed to make one single mistake.
Yes.
The big brands, they make 1,000 mistakes, nobody cares. But you are not allowed to make one single mistake. And another thing, a very dear friend of mine who I used to work with together, she started her own fashion brand. She's from Belgium. Okay, she started a cute little design, leather bags, very functional, very utilitarian, very interesting design. She, for the love of her, could not find one single factory in Europe to make her bags.
I'm not surprised.
And let me tell you why. Again, and this is why I say, you guys, I don't trust the government. I don't trust any of these lawmakers. They're all in cahoots with each other. They all make it sound like, no, we're here for the people. We're here for the economy, for the business. First of all, governments don't want you to be independent. They want you to be employed. They don't want you to be free. So they make it really tough on you tax-wise and every incentive-wise if you're independent. First problem. Second problem. When you are independent and you want to start your own business in the fashion world and you want to be sustainable and you want to produce small quantities to not damage the environment and you want to produce your bags in Europe because you want to use the savoir-faire of European factories, you want to pay the workers properly, you want to be sure that the product you're making is made in Europe underneath European labor laws to protect also the worker. So you know that the worker that works in said factory that's making your bag is being also paid properly. Now, that's all beautiful on paper, except guess what? Surprise, surprise. She knocked on every single one of those factories. They did not even want to talk to her. Why? Because
she was too small, probably, right?
Because one, she was too small. But two, and this is the even more scary and monstrous reason, because these factories have a hush-hush under-the-table deal with the big luxury brands to work exclusively for them. So you see how the bully works in our economy, okay? So the huge company, I'm not going to say any names, but you can imagine the big luxury companies, they come to you as a factory and say, hey, I produce a lot. I am very famous. You're going to earn a lot of money with me. But if we are going to work together, you're going to work exclusively for me, bitch. And of course they say, okay, because what are they going to do? Now, all of these small family-owned businesses, factories, manufacturers in Europe, they're all accounted for. They're all in cahoots with these big brands and they produce for them. And the big brands secretly have deals with them to not allow them to give any newcomer the chance. But if a certain factory does give you the opportunity, Liz, you are correct, that's when the second problem happens. They tell you, yeah, sure, we're going to abide by the monopoly laws. You can manufacture with us, but you're going to have to produce, 5,000 bags. And you're like a small business. You're just starting up. You're lucky if you sell 50. And you want to work sustainably. You want to be sustainable with your manufacture. And also, you're not famous. Nobody knows you yet. How are you going to sell 5,000 bags? They're going to rot in some stock room somewhere because nobody's going to know that you exist. And the factories, they know this. So they shoot these huge numbers just so that you are the one who ultimately says, okay, I'm not going to work with you. So that they are not guilty of you accusing them of, only wanting to work with the big brands. But let's say you manage to find a factory that actually is going to make your 50 bags. Of course, they're going to charge you a ginormous amount of money for 50 bags. Yeah. They will charge you less if you produce 1,000 bags. The more you produce, the cheaper it costs. But then the factory is going to tell you, okay, we can assemble the bags for you, but where's your leather? And then you go, yeah, right, leather. Okay, I want to start a luxury brand that is sustainable. So I'm going to have to find leather that was sourced sustainably in Europe. I don't want to import it from China, where I do not know under which circumstances the animals were, unalived, and how the hides were produced and which chemicals were used. No, I want everything to be transparent. So I'm going to go now on a journey to try to find a supplier of leather for luxury quality standards in Europe. Forget about it. You're never going to find it, because the top-notch, top-tier leather hide, luxury quality hides are reserved for the top brands. Because there's a small amount of them produced, there's not enough to go around. This is also why I'm telling you, even if you were to believe that Chanel is making top quality leather, Chanel used to have 4 collections a year. Now they have 12.
Yeah.
There's not more leather.
It just doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Just do the math. There's not enough top-notch quality leather to meet the demand. It's very simple, basic logic. But it's not just Chanel. Prada wants high quality leather. Dior wants high quality. Louis Vuitton wants high quality leather. Hermes wants high quality leather. All of these brands want their high quality leather, and all of these brands keep opening up new boutiques every year. They keep growing and growing and growing. But the amount of leather doesn't keep growing in that quality. So you see, we have a huge problem here. Now, imagine so first of all, the major brands can't deliver the luxury quality themselves anymore. But imagine you being somebody, a young designer who's starting up their own company. You will never get access to that quality leather because it's all reserved already for the big companies. There's no space for the little person. So we're doomed until the whole machinery collapses and we start to build anew, and the cycle repeats. There you go.
True. And I also think, because I wanted to add 2 very brief things, what you said before regarding the smaller brands. On the one hand, the cost is also, even if you can hypothetically finally get your hands on that leather, it will be so much more expensive for you as a small brand that you need to have even higher prices. But then you're a small brand and people are like, but this is not an established brand. Why would I then pay so much for it? And then what you also said about what is asked from small brands, I see this all the time with myself, with friends who are in the same space. You have to work 3 or 4 times harder to prove, yes, I really want to make a change. Yes, I'm really committed. It might not be perfect, that we are working on it. They do much more, and the big brands just have a nice sustainability website.
Of course,
with a
greenwashing.
Few nice words. And people, because of the heritage, believe them. They have that advantage. So that's also these challenges, also for your friend with that small bag business. I think these are exactly also the challenges that she has. I do hope that she succeeds, because we need people like her.
We do.
These small brands with that ambition to change things.
But here's the problem. Let's say, by some sheer luck, or because you found a rich, one of those, what are they called? Old money people from Europe that have secular money inherited from families, and they love your work. And let's say they say, you know what? I'm going to invest in you. You find a sponsor, and that sponsor pays. And so you find the factory, and the factory says, yeah, we'll only make it if you make 1,000 pieces. And let's say, because the factory then expects you to say, I can't do it. But then you say to the factory, okay, I'll do it. I got my sponsor. And the factory goes, oh, shit, okay. But you can't find the leather. Well, then your sponsor pays €500,000 to get you the leather. Then you say to the factory, there you go, bitch, I even got the leather now. And then the factory says, oh, sheesh, okay, fine, we'll make your bags. You make the bags. Then, by sheer luck, Rihanna wears your bag and everybody goes crazy for your bags. You sell all your bags and you become famous. And everybody's expecting your second collection, which you also produce, and it's doing really well and you're making good money. By the time you've done your third collection, guess what's going to happen? Now, the big brands that didn't want you to enter the factories, now they're going to see you as a threat. What are they going to do? They're going to buy you out. Typical thing that LVMH does.
True.
So once you've made it, as a small person, you finally made it, you're independent, your brand is healthy, it's growing. Here comes a huge luxury brand with $1 billion, dollar thing. They're like, here's the money, we'll buy you. And then they'll just buy you, and then they're going to own you. And that's how it goes. Mm-hmm. It's insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And this is also the thing when I'm always like, it's good for that person. I wish everybody success in their lives, but then I'm always looking at it, the next small brand being bought by somebody, will they keep doing the things that they did well? I don't know, because they have to fit into that big corporate machinery, their new processes, all of the stuff. And this is, it's a blessing and a curse, I guess.
Oh, totally. Person. And I just made this this test for myself. I don't know if you've seen, but I started doing like when I buy something at the beauty boutique at Chanel, they kind of to the shopping bag, they glue a little paper camellia, to make the bag look cute. So I take the paper camellia off, and I just started, because I'm very stressed lately and I have anxiety and stuff like that. So I was like, let me try to do arts and crafts. I did study. Oh, okay. I did study art. So I'm like, it relaxes me to paint these petals. I love flowers so much. So I'm like, let me just start painting them. And the latest one I did is completely covered in Chanel Rouge Noir nail polish. A famous, I would love for you to make a video about that, about the history of Rouge Noir.
I will take that up.
Yes, please, because I know a ton about it, but I want to see what you managed to dig out about it. It used to be called Vamp.
Okay, now the pressure is on.
But it's so exciting, Liz, because it was called Vamp when it was released, and it was the first time that they mixed black and red to the point of like creating this vampire look. And then Uma Thurman wore it in Pulp Fiction. I mean, it was like everybody was making dupes of Rouge Noir. It was first called Vamp, then it changed name, then they reformulated it. But anyway, it's a historic Chanel nail polish. But so I digress. I wanted my first nail polish camellia to be Rouge Noir. So I start doing it, and because I'm very disciplined and very organized, I know that if you're working with nail polish and the camellia, which is already assembled, you have to paint petal for petal, bit by bit. You got to let it dry. Then you paint the second petal. You got to let it dry. So anyway, long story short, it took me over 10 days, over 10 hours of work, plus an entire bottle of Chanel nail polish, plus all the time to wait for it to cool down. Plus I had to do 3 layers of it. Plus I had to purchase the back metal brooch to attach. So I calculate my labor, the hours that I invested working. I didn't overcharge I'm a professional artist who has a master degree, but I still charge just $20 an hour, which is literally above, minimum wage right now in LA is like $16. Yeah. So I'm like, let me charge $20, which is like already poverty level. $20 plus the nail polish. So so this paper camellia, if I were to sell it, and don't forget, I have to be charged taxes, income tax on this thing, right? For me to be able to have at least $50 left at the end, I would need to sell this camellia for $500.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And of course, somebody who doesn't know who I am maybe sees me at a flea market with the camellia. It's like, oh, cute little camellia, a little DIY, a little Etsy moment. How cute. How cute little Etsy moment. Here's $10. And I'm like, no, it's $500. They're going to laugh in your face. Like, who the F do you think you are? $500. Yeah, and I'm like, well, if I charge you $500 for this, I'm literally, after taxes and all my labor, I'm only left with $50. I'm not getting rich off of this, but I invested 10 hours of my life that I will never get back. And a lot of love and attention and care went into this. And I just calculated my labor hours. I didn't calculate the amount of time that I had to wait between every petal to dry. Mm-hmm. You see, because of course I'm not a factory producer. I don't produce 100 camellias a day. I produce 1 camellia every 2 weeks. How am I supposed to live off of that if I were to sell them? So you see now, if you're a small business and you're making your stuff by your own with your own hands, but nobody knows who you are, nobody's going to want to give you $500 for hand-painted flower.
Yeah, it's funny that you say this, because it reminds me when I started Pelargon, I actually started with small baskets, interior decor items that were made by women in Cambodia. And then I was at this pop-up market, like you said. I had to laugh when you said like the flea market and we have to explain the product. And then people come by, and what I found so funny is like we talk a lot about sustainability. There are all these like Gen Zs and millennials would pay more if something is sustainable, blah, blah, blah. We all know this.
Yeah.
So then I'm at this market in July in Austria. It was like 40-degree heat, one of the hottest weekends, trying to convince people to buy these baskets. And then I tell them the story, and they say, "Oh, that's so lovely that you work with these artisans, and also give them the opportunity. You work with them, and blah blah." And then you say the price, and you see the price, and it was not an exaggerated price. It was to cover their cost, my cost, as you say, customs, VAT, all of that stuff. It was not outrageous, and I saw immediately how they withdrew from the store, and it kind of broke my heart, because I was like, we all talk about the importance of, quote unquote, saving our planet, contributing to all these things. We want to do good, but then we demand so much from the small people, from the small designers, from the small labels. And at the same time, they would probably drop a multiple of that price if it was kind of a big label attached to it.
Yeah.
And this is something that I find something very, very sad, but it's just, as you said before, the capitalist world that we
Of course. And for the big brands, you know, they can go on sale with certain products, because the money that they lose when they reduce the price of a jacket, the money that they lose there, they're going to gain the money again, because they're going to sell you an overpriced lipstick. The big brands can afford to do this because they branch out to all different environments, all different product out-branching, outsourcing. But when you're a small business, I can't really reduce the price of my product A because I don't have a product B that will compensate for the loss of having reduced the price of product A. If I'm a small business that is specialized just on product A, that's all I got. If I don't sell it, I got no money. And if I reduce the price of product A, I'm losing money. And there's another law, let's not forget. I don't know if it's like this in every country, but most countries have this law that you're not allowed to sell something underneath its value. You're not allowed to lose money. I don't know if Germany has this law, if Austria has this law, but it's an economy law. It's a law that you're not allowed to sell something if the price makes you lose money for the product. So you have to compensate somewhere else. Unless you're not doing like end of year sales inventory something and you label that product as dead stock, leftover stock, or flawed, and then you can claim taxes for it, in which case you're allowed to sell it as flawed underneath its value. But you can't sell your entire collection underneath its value. But that's exactly what the people expect. Like, oh, are you from Etsy? I don't know. You're standing here, there's what, $10? I'll give you $10. I'm like, what? But the problem is people are also used to this slavery. By that, I mean Primark, H&M's, all of these pieces that they can sell you when they go on sale for like $10, $5 a t-shirt. And you're happy because you think, I made a great deal. Right, but that mentality is what then makes you believe that something that is actually really sustainably made by a local artisan, that's also worth only $5. But you don't think in that moment that t-shirt that you're paying $5 for in a fast fashion company is made by slavery labor somewhere in a third world country where little kids are working and they don't even have enough money to pay the food when they come back home. And you're like happy. You think you really did something. You saved some money by buying that t-shirt that's A, going to fall apart pretty soon. 2, you don't care because the brands have made it look so nice to you, like a pretty greenwashing websites. They explain it so nicely, organically sourced cotton. They're going to make you feel good about yourself for having purchased something so cheap. They're not going to tell you what the working circumstances are. behind that t-shirt that cost you €5 or $5 to purchase. So you're going to start believing that everybody can make a profit off of selling a $5 t-shirt. No, not everybody can. Not everybody can. So it all boils down to your own morals. As a citizen, how much do you want to be morally ready and prepared to spend more money for the sake of everybody's good? Or if you're going to live on that mentality, me, I don't give a fuck about anybody else. It's all about me. So I don't care if the t-shirt was produced by forced labor somewhere in a third world. I don't care, as long as I get to save money. But you see, long term...
Also, because the problem is very far away. We also sometimes think we are so close because of the internet. But for people in Europe, most of the countries where their clothes are produced, it's so far away. Sometimes you can't even imagine what's going on, or you just don't even think about it. I sometimes also don't blame people, because if you are just not, if you have never really thought about this, there are many things in life that we just take for granted and don't really think about it. Then you might not have questioned it, how it was produced, what happened. But as you said, when you then are trying to sell your camellia as an artist, and you then have to justify, no, €5 is actually not enough for my camellia, and you have to give the whole breakdown. This is where I say, like, this is the current injustice of the market also in a certain way.
For sure. And just FYI, I'm not selling the camellia. It's just a labor. No, it's just a labor of love. I just make them for me, and it's just really, it relaxes me to do. But I just made this calculation as an example the other day, because I was like sitting there looking at that camellia, thinking to myself, a few people have asked me already, because a few people were like, oh, Dacob, are you ever going to sell them? And I always say, no. But then it made me think. And I was like, well, if I were to sell one of them, how much would I charge? I had no clue. And then I sat down and started really very, consciously, very mathematically calculating. I was like, okay, well, if I were to sell it, how much would it cost? And then I added up all the hours of work and everything. I was like, oh my God, this would cost $500. And the craziest thing of it all, it's $500 if you buy it from me. But if I were to sell this to a shop, and the shop were to sell it to you, the camellia would then cost $750.
True.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh my God, yeah, forget about it. This ain't gonna happen. So it's insane. Because the shop also, you have to, wholesale, usually markup for shops is 2.6, 2.7. And then once it's marked up, then you get your final price, and the shop has to pay taxes too. They have to pay you. They have to pay the workers in the shop. They also have to pay storage room. I worked in retail for a long time. I also managed shops. The thing is, when you have stock in your shop, it's not that simple. People think, well, you ordered it, you paid for it, now it's in the shop, and one day you're going to sell it. I'm like, no. This merch that you have in the shop devalues with every passing day. With every passing day that you have the product in your shop, you're losing money. It costs you extra money to have it in the shop with every passing day, while the product devalues in price at the same time. I mean, it's insanity for a person to start a small business from like scratch. Like, if you don't have a millionaire investor, forget about it. Not going to happen.
Yeah, it's really, really tough for especially, I think, in the fashion place, it's a very, very tough thing. But what I wanted to say before about the camellias, maybe you don't sell them, but maybe one day Chanel knocks at your door and wants an artist collaboration. That would be fun. I would buy that.
Oh, wow. Well, what I think would happen, and Mahora also told me the other day, he's like, wait till Chanel sees that you're putting nail polish on the camellias. Next collection, they're going to be, they're going to be selling them and done. Or because they're very feisty, they might just stop doing the paper camellias altogether. They don't want to give them, because those camellias used to be textile in the past. They would attach, I have them. They would be beautifully made textile camellia. Then they said more sustainable. Yeah, sure. They started making them cheaper. So they made them out of paper. Okay. Now that we're using these paper camellia to paint on them, now they're going to, you just wait and see when they stop doing these camellias altogether and they just put stamps on the paper bags, and so you can't have anything anymore because they don't like to see this. They don't like stuff like this. They don't like when you are sustainable, when you start resourcing stuff, when you start, no, they just want you to buy their stuff only from them and to not be creative about it. They also don't like when their customers have social media and when they share the freebies on social media. They don't like that. They tell you, please don't photograph this on your Instagram.
It's also what you mentioned in your video about that Chanel hashtag. Like that I found really shocking. God. Also, that and it's probably not only Chanel, but these are all things that I do understand from a copyright perspective also. And from a trademark perspective, why all these companies do this, because we only see our perspective and not theirs. They say, okay, we've worked for decades for this brand, but at the same time, it's also for creators, for everyone. It's a bit scary because you never know, okay, I just use this hashtag because I like that product or I want to do a video about Coco Chanel or something. And then suddenly it's like, oh my God, what did I do?
But that's also Meta, Instagram, Zuckerberg, super shady. I mean, they're in cahoots. Chanel pays them money for advertisement, so obviously they have a say. But the thing is, the whole idea, again, they're going to sell it to you as it's good for the consumer. It's good for you that we're blocking certain accounts because you're stupid, and you might end up believing that a counterfeit being advertised on some Instagram account is actually the real deal. Yeah, some people might be duped into believing that it's authentic, but the problem is these big companies that sell the fakes, they are so professional. They know that Instagram will take them down. They open up hundreds of accounts, and they have a ton of people working for no money almost, night and day, to keep these accounts rolling. Okay. And you forget about it. Instagram is never going to take all of them down. It's way too much work. But instead, what do? They take down the little person like me. They deleted my first Chanel fan account. I never sold anything from Chanel in my life. You know what I mean? Except one pair of sneakers that were too tight on me. That's it. And that's it. And like, the reason why my first Chanel fan account was deleted was because they're like, you went against copyright counterfeit infringement laws. I'm like, first of all, I'm taking photos of my personal collection. I don't use my Instagram account to sell anything. I just share my love for this brand. So for you to come for me because I used the Chanel hashtag claiming that you're taking my Instagram account down because copyright, you're selling our stuff. I'm like, first of all, it's my stuff. I bought it. Second of all, I'm not selling it. But no. Now, I would say Chanel is a little bit allegedly, right? Over controlling, anally retentive. Okay. If it wasn't for one fact, and that is some accounts on Instagram are not affected by the prohibition of using hashtag Chanel. Interesting. I've noticed this, they selectively target certain people that they don't want to be associated with them, even though you're not associated with them. You're photographing your own shit. Mm-hmm. But others they allow. So there's this one account. I don't know if they're reporters or if they're collectors. They're always invited front row at the fashion show, at the Chanel fashion shows, okay? And they post pictures. They're invited. They have the hotel paid. Then they film when they enter the hotel room. Bruno Pavlovsky signed a letter to them like, welcome to the blah, blah, blah. Chanel hopes that your stay is going to be nice here. Just a couple of days ago for the cruise collection, that travesty of a collection. So this Instagram account is invited, front row, is in the hotel suite with the freebies from Chanel, a lot of things given for free, books, items, Chanel accessories, and they're front row at the show. They film everything, they post everything. And I'm like, okay, so these are either good clients or influencers that are invited by Chanel, fine. But they use hashtag Chanel and they're not blocked. and their account is not deleted. But what I found really shocking, these people also have access to internal Chanel intel. And they post it. They post it publicly on their Instagram account. Like, they photograph those internal, literally, intel that has a stamp over it that says for internal use only, Chanel. And they photograph it and they post it like, here, price increase is coming on this date. This is the percentage it's going to do. This is what is going to go up in price. This is what Chanel is going to plan to lay out next month. This is the leaked photo of this product that you haven't seen yet. I'm like, and they put hashtag Chanel under that as well. And their account does not get deleted.
Yeah, there's definitely something up.
Oh,
I would
yes.
say.
So that's what I'm telling you. I mean, allegedly, of course, we have to say everything. Allegedly. But the thing is, as a person like me who has been in the fashion industry for decades, like at a certain point, you're tired. You're just like, okay, there's no winning. They're all bullies. They're all, they do what they want. They rule the world. Okay. They have the connections. There's no way. There's no way that you can do anything to win. You can just wait it out. And you can try to raise awareness so that other consumers also start talking with their money and not just being afraid that they're not going to be offered the bag next season if they dare criticize the lack of quality or this or that. But having said all that, I do believe that times are better because I'm noticing more and more criticism coming from the people on social media. I'm noticing more and more people waking up, being very vocal. And one of the first big examples was, do you remember 2021, I think it was fall winter, when they did the paper advent calendar?
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Okay.
Oh, no, yeah.
And again, the great example of YouTube not really caring about me and my algorithm. So, of course, I was the first one to make a video about this, did not go viral. But then a few weeks later, that one girl got the calendar, made the video on TikTok, and was so sad in that video. That went viral. It went viral so much. It went so viral that people in masses flocked, because Chanel, they do own a TikTok account, but they don't post to TikTok anything. They just secured Chanel on TikTok, but they don't have a TikTok account. So people couldn't comment on Chanel TikTok, but all of them flocked over to Chanel's Instagram and started flooding every single post Chanel would make. They would say, give the poor girl her $900 back. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for giving freebies, like stickers for $800? And it got so out of hand that I think for the first time in a long time, Bruno Pavlovsky had to say something. And Chanel issued an official letter. And even in that letter, and I made a video analyzing that letter, even in that letter, that brand could not bring themselves to be honestly apologetic and say, we're sorry. No, instead, what did Bruno say? We are sorry that, I'm paraphrasing here, we are sorry that you did not understand the true value and the artistry of this piece. So, we're not going to do it again because you're idiots and you don't understand what is really good. Like, that's what you read between the lines. And then, to rub it in, guess what happened? Shortly after that, Chanel wins 2 awards, or 3, and I made a video about that as well, for the design of the biodegradable paper pulp bottle with the freebies. The cost, they won the Sustainability Award, I think it was, from some cacamamie company where you know how it works. They give themselves awards. All of these brands, they're all together in this. So they all give each other the awards. So it's like not even really warranted. You can't even win the... Do you remember when Kylie Jenner a couple of months ago, she started her own brand of those clothes and then she won an award for like best newcomer or something, and then everybody realized what really happened, like she paid to get the award. Okay, well, there you go. That's how it works. The awards that you win, they're paid for. It's all an illusion.
But it's also these very often in editorials, like in Europe, we have these very, frankly, quite strict GDPR rules for online publishing. So you need to disclose, no need to tell you if you receive money, whatever. But very often in print magazines, you get these polished, as you say, awards or
Yeah.
reviews of products, and nobody says, what did the journalist get? Did they fly them in business class? In which hotel did they stay? And I'm always like, well, good for them journalists. I would also like to go to that hotel and then wear that dress. But
Yeah.
what happened,
Yeah.
And this is the thing. But I do agree with you. I do think that people speak out now. And this is one positive thing about social media, because we tend to focus on this negative aspect sometimes also. Word moves fast.
Oh,
And
yes.
even faster now.
Yes.
If the algorithm is on your side or not. But I think in the end, as we said before, we have a voice and people are now more willing to talk about it. And if they see, oh, I'm not the only one complaining, somebody also dared to say something to this and that company and risk something, maybe we can achieve something together. And this is always how, no matter in which area, movements start.
The so-called grassroots movement, and it is really, really important. The small person, that's all we got, you guys, is each other, and for now, social media. Even though, who knows for how long, because they're censoring it more and more as well. So never take whatever little freedom you got for granted, because we tend to. We get spoiled very easily. We are creatures of habit, and if something is comfy and cozy, we don't question the moral repercussions of why it's so comfortable and cozy. We tend to just close an eye or two. Oh, Deborah C., thank you so much, sweetie. Deborah just
$20. Putting my money where my mouth is. A wonderfully ballsy discussion today.
Oh, thank you, Deborah. Very kind of you. Thank you, sweetie. Hold on, let's do the harp. Can we do the harp during the phone call? Let me see if Bubbles can do this. I'll have to fan myself. I'll tickle the I'll tickle the tip. Hit it, Bubbles. Oh, we did it. Whew. Yes. Thank you, Deborah. Very kind. Oh, man. So, yeah, I don't know, Liz. Did you like the conversation? Are you having fun?
Oh, I very much enjoyed it. I can't tell you how much, actually. Like, now I'm a bit calmer. When we started the call, I was really like, my adrenaline level was like very, very high, because it's also, frankly, my first YouTube live, I have to say.
But it's super cool and chill.
And also just talking with you, like I always appreciate when somebody has a very interesting point of view and wants to talk. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. I hope you did too.
Oh my gosh, yes. I wouldn't be talking with you for over an hour if I didn't. I think it's amazing. We got to do this again. No, really, seriously. And thank you so much for making the videos that you do. I scrolled through your entire channel and I noticed, so I can give you a tip. The problem with your channel also for the algorithm is not the type of information you're giving. It's because you started a long time ago, then you were making recipes with your grandma, then you stopped posting. That killed your channel. Because the algorithm reset to nothing. To revive your channel again costs, in some cases, more effort than to start a brand new one.
Good point.
So think about that. I'm not saying you should, but maybe you should just...
No, I appreciate, because that's very valuable coming from you, who has been doing this a very long time.
Yeah.
So that's, thank you. I really appreciate any piece of advice.
Because I've had the same issue, because I started my channel, topics were different, then I switched topics again, then I started doing Twin Peaks, movies, and then perfumes, and fashion again, and that messed my channel algorithm completely. I'm working really hard to correct that since years now, and I opened extra channels for extra topics. That's the only way to do it. So your algorithm thinks, oh, you're a cooking channel. But you're not a cooking channel anymore. But a lot of your videos are about cooking. So the algorithm is like, okay, wait, hold on a minute. Is she... So let's show her videos to people who are into food. Because the algorithm keeps testing the market for you. That's how the algorithm works. But then the food people, they get offered a video about Chanel and they're like, I'm not going to click on that. That's not food. And then the algorithm gets back the feedback. Oh, okay, well, her content is not really clickable. So, how many subscribers do you have at the moment?
Well, I think somebody said it before in the thing, I hope that I will scratch on the 1,000 soon.
Okay, so maybe because getting to 1,000 is possible. It's doable, then you can get monetized. You need 4,000 watch hours as well. You need 4,000
subscribers.
Okay, okay. I'm looking at your channel now. You got 968.
Yeah, somebody says 35 to go.
You got 968. So maybe it's worth it to take all these videos with you, start a brand new channel, and re-upload them.
See how it goes.
And re-upload them. Don't dunk all of them at once. You got to educate the algorithm. Don't feed it too much food. It's a hungry beast. You got to educate the algorithm, just like a dog. The dog is going to eat everything you give it unless you don't train the dog. So, like my perfume channel, for example, I trained the algorithm 2 videos a week. Mondays, Fridays. And at the beginning, I wanted to reach 1,000 subbies. I pumped in more videos and then I stopped. And now my algorithm knows Mondays, Fridays. Mondays, Fridays. And perfume, very clear, very clean what it is. Hashtag is always with perfumes. I always describe perfumes a lot. And the channel is growing much faster than my main channel used to grow 10 years ago when I first started it because I had no clue what I was doing.
Yeah.
But I know what I'm doing with the perfume channel. And I'm like, wow, within 2 years, we almost reached 10,000 subbies already, which is slow because some people reach always 1 million within a year. Not my case because I'm too niche, but that's okay. But I'm thinking maybe...
But still a very good number.
No, I'm really satisfied with it for sure, especially because you combine all your channels together, then the revenue, collects. But the thing is, if you start brand new and you make it very clear from the beginning, a new channel, very clear what it's about in the description so the algorithm knows what you're about. It's fashion, it's lifestyle, whatever you want it to be. And then you're very consequent about posting the topics in your spectrum all the time. Because 2 problems on your channel is the cooking and then a huge gap of not posting anything time-wise, and then you reactivated the channel again. And that's like you're investing. It's a pity because you have wonderful work, wonderful content. The algorithm is just, it's like you numbed it. It's like you have to see it this way. It's like you went to surgery, you've been given anesthesia, and the channel is under anesthesia because you didn't post for several years. And now you're trying to wake it up from the anesthesia, but the algorithm is not waking up. And to wake it up...
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah.
And to wake it up is going to cost you more time and effort, maybe, than actually starting with a brand new channel.
It's actually a very good point, and frankly, I do have to say I thought about it, but I was not sure if this is the right strategy. So getting your feedback, because you know so much more about that beast of YouTube. So I'm also really grateful that you share this, because a lot of people with your size of the channel would never share those insights.
Because they're assholes. Because they're assholes. Sorry, and this really pisses me off when people are gatekeeping. And you're right. You're right about this, and I'm just sick and tired of this, because, how many channels do we see on luxury fashion channels out there, who have tens of thousands of subscribers or hundreds of thousands, talking to a smaller channel, making, talking with you, now 2 hours, giving you a platform? Who does this? Nobody.
Almost no one, I can tell you.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and it's sad, and it makes me angry. You know what this means? This means that these people that have these big channels, they are scared. They think you're going to take away something from them. Why are they scared? They're scared because they know they're not that good. This is the problem. This is the problem, and they feel threatened. Why would you feel threatened by somebody who makes wonderful content like you do? When I found the first thing that came to mind when I found your videos, I was like, oh my God, I gotta get Liz on my channel because she needs more subscribers. The first thing that came to my mind was, how do we get Liz more subscribers? My first thought was not, she's too good. This is competition.
Thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. I do have to say, because it's unfortunately the exception to many others, but I really, really appreciate that, because for you, it's also, you put yourself out there, you endorse me, it's also your face that's doing this. And that's why in the beginning, when you said you always do the vetting and you're always a bit careful, I completely understand this, because if you do that, it's also a risk for you. Well,
but also I love my subscribers. I love my viewers. they're wonderful people. You know, it took me 10 years to build this lovely community, and I have a responsibility to my viewers. So obviously, this is not just about my reputation. It's also about, hey, never underestimate the fact that you have wonderful people watching you, and they decide to spend their precious time with you watching your channel. And this is something that a lot of content creators forget. They take it for granted. They try to milk their viewers by showing stupid sponsorships of some stupid VA apps or products that they're never going to use. I'm like, I don't want to waste my viewers' time. So when I decide to show content to my people, my community, you best believe I want them to get the best that I can possibly offer. I'm not perfect. I'm going to make mistakes as well. But if I can ever think about something to show to my people, I'm going to want to show them stuff that I love, because I want to share with them my passions. And this is really, really important. You know, and I had to vet also in your case, because I do not want a MIM endorsement situation. We had the Mel in Melbourne situation, which I'm like, girl, bye. No, not going to have. But so Jincat is asking for the channel. The pink lookbook, Jincat, pink lookbook.
Yes, and I also saw somebody, I will just quickly put it in the chat, because somebody asked for my Instagram, if that's okay. I will just quickly
in the chats, if you put the @ spell out @ don't do the @ because I think then the chat will block it out.
Okay, I would just, I'm just sending the name as it is without an @.
Oh wait, 5 Foot Nothing did it, @pink lookbook. But also Instagram.
Yeah, but the Instagram is just a different one.
Yeah, go for it.
It's just this, what I posted now, without any association to anything. But really, I can't say it enough. Like, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Apart from that really, really interesting conversation with you. Honestly, 2 weeks ago, I don't know when you started being in touch with me. I didn't even dream of one day talking to you. I was always watching your videos and thinking like, wow, you know so much. And maybe one day I can also have such a conversation. So now I'm like, wow.
Oh, no, Liz, I mean, it was my honor, my pleasure. Seriously. I mean, you guys, when I rarely discover true gems on the internet, and Liz is a gem. So please really subscribe to her channel. And if she decides to open a new one to reboot the algorithm, we're all going to go and subscribe to the new channel as well. Because, I mean, you have beautiful content. You put love into it. It's wonderful to learn. I think I also saw a video. You did also a video on the, wait, was it Longchamp? No, which?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That one.
So it's one is about the pliage by Longchamp. And actually, at the moment, I'm trying their after-sales repair service. So I hope in a few weeks I get the bag back, and then I can do a video about this. So this is also...
Fingers crossed about that. That sounds super fascinating. Oh, Brenda says, okay, Liz, I just started following you on Instagram. So
thank you.
You guys...
Thanks, everyone. I see the comments. It's really, really sweet.
And here you see Liz posted. Liz is the pink lookbook in the chats. And so this Liz Steiger, you just add the @ in front, you guys. And that's her Instagram.
Yes.
You know. Oh, have you ever been, question to you, have you ever been to the Vienna Film Casino?
I have to admit, I haven't. My brother is a huge film podcaster here in Austria. He has been, but I haven't. But they have also an amazing museum. Why are you asking?
Well, because I premiered Art Lovers Unite at the Vienna Film Casino.
Oh, really?
Yes.
When was that?
A year ago. And
Wow.
and it went so well, I think they do 2 screenings because... Or was it just 1? I can't remember. 4 screenings, actually. No, they did 4.
Wow. Okay, wow, that's amazing.
Or 5 even. Yeah, the Vienna Film Casino. Yeah, they asked for the movie, and we said yeah. We said yeah, especially because Andreas Kronthal...
You have to tell me next time when you do something here.
Andreas Kronthal is from Austria, and so he was, you know, Vivian's husband, and so Vivian Westwood has a very direct connection to Vienna. Yeah.
Yeah. They actually did a collection with a dirndl company here, who has a very, very inspiring founder, Gexi Toastman, who is kind of like a guru on everything dirndl. So that Vivian Westwood dirndl collection, or everything that's traditional clothing, is really, really interesting. And I'm a big fan of Vivian Westwood.
Oh, I adore her. And having met her in real life a few times is just...
Wow.
I treasure that. I'm going to take that to my own grave. But she, you know how sustainable she was. So one thing, she in Austria, somewhere in Tirol, like Südtirol or something. No, Tirol, because Südtirol is Italy. But she met through Andreas this old lady, older than her, who knitted her by hand.
Yes, that's Gexiko Toastmans and her family, her mother.
There you go, her mother, and it's from her own sheep. So,
yes, and this is the thing that she wore until the very last pictures.
Until the very last pictures. That is her little, she got that done by that lady. It's the wool from the lady's sheep. So she took the wool, the lady took the wool, the lady made the little vest, and that's what Vivienne wore till her dying day. And bless her heart. And oh man, I love that woman so much. You know, there's this one interview, one of the last interviews she did, it was for Dazed magazine, and she didn't really like wasting paper, so she didn't want people to do reportages about her in newspapers. She didn't want to waste paper on that, you know. But of course, she understands that it's important to raise awareness about her activism. So you gotta take a loss somewhere. But she said, well, you're also going to probably promote my company because, you know, she doesn't own the company. Another guy owns half of the company, and she fought with him till her dying day because he was really difficult with her. Anyway, he was all about the money and she was all about activism. But so she said, okay, we're going to do this interview in this magazine if you allow me to publish at the end of the magazine like a 2 or 3, I think it was a 2-page layout. So basically the brand wants you to buy her clothes, right? But Vivienne, she loves knitwear. So that one of the first things she ever did was the sex jumper in the 70s, which she knitted herself. And that one is still in production from time to time. And of course the company wants you to buy it. But she said, no, I'm going to give you guys the knit pattern for this sweater.
Oh, yeah. That's
So
nice.
I want the magazine to allow me to print out the entire pattern so that you guys, and she said it in the interview, bless her heart, she said, you know, this is really expensive if you buy it from me. You don't have to buy it from me. Make it yourself. Do it yourself. Here is the pattern. Here's the knit pattern. Buy yourself the wool. Make it yourself.
That's really beautiful. And this is what you said before about people who are so great themselves. They don't need to fear competition or people making that vest. What she did was to just associate people with her even more.
Exactly.
And actually, when they did that collaboration with the Toastman company for the collection that was a bit Dirndl inspired, they also invited them to Paris when everything was presented, and also they gave them credit. And this is also something what we said before, when brands don't do that. And this is also something that I really, really loved about her.
Just amazing.
Apart from the amazing clothes that she made.
Of course, apart from the amazing clothes that she made. And but also I really like her, the ethical fashion association that she's a part of. And so she has a manufacturing group of ladies and a few gentlemen in Kenya that make so there's a special Made in Kenya collection from Vivienne Westwood every year, every season, and mostly bags and accessories. It's the best stuff. The best bags are the Made in Kenya bags. I have quite a few of those. Beautiful, beautiful pieces, and also some of them made with the shuka, which is a typical pattern and material, woven material of Kenya. And the beads, everything beaded by hand. Wow. I mean, her Made in Kenya bags are very, very rooted in OG DNA, Vivienne Westwood DNA. Raw, rough around the edges. You know, these things are made in, you know, by hand, and they're not perfect. And there's like, but they're so beautiful. Actually, they are perfect because they are so raw.
That makes them perfect. Yeah.
Exactly. So they still make them from time to time. I'm so proud to have a few of those pieces, you know, in my collection from the time when she was still alive.
That's really amazing.
Yeah, Vivienne Westwood, she was one of our last great, really, you know, once she passed away, I'm like, okay, who's left? I mean, we have Yoji, but Yoji is also, you know, business oriented. I mean, he's kind of sustainable, but Yoji Yamamoto is also in his own world. Kind Christian Lacroix was amazing in the 90s, but he's not working anymore.
Yeah.
Castelbajac is also almost not working anymore. He was amazing too.
Yeah, as you say, it feels like some things are coming to an end also. Some eras are coming to an end.
We really are. We really are. And look at the funny situation we're in with the world, this whole stupidity of the musical chairs game that the brands are playing with the artistic directors, with the designers. I don't even know who's designing where anymore. We don't even care.
It becomes so confusing. I have to say, every week there's something, because I follow also Business of Fashion for the news. Every week they're telling me, oh, this guy switched to this. Yeah, okay, good for them, but it's just a lot. Yeah, musical chairs, as you say.
It's just so annoying, and everything has become so disposable. And this is also one of the reasons why also like models on the runway, they're not allowed to have character. Very few are allowed to have character. You're not allowed to have character because you're not allowed to outshine the dull, boring clothes that are on the runway. But also, you're not allowed to become too famous. You have to be disposable. You have to have the feeling that we can exchange you any given moment. Same with the designers. 2 years, 3 years, top, bye, next.
But when you think about the 90s, what would Gianni Versace have been without the top models? What would they have been without him? It was like a recipe for success.
But Liz, that was the vision that you were talking about. Like in the past, these designers had a vision. Gianni had a vision. He made the top models. Not because he thought, oh, he needs it for himself. He loved them. Every single one of them today that are still with us, of the top models, they all say unanimously, they say, Gianni was not a gatekeeper. He was so generous, so generous. He would give them clothes, pay them what they wanted to be paid. He just wanted them around. He loved to have that opulence, the decadence, the Baroque feeling of, well, the style of Baroque, of over-binging, over-indulging, over-the-top everything. And he kept telling the models, laugh on the runway, have fun on the runway, flirt with the audience on the runway. Now, if you dare do that, you'll get fired.
It's like going to a funeral sometimes.
Yeah. And this is, so Gianni really created the top models. He created a vision. He had a vision. He's gone. Vivian had a vision.
Did you read the book, The House of Versace, by any chance?
I did not read the book. The House of Versace? No, I did not.
It's really interesting. Also, the audiobook version is quite good. And I actually underestimated the role of Donatella in the whole thing.
Oh,
that she was this marketing brain for him. He was creative and all. This is so interesting. When you see her today, you would not imagine that she was very young at the time.
She was very young and very ugly, but he loved her so much. And the interesting thing is, he created Versus for her. So when he was still alive, she got the artistic direction of Versus. I have some of the pieces from the 90s when she was doing that. I mean, incredible. She really has a vision. But he was in love with his sister. So there's this really interesting story. Robert Wilson, who was a theater director and an artist, he has connections to the whole world. So this guy, I mean, really, the guy's very, very famous and very powerful. And in the early stages of Versace's triumphant career, you know, he already had the big palazzo in Milan, like one of those really, I mean, decadence. Like you have to open one, you know, the double doors, and then you're in another room, and then you walk to the other double door you open, and then you enter another room before you finally arrive to the, you know, like a king and a queen. Okay. So basically he was, and I heard this story from his costume designer who used to design costumes for almost all of Robert Wilson's plays. By the way, that costume designer comes from the family that designed costumes for Maria Callas. So again, nepotism, but we're talking royalty. Yeah. Royalty. So this guy, very young back then, is going with Bob to meet. So they're working with Gianni because Gianni was working on the theater. He made all the costumes for one of Robert Wilson's plays in the 90s, together with this other guy, whose name I forget now. And so they're going to to meet with Gianni to talk about, and there's a book with all the costumes that were made for this opera theater play by Robert Wilson. Amazing book, very rare to find nowadays. Anyway, so Gianni wants him to meet his sister. Now, mind you, back then, not everybody knew who Donatella was, you know. So, his costume designer is talking to us and telling us the story, and he's like, so here we are. We arrived to this huge palazzo apartment, and we've been told by Gianni, oh, my sister, she is divine. She is my muse. She is the epitome of beauty, of feminine beauty incarnate in a body. She is a goddess, you know. And they're expecting, you can imagine, their expectations are very high, very, very high, especially two gay men. If you tell them, oh, yeah, this is amazing. The gay men have fantasies. They are going to go places with those fantasies. So here they are going through all these rooms, and all these doors are opening and opening. And finally the last door opens, and there's Donatella Versace sitting down on something like a chaise lounge or something. And the guy says she was so small and ugly with a big stumpy nose, and she was kind of chubby. What the hell? And, but again, because the gays were expecting God knows what, right? But that doesn't matter. She was beautiful to her brother. He saw in Donatella a goddess, and that's what matters. She was his muse. She inspired him. And now, many years later, when we look back at the older photos of Donatella, before the surgeries, before she got thinner, when the nose is, whatever, she does look a little bit, particular. But I agree with Gianni. She's beautiful. She's magnetic. She has this antiquity type of vibe about her. She's like something you would see on ancient Roman coins. I would have seen her, you know what I mean? On one of those. And I get it. I understand. I understand why she's so beautiful, but for the standards in the 90s, she wasn't deemed beautiful. But she is today. Mm-hmm. Like today, we understand. We understand why Gianni was so mesmerized by this tiny little creature that was his sister. I love that story so much because it proved those two guys wrong. Because to me, she is beautiful. Even today, even after all the plastic surgery, I don't care. She's still beautiful to me and still an inspiration. But fashion-wise, I preferred Gianni's work to hers.
That's the thing also. The industry that we are talking about is unfortunately very superficial, because I always say there are no ugly people. It's always about the personality or what's behind you that makes you beautiful. The best example is always you meet somebody, they might look like a model, and then they say something really silly and you're like, oh, I don't find you that attractive anymore.
Exactly.
So I think with her, it's just like, there's this, I don't know if it's the Sicilian enthusiasm or something, even with him. Like, yes, okay, also objectively, he was a very good-looking person, but there was just something about him. Oh, and nobody could resist it, I think.
Magical, magnetic. You cannot resist Gianni. No, Gianni. But just like with Vivienne, Vivienne Westwood is the tiniest little person. Same, but you can't take your eyes off of her. And when we were walking through the Gemälde Gallery in Berlin, and she was talking about all the paintings, even people that didn't recognize her, that don't know who she was, that were visiting the museum that day, they look at her.
There's something when they enter the room. Yeah, they somehow captivate everyone.
It's a magnet. It's mesmerizing. You're just like hypnotized by her. Seriously. And I didn't tell this to her in the while we were filming the movie, but we were standing in front of Caravaggio at one point. And of course, it was the most famous painting of the gallery, and everybody wants to see it, even though it's not the best one. But again, brand marketing. It's a Caravaggio, so we'll go. But And I'm looking at that paint, and I didn't want to tell her that because she would hate a compliment like that, because she would have thought that I'm licking her ass. So I did not say it, but I thought it. And now that she's no longer with us, I can say it without risking her, like, cringing. In that moment, I was looking at that painting. I kid you not, Liz. I thought to myself, you're more beautiful than this painting. Like, you're more precious than this painting. This painting, if people take care for it in the museum, it'll be here for another 1,000 years. But this moment right now, being live here with you, having this energy exchange, it's never going to happen again. So time-wise, this is more precious. It's a more limited exchange in time, way more precious than this painting. I didn't say that to her because, she would have probably thought it was very cringe.
But just that memory of that moment must be amazing.
It really is. I could cry right now. It's so emotional. And we really lost an angel. We really did. She was incredible on every level. And it's just so sad now. What do we have? What do we have now? Kim Jones, please. Kim Jones, Daniel Raz Dingleberry, whatever the F his name is at Schiaparelli. Oh, Liz, honest opinion. What do you think about Schiaparelli today?
Sorry, I just didn't catch the last part because maybe your microphone is covered a bit. Is that possible?
What do you think about, honest opinion, about Schiaparelli today?
Okay.
Today, not the old Schiaparelli, which we hate because she was frenemies with Coco.
So, okay, I do have to say, I also love the original Schiaparelli, just to put that out. But
I do too.
I do have to say, I actually like what Daniel Roseberry has done so far. Like, I analyzed the past collection. I think he puts a lot of effort into the things. Okay, we can also say gimmicky for social media. He knows what he's doing. But artistic-wise, I actually like it, I have to say.
Okay.
What about you?
I cannot stand him nor what he's doing. I find it, I find it just really terrible. But I got good news for you. You're 16 subbies away from 1,000.
Oh, thank you.
Guys, come on, let's get Liz to 1,000 subscribers. We need 16 more, and then she can get monetized. Well, then she needs 4,000 views, 4,000 hours of views within the last year. Do you have those already?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's not the issue.
Guys, we need 16 subscribers and then this woman can get monetized. Come on.
Oh, thank you.
The channel is the Pink Lookbook. The Pink Lookbook. Oh, this is turning into a Liz subscription marathon. We need 16 more. We need 16 more. 15. We need 15 more.
I feel like at a Sotheby's auction, like...
Yes.
Who gets more?
So anyway, 15 more subbies. Come on, guys. We can do this, please. You won't be disappointed. 14. Yes, 14 more to go.
Oh, thank you. I really don't know what to say. I'm beyond words.
Let's get Liz to 1,000 subbies so she can get monetized. She really deserves to get monetized, you guys. Her content is valuable. And she's sharing it for free with us, all of her knowledge. It's really, really... really important. 8 more to go. Come on, guys. We can do this. Thank you, Coco Convert, for subscribing to Liz. Thank you. 5 more to go.
Thank you so much, guys. Oh my God, I don't know. That's really crazy.
3 more to go, Liz. 3 more to go. Come on, guys. We can do this. Let's get Liz to 1,000 subbies so she can get monetized. By the way, when she gets monetized, it's not like immediately she's going to become rich and all of you are going to stay poor. None of that. It's hard work, you guys. Once we get our channels monetized, you start earning 50 cents a month. Then you start earning $3 a month. So
we are soon reaching the level of the camellia.
Exactly. So I'm telling you guys, subscribing to Liz really helps a lot. And it also helps out her business because if she gets her channel monetized, 1 more to go. We did it! Yes! Liz, you got 1,000 subbies!
Wow. I really don't know what to say.
Yeah, we did it, Joe!
Thank you. Danke, merci.
Oh, sweetie, we did it, Liz.
Oh, thank you.
Yes!
Dacob, you really need to come to Vienna and then I owe you more than a coffee.
No, you don't owe me anything, sweetie. It's all my pleasure, my pleasure. Oh, this is amazing! We did it, Joe!
Wow, that's so wow. That I'm speechless is very, very, very rare. I have to tell you. So now I'm like just sitting there, like, oh, whoa, wow.
Oh man, no need to be speech. Just enjoy the moment, Liz. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy your success. You know, that's the most important thing. And everything else, whatever. Stick to your guns. You know, stay consequent. Be honest. Stay honest. That's the magic that you have, is being honest. Don't sell out to stupid sponsorships, because that's gonna mess up your reputation. And you know, stick to your guns.
Thank you.
And never be afraid to share.
I also see somebody else from Vienna who would take you shopping. So we can start a group here, shopping coffee group.
Larissa. Larissa says, yes, Dacob, come to Vienna. I want to go shopping with you. Oh, man, you guys, I would love to. I love Vienna. I've been a couple of times. It's a beautiful city.
You have to come.
And I love Austria. Well, usually, because, okay, this is really superficial. I know Austria has a lot to give artistically, but one of my favorite authors from Austria is Arthur Schnitzler. Arthur Schnitzler with the Traumnovelle. I love Arthur Schnitzler, and the Traumnovelle is, you know, because Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah.
Arthur Schnitzler was actually my graduation topic.
Oh my God, really? Oh, we have another thing in common then. I love Arthur Schnitzler.
It's funny, but also when you read these books at the age of like 17 and 18, you kind of get it, but not everything. When you read them later, you're like, what did this guy write about?
Oh, yes. When you start reading between the lines, you're like, oh. Yeah. Brenda Romero says, I just subbed. I was the 1,000th subscriber. Brenda Romero.
Thank you.
There you go, guys. So to answer your question about Schiaparelli, something about it is not honest. It's so fake. And it's been done a gazillion times before. And what makes me really aggressive and angry, well, overstatement, I don't really care. But what upsets me is that the young kids of today, they look at this and nobody's there to educate them, to tell them this has been done before. So they believe this is the first time that this has been done. So they claim genius. They claim, oh my God, and they behave like they discovered something. And I'm like, there's nothing new here.
Yeah, that's true.
And it saddens me that people are being tricked into thinking. But anyway, that's why. And also, I don't like his attitude. I don't like his posture, his body posture, that he was in the church, son of a preacher man from Texas, acting like he's holier than thou, when in reality, who knows what he's doing in the public toilets. So it just, please, no. And then the whole beard and the whole vibe and how he behaves, and this whole mask for mask and boy next door and proper, sitting always up. I cannot stand it. This preppy perfection, it disgusts me. I want imperfection. I want tension. I want fantasy. The weird thing about that's it. His Schiaparelli, he tries to give you the illusion of this raw imperfection that is sublime, when in reality he's anally retentive and everything about him is so hyper-calculated, and he's trying so hard to fake this illumination of a genius stroke, when in reality it's all just very mathematically calculated with absolutely no genius. Just, there you go. Nectarine Man says, big hate for Roseberry. Dingleberry, whatever his name. I cannot stand him. But anyway, we digress. Back to positive stuff. You guys, this is the power of a community and social media if it's used for good. No gatekeeping. You share the knowledge with each other. You learn through each other. You exchange positive vibes and knowledge with each other. This is what human beings were meant to be. We are social creatures. We are all like little tiny synapsi in a brain. Only once we connect do we grow. And this whole idea of gatekeeping stuff, of not sharing information, of not wanting to help each other out, ultimately will bring us to our own demise. There's only evolution and growth if we help each other. So thank the Lord that I'm using my platform for something good. Because look, we got you monetized, girl!
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really, thanks everyone here. This is when I woke up this morning, I didn't think that day would go into that direction, I have to say.
There you go. Easy peasy. And I told you it was going to be a chill live stream. I know you were a little bit scared, but I'm like, don't worry about it. All good. I'm not the worst host. I kind of try to make my guests feel comfortable.
No, it was, I felt very comfortable. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Well, is there anything else you want to say? Any closing words? Because it's been 5
No,
hours
just
that I've been streaming.
Thanks a lot to you, to your community. It was really lovely to share all of the knowledge, to talk about all of these topics. And also in the end, yeah, that was the cherry on top that you guys also helped me with this. So that was extremely nice. But first and foremost, thank you for that really, really interesting conversation.
Oh, man. Thank you, too. Wait, hold on. And now I always say I have to collaborate with a person first before I follow. There you go. Now I followed you on Insta. Now that we officially collaborated, I follow. That's when I follow. I need to have a professional connection, and then it works. So Liz, one last time, where can we find you on social media so that we can follow you?
Okay, so the YouTube channel is called Pink Lookbook. This is also thepinklookbook.com is my website where I also write a lot of articles. And then my social channel on Instagram is Liz Steiger. So Liz like Liz Taylor, and then Steiger, Steiger.
Except don't ever tell Elizabeth Liz. She hated it. She's no longer with us, but she got really upset. She's like, no, not Liz, Elizabeth.
Yeah, at least she got Liz. I was called Ellie for the longest time, which I hated.
So but your
Liz
full name,
is
Elizabeth?
Yeah. The full name is Elizabeth, and I would actually love if people could just say Elizabeth or whatever version it is. But people want short names, so I'm telling you, Liz is better than Ellie.
No, I get it, but that's okay. So what would you prefer, Elizabeth?
Yeah, but usually I'm okay with Liz.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. So it's Liz Steiger, right?
Yes.
On Instagram, and the Pink Lookbook on
.com. Yes.
No, on YouTube. The Pink Lookbook.
Yes, the Pink Lookbook on just Pink Lookbook on YouTube. The pinklookbook.com for the website.
Oh, so there's the
Steiger on Instagram, and the store is Pelagona that we mentioned before. But everything is linked.
Okay, everything is linked, but also I think on your About section on YouTube, you also have it linked. And then on your Instagram, I noticed you have like a link tree. And on Instagram, I think, do you have a link tree? Let me check.
No, I just have like 4 links that Instagram finally allows you to put in there. They graced us with an easy option. Sorry.
No, but the only link that I see on your Insta that works is Pelagona.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's some kind of glitch, but YouTube should work. All of them should work.
But you can also make a link tree.
Yeah, I will do that.
Yeah.
There will also be a new website of the Pink Lookbook. It's currently getting a facelift, which is taking me quite some time because I do it myself. Mm-hmm. So I hope in August it looks a bit nicer.
Mm-hmm. No, it already looks great. So, I mean, yeah.
I'm a perfectionist.
Of course, as you should be, 5-0 says, I just bought a shawl. It was so beautiful, I couldn't resist it. Can't wait until it arrives. There you go. You got a commission.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 5-0 just bought something from you. And it's going to be sent all the way to, there you go. All the way to Australia, I believe it's going to go.
Thank you so much. I just see it in the chat also. Thank you.
Brenda says the YouTube channel link is not working, Liz.
Oh, no. Okay. I have to change that. Sorry, guys.
Oh, my God. 5-0 is going to also film an unboxing. Oh, Liz, you have to follow 5-0. You have to follow 5-0. No, seriously. Her channel is amazing. This lady, oh, my gosh. Her fashion sense and how she talks about fashion and her sense of humor. Oh, she's just lovely. Really.
Okay, I will definitely follow.
Yeah, and that's her logo. That's how her channel logo is 5-0. She just started posting videos a short while ago. She's amazing.
Okay, I'm just also quickly putting that up.
And actually,
Instagram name also?
Actually, let me do more. I also come from PR, so let me connect you two because.
I just subscribed.
Because honestly, she would be a great model for some of your clothes.
Oh, yeah, I see. Great, and I'm just on the channel.
I,
Just subscribed.
yeah, I think she would. I don't know if she wants to. You would have to ask her if she wants to. But I think it would be fabulous to do a whole photo shoot. She's so elegant.
Yeah, I just see the video. It looks amazing.
Yes, and I think she would rock your stuff like it's nobody's business. Yeah, no.
Maybe we can do a collab.
Yes.
And then also feature your camellia.
Oh, the camellia, sure. Why not? Whatever. The camellia is really just a labor of love, you guys. But yeah, no, definitely. I think you two ladies, I think she would be great for your clothes because she just, she has that poise and that presence on camera as well. Very photogenic too.
Yeah, agree. I totally agree. I'm just scrolling through the videos now. I will take a closer look later. But yeah, it's that's what you say, the power of YouTube.
The power of YouTube, and if it's used for good.
Social media, how we all connect and all this. That's the beauty of it.
That is the beauty of it. Amen to that. So Liz, we should do this again sometime soon. I'm sure there's gonna be topics we're both interested in, and then I could quick call you when you're awake and be like, Liz, give me your opinion on this or anytime. Something like that. If you're okay with it, then we can have some fun here on the channel.
Sure, let's make the time zones work.
All right, sweetie. Thank you so much for allowing me to call you.
You have a lovely day or night. I don't know what it is right now.
It's night right now.
Okay, then I hope you get some good beauty sleep.
Yeah, thank you. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. There you go. So
yeah, I will. After this, I definitely will have
Oh, man, I'm so happy we got you over the 1,000 mark. Yay!
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, sweetie. So I'll talk to you very soon and wishing you a wonderful...
Yes, talk to you soon. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye, Liz. Wonderful rest of your week. Bye.
Bye.
So there you have it, guys. I was a little surprised. I've been wanting to get Liz on the channel for the longest time because it never worked out with the time schedules. But Liz, thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining this conversation. It was so pleasant to talk to you and just so comforting. Your voice is beautiful. You have so much knowledge. I mean, just amazing. Keep making videos, Liz. And there you go, guys. That was our live stream. I know we went a little bit overboard with the time, which, again, the algorithm is not going to like. The algorithm doesn't like anything over 4 hours. Now we're at 5 hours. So there you go. But I couldn't stop talking. It was so much fun. Brenda says, I love this conversation. Oh, my God, you guys. Thank you. And let me try Chanel. What? Try Chanel again? Chanel... no, I don't want to. Such an interesting person, right? Very much, Liz. Yeah, Nectarine Man says, we always prefer longer, darling. Yeah, Nectarine Man, of course we do. Paul, yes, Dacob, are we aware of the Louis Vuitton drama in Barcelona? No, I'm not. Kari says you did good. Thank you. Oh, cinnamon roll, thanks. Annoying algorithm I would watch for 10 hours. Oh, Nina B, thank you too. Melissa says it was amazing. Brenda said, love this conversation. So yeah, there you have it. I don't know why the chats died down. Did we lose viewers? Hi, Sharna. Good morning. So if we lost viewers, that's a shame because the conversation was lit. And a lot of, I think, interesting intel has been shared for all of us. There you have it. Enjoy this because we don't get to do it very often to get people with such knowledge and, passion to tune in and share their passion with us. So Nina B says, wow, this is such a surprise. I love you. Oh, you give so much to us. Rainy day with Dacob in the bunker. Oh, sweetie, thank you, Nina. Tell me about this jacket. Dacob loves it. Oh, it's just this old thing. It's just a little tweed jacketlet. It's a shirt jacket. No brand, really. I think that was a lot of food for thought and a lot of empathy. So lovely. Thank you, Tomate Papaya. Louis Vuitton is presenting their cruise collection at Parque Güell. I've seen about that. I've seen that they were setting up the show in the park, and they not only messed some stairs at the park, but the neighbors are complaining for allowing the whole event in a park that is public. Oh, okay. So it's the same issue with the Manchester street being occupied by Chanel for their métier d'art, whatever. You know what I mean? I tuned in when it was on already, but we'll watch the whole live stream later. Thank you, Nina V. Thank you, thank you. Oh, the shawls are amazing, says Heaven. I'm here, just was listening to... Oh, Hanky Panda, thank you. Nectarine Man, I haven't seen it. Was the show yesterday? I have not seen Hedi's last show for... Like, latest show or last show? Is it official that he's leaving? Cinnamon Roll, America's Next Top Model vibe. What, the LV show? Oh, Nectarine Man, it's official? Hedi Slimane is leaving Celine? Who wrote in the chats earlier on, like an hour ago, somebody said, Dacob, did you hear about the news that Jacquemus is coming to take over Virginie Viard's job at Chanel? I really hope not, because like, I really don't like him. I really don't like him. So who said it in the chats earlier, you guys? Somebody in the chat said that Jacquemus is going to take over Vision. It's like a rumor, not confirmed. But somebody in the chat said it. So if we scroll back in the chats a couple of hours, we might see that chat still there. I did not know that. I heard the rumors that Hedi Slimane was negotiating with Celine and was not happy, and they were not happy. And I heard rumors that he was going to leave. But I didn't know that they officially confirmed that this was his last show. Okay, so if he left, maybe Hedi Slimane is going to go to Chanel. I don't know. But everybody at Chanel, Leena and Bruno keep saying that they love what Virginie's doing. They love what Virginie's doing. Usually when these CEOs are so vocal about how much they love somebody's job, usually that person is out of a job pretty soon. So I don't know. Oh, here, Ellie. Okay, you guys, hold on. Thank you, Bubbles. Bubbles found it. Ellie wrote, Dacob, I was at my Chanel store yesterday. My sales associate said there are rumors in-house that Virginie is out and that Simon Porte from Jacquemus will take over. And just when we thought it could not get any worse, we're getting rumors that of all the people to take over at Chanel, Jacquemus, I would not buy anything from their fashion anymore if he takes over. Seriously. He's not responsible for their makeup and perfumes, so that I can still buy. But if he takes over fashion, no, we're done. We're so done. Right, Melissa? OMG, not today, Satan. Nina, it's just rumors. We don't know if it's au revoir, Virginie. We don't know. Cinnamon roll is like worst choice possible. Yeah, he's giving me major angry pug vibes. He looks like an angry pug dog to me. 5 Foot Nothing says, can you imagine the handbags? No, I don't want to. 5 Foot Nothing. Imagining him designing the handbags is torture for me. It's like a nightmare. Cinnabar Carol says, one thing he's good at is marketing, I suppose. Not in my book, he isn't. Yeah. Alyssa's like, yeah, my wallet's going to retire then at least, yeah. Stanley says, Jesus takes the wheel. Nectarine says, oh, I'll carry Munchkin mini flat bags. Yeah. Oh, God, I can't. Why? 5 foot nothing says it's terrible. It's hideous. But some of you are saying hideous. And then when he starts designing for Chanel, you're going to be like, oh, I actually liked it. Well, hold on. Let me buy a little size. Never say never. Never say never. But, you know. Well, we don't know. This is not official. This is alleged. Everything's just alleged. It's not official. But some Chanel people are spreading the rumors that he's going to take over. And that Virginie's out. And Stanley's like, the world is ending, and not in a good way. No, not in a good way. If he takes over Chanel, girl, bye. But don't forget, you guys, Virginie, as much as I like some of the stuff she does and dislike some other stuff, she's a French citizen who is reaching retiring age. And if she wants to spend time with her son and her family, she's in her 60s. Maybe the woman wants to chill and have some fun in her life and retire. So maybe they're not kicking her away. Maybe she's just done. Maybe she's just retiring. Think about it. That's a possibility. Why can't a person retire? She worked her whole life. Cinnamon Roll says, hopefully it's just a marketing research to understand what people think about it. Who knows? Possibly. Yeah, Brenda, maybe she wants to retire. She's in her 60s, you guys. I mean, let her live her life. She worked for so long, you know. Sorry, I was off center. She's 60-something. Yeah, Nina, I was also shocked. I found that out a short while ago. She's in her 60s. Yeah. Nina says, yeah, I never thought about it, but all those factors you just mentioned would make sense. Yeah. Stanley's like, can we all imagine Coco saying, disgusting?
Disgusting!
It's Coco. Coco with a British accent. She loved the Brits, right? So go, disgusting. Ring, 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 ring. Hello? Hi, Coco. Comment ça va, mon chéri?
Disgusting!
Yes, you were on loudspeaker. Let me turn it off. There you go. You're disgusted. Yes, I know, Coco. Well, what are we supposed to do? What are we, the few of us that are still alive and still love you so much and your heritage, what are we to do? No, you tell me, what are we to do with this travesty of a situation? We should paint paper camellias. Okay, Coco. Our goddess has spoken. It's like the religious calling. Our personal Jesus has spoken. Coco said, paint the camellias. Paint the paper camellias. That's all that we have left. Okay, Coco. It sounds very dramatic, but I hear you. Yeah. No, we'll paint the camellias. Yeah. Am I working on my next camellia? Yeah, I'm planning. I'm planning the next camellia already. But I haven't made it yet. No, because I'm still retouching the Rouge Noir camellia, which is not, it's still not finished fully. Almost. Almost finished, but not fully. Yeah, we'll go. So say hi to Mizia. I know people from Poland keep telling me it's Misha. Her name is Misha, not Mizia, but I just prefer Mizia, so whatever. Well, you tell her that I'm not gonna call her Misha. Yeah, I don't care if she's upset. I'm upset too. What am I upset about? Oh, the weather. Yeah. I'm upset about my 22 bag peeling. Yeah. I know you would have never designed that atrocity.
Disgusting!
Oh, Coco. Bless your heart. Love it when you love it. I love it when you call in. All right, love. Yeah. Have a good one. All right, Coco. Yeah. Go eat your bouillon soup or whatever you do. Say hi to Carl. Send my regards. And to Cocteau, because, you know, he's a sister from another mister. All right. Take care, sweetie. Love you loads. Bye. There you go. There you go. There you go. We got a moment with Coco, a moment in the sun with Coco. This live stream would not have made sense if we didn't have another special guest, right? This phone call never happened. Unfortunately, I wish it did, but it didn't. It's all just satire, okay? Just all for entertainment purposes only. So you guys, I hope you've enjoyed this live stream. It's been 5.5 hours. The algorithm is going to hate us. But thank you to the mods. Hit it, Bubbles.
A special thanks to the mods in the fashion bunker. Thanks to Debbie, Jesus, Creation, Coquettes, and Gloria. Bubbles loves you.
Thank you to the mods, even though they're all asleep. Kari says, can we get 360 degree of that fabulous jacket? It's the same on all sides. It's the same. Look, you can see. There you go. And then we have the Vivienne Westwood fly necklace. And we got the Super D merch. Get your Super D merch at www.superdacob.com. Also on Amazon. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I look so freakish with the hair and everything. No? Oh, well, whatever. It is what it is. We'll go. Hit it. Tomato Papaya, love your look. Giving Lesta, darling. Darjeeling. Terry says, I'm glad I caught the last few hours. I fell asleep. Oh, Terry, I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're not in pain. Melissa is obsessed with the fly. A little tiny, little Vivienne Westwood fly. It has the Westwood orb on it. And the back of it has little legs. Has a belly. It's very detailed. Cinnamon Carol says, love tweed. Thank you, guys. The jacket is giving. Thank you, Stanley. Nectarine Man says, okay, I'll take a jacket. Oh, you guys, thanks. Very kind of you. The color is really nice. It has like a little bit of beige, cream, blue. There's blue, like navy blue. Of course, there's brown in it as well. A little bit of gold. It's a nice color combo. I like the navy blue with the brown and the black in particular. I think it's a nice color combo. Here you can see the blue. Can you see the blue here, guys? See it here? It comes through a lot there. It's like a beautiful deep blue. Oh, good, Terry. You took your pain meds. You're feeling better now. Good. Thanks for the fantastic show. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Jacqueline. It's lunchtime, says Melissa. My mother-in-law made handmade pasta. Tagliatelle with ragu. Yes, Quinn. Hi, Lori. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lori. Thank you. Yummy. Living ferret, Hanky Panda. And now we're living ferret. Hit it, Bubbles.
I'm living ferret, living ferret. Living ferret, living ferret. Living ferret, living ferret.
Love sharing the love. I love sharing the love. It's rare to encounter a content creator on YouTube that is not afraid to share their knowledge with others and is so generous with their knowledge. So Liz, I found Liz to be very generous. Also with her time. She gave us a lot of time here, our little fashion bunker community. And I really appreciate it. This was kind of a getting to know each other, you know. But if there's some like specific topics that, you know, that will happen in the future where I think, oh, we need to hear Liz's opinion, then we can get deeper into, you know, Liz really sharing her knowledge with us on certain topics. You know what I'm saying? So it's really valuable to have somebody on the internet that's not afraid to share their knowledge.
This is like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Butter. Okay. Oh, hey, Audrey. Oh, you're still there. Okay, you're the only mod that's still alive. Everybody else collapsed. Alyssa says, thank you for all this amazingness, Dacob and mods. Thank you guys so much. Cinnabon Carol says, your hair is so long and glossy, Dacob. Jealous. Well, I just washed it today. I always wash the hair before the show. So, you know, unless it's not in a bun, in which case we'll go. But, oh, Audrey, thank you. Audrey's like, I'm here, vibes. 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 Hi, Dacob. It's lunchtime in Paris. And funny enough, I can see the Chanel store who come. Oh, May! Well, how is the Chanel store? How is the Chanel? Is Virginia in the window? Is she washing the window? Is she clean? Is Virginia like preparing for the next window? What she want? What? What's she doing? Ring, 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 ring. Oh my God, ring, ring. Hello? Hey, Coco. Wait, stop yelling. Stop. No, it was a joke. No, Virginia is not in the window.
Disgusting!
Yeah, no, she's not. Whatever we do not let her do the window. You don't like how she does the windows? You don't. Okay. No, it was just a joke. She's not doing the window. Don't worry, sweet. I know. Hasn't your brand suffered enough? Yes. I feel ya. All right. No, it was just a joke. Okay, go say hi to Carl. All right. Love you loads. Okay. Ta 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 ta. Coco is feisty today, says Heaven. Yes. We'll go. Oh, May says, 31 Rue Cambon is pretty empty because of lunch, maybe. I love the fact that, hello, the telephone. I love the fact that, like, in the fashion bunker, we have all this, like, intel. Like, in the chat, somebody's like, hey, guys, lovely to be here with you in the chats. I'm right now in front of 31 Rue Cambon. And, like, we have direct reporting what's going on as it happens. That's the fashion bunker, baby. That's the fashion bunker. Austria calling in, sharing intel. And then we get, you know what I mean? We're talking to Coco from heaven. I mean, we're all over the place. Melissa, no bibs. Coco does not want the bibs. Coco is dying ferrets, as Polly is, right? We're international, baby. You best believe. Yes. 5-0 says, where else but here? I know, right? What else? Where else can you get so much craziness in a live stream? With a wobbly phone. Today, inspired by Drake. IYKYK, baby. Drake was in the house. Anywho, Jacqueline says, it's 6:48 in the morning in the northeast USA. Good morning, Jacqueline. Like the stream, guys. Thumb up the stream. Oh my, says Heaven. Yeah, that's really floppy. Well, that's how it looked like in his video that he leaked. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's Heaven. Eggplant. Kari's like, no, I can't unsee. IYKYK tomato papaya. Drake, right? Nina says, I'm so happy I got to join the live stream. Thanks, Dacob. Thank you, Nina. And now we're dying. We're dying, Ferret. Hit it, Bubbles.
Dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret.
Well, Drake was dying, Ferret, y'all. I guess we need Baby Yoda. Hey, where are you? Oh, there you are. And we've all disappeared. Baby Yoda, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, everybody. It's your boy. It's your boy, baby. It's your boy, baby. It's your boy, baby. Oh, Nina, thank you. You look fabulous. Your hair is long and beautiful. It's really long, y'all. It's like... It's difficult to care for this hair. Very high maintenance because it's so long. I can't just shower. I have to wash the hair. Like I kneel in the bathtub, wash the hair first, put it in a bun, and then I shower. You can't really shower, do body and hair at the same time because it's long. It sticks under the armpits, the shoulder. It's just... Louis S.E. Hi, Dacob. I've been lurking, as I often am, but just wanted to say how much I enjoyed the live, and you look positively radiant, darling. Much loves. Oh, Louis, thank you so much. Very kind. Thank you. Glad you're not lurking. You're also commenting. That is also important, you guys, to, chat. The more we chat and the more the algorithm likes us, that's also something to never forget. It does help the channel out to chat. Obviously, nice comments, not hateful stuff, obviously, but how look how far down it goes. So my nipple is here, and this goes way under the nipple, so it goes really, really long. I know, right? It's really long. Like it doesn't even fit in the screen anymore. Look how long. Well, I'm gonna fall off the chair. It's that long, you guys. I am completely embracing my witchiness now with this long hair, That's my natural hair color, lol, says Heaven. Well, no, this is natural hair color too. I know tomato papaya. I said nipple. Oops. Larissa says, I see. Soon you will have to put it in a bun before entering the powder room. Which powder room, Larissa? No, not that powder room. Louis says, I promise to try and chat more often, LOL Dacob. Any hair care tips? Pretty please. Cinnamon Roll says, when I had really long hair, I would get stuck in doorknobs. Yeah, it's a mess. I get stuck. Also in bed when I'm laying on, and then I kind of want to lift myself by my elbow. Usually my hair goes under my elbow, and then I pull my own head down. Oh, it's so sad. Really pathetic. But any hair care tips? Really, just don't put so much product. Really, hairspray, not good. So hydrate, drink a lot of water, but I don't do shampoo. I just do the roots shampoo. This is whatever when I rinse, whatever flies over, but I don't shampoo the tips ever, and I comb them before I dry them. I comb them out before I dry them. And Brenda says men can have better hair because of hormones, masculine hormones. Not necessarily, but the problem with us and the testosterone is if you don't wash it often, the testosterone allegedly sedimentates in the roots, and that causes hair to fall quickly because the hormone does something to the hair. So you have to wash it often to get rid of the oil, to get rid of the hormone, so that you don't have too much testosterone there. Oh, Heaven, your daughter has curls to the butt. Wow, that's amazing. So when she washes her hair, the curls straighten, so the hair is long to the floor. I don't use coconut oil for the hair. Simon Roll says, oh yes, oh my God. But mine was long for real, like longer than my arm from the shoulder to the tip of the fingers. Had to cut it, sadly. Cut it short and donated the hair. Did we do cha-cha-cha-cha? Baby Yoda, are you gonna hit it, Baby Yoda?
Ciao, 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 ciao. Ciao, 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 ciao. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Ciao.
Look at him singing. Bye. There you go. Why is always Baby Yoda singing in the like? We can have also somebody else sing. Cha 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 cha. No, that's Baby Yoda, right? Anyway, you guys, you remind me of Axl Rose in the '90s. Oh yeah, a little bit, right? Some people say, well, Axl Rose. Nobody ever said, well, because of the long hair, maybe no. But Axl Rose's hair is red, well, blonde red. I never saw it, but some people do say Brad Pitt, but I really don't see it. But people do say Brad Pitt, and I'm like, no, absolutely not. I wish, because I would be in the movies if I was as handsome as him. So no, not Brad Pitt. I don't know who I look like. Just myself, I want to say. I don't really have a look-alike. No, well, Pipa looks like me. I don't look like Pipa. Axl Rose. Okay, Brenda's into Axl Rose, the styling of the hair. Nina says, oh, you do look like Brad, but more handsome and nicer, Dacob. Yes, you are. You are. No, I don't see it. I don't really see it. I'm just my own creature. The special creature feature. You know. Oh, like a rocker in their prime. A rocker minus the substances. Mine is the substance. Really? You see Brad too, Larissa? Not at first sight, but there's definitely something. Weird. Because I've been getting this even before I started my YouTube channel from like people who know me in real life. It's like super strange. But there you have it. This is Brad Pitt signing off from yet another live stream together. Oh, young Brad. Oh, Tomate Papaya, thank you so much. Oh, La Jota, good morning. You just waking up? And I'm just going to go to bed. Oh, Asia Argento, everyone tell me that. I love Asia Argento. She's gorgeous. Jeanette says, so glad to have caught you live on a weeknight. Thank you, Jeanette. I'm wishing you, everybody, all of y'all's a wonderful rest of your week. You know, and if everything goes well, we shall see each other on the weekend. Don't forget that Tier 2 members and Tier 2 patrons get access to the live stream pre-show on Saturday, which is, you know, always, 1 to 3 hours long. And then all the other subbies get access to the main show. So we're going to have 2 live streams coming up on the weekend. And until then, have a wonderful rest of your week. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to one another. Treat yourself a little. Live a little. Bye, Dacob. Hope you and everyone has a great week. Thank you, Terry. You too, my love. Thank you so much. And until next time, never forget to never give up on love. Bye.